Check 1, 2. Do we have audio? Yep, we have audio. All right, we're good.
What is real?
What's up, baby?
How do you define
How we
real?
doing? How do you define
There's
real?
no spoon.
What is real, what is human? This world got me questioning, consuming. Stuck in the matrix, feeling like I'm Truman. So upside down, disconnected from the Schumann. But more fists is here now, you ready?
How's everybody doing today?
You already know. Down the rabbit hole we go.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with all your friends, everyone you know. So we're going to talk about some things today. It's a little bit of a rabbit hole day. We're going to do some rabbit hole stuff today. Don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We need those likes rolling in, baby.
Let's exit the matrix. It's about to crack. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck. In the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave on
How's everybody doing today?
offerings the truth. Yeah, that's what we say. No more lies, no more fake shit. Man,
If you like rabbit holes, then you're going to like today's show because I have a little, it's not so much a rabbit hole, but it's something that I think needs to be discussed. It has to do with Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone, by the way. It's good to see you all and have you here. What's up, Jay Heat? How you doing, buddy? Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to share the show out. Let's see here. Let's set up a gift goal. Let's see here. We'll do heart me's. How you doing, Jay Heat? It's good to see you, man. It's been a minute. So today is going to be different than our regular crypto show, obviously. We have two shows. We have the Down the Rabbit Hole show, and we have the crypto show. And I'm going to be splitting up the crypto show into a news show and a TA show. So they're going to be separate and different from each other. So I do want to talk a little bit about crypto today too, though, because I just met up with Crypto Rap in San Diego. We went to a crypto conference thing in San Diego. It was a lot of fun. It was more or less a party. We were hanging out, having a good time. And you know, I got to hang out with the Goat Tribe. As you can see, I have the Goat Tribe banner up in the back now. At Ada Goats. If you don't follow them, go check them out.
How do you define real?
So let's see here.
Spoon.
I feel like I need to pull up the charts just to like get people to stop in. But today's going to be more or less about rabbit holes, right? Let's do a little TA while we're waiting for people to roll in here. Might as well. Anybody got a project they want me to take a look at for them? Oh, let's see here. Let's do a little TA, huh? The charts seem to make people stop by. I don't know what it is, but it seems to work. By the way, is the stream smooth? What's up, Tech CEO? How you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. Yeah, let's look at Link. Look at Link. Oh, yeah. Let's take a look here. Well, on the daily, it looks like we're trending down. All right, so we have, you know, lower highs, lower lows. If we break out above this, I would say that that's pretty bullish, and that would indicate probably a turnaround. Let's see here. This could, let's just say it breaks out, which I do think things are going to break out. We're coming up on the harvest moon, right? So this is the last harvest moon of the year before the moon cycle resets. That being the case, I would say there's a potential for things to go up here. However, this is an ascending channel, all right, which is bearish, which means that it will probably break down. But if you take into consideration the moon cycle, there is a potential for a break, and that would send it up here to about 14.9 to 15.7, right? And potentially higher, maybe like 16, right? And if it does, I would say that is a potential that it forms like an inverted head and shoulders thing like this, sending it up to about 18, 19, 20 cents, somewhere around there. Here's the issue, okay? We got to look at the timeline. So this would be right here, December 4th. Look at it, it lines up perfectly with the moon cycle. So I think we hit 15. Internet has been really bad. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end, because we're multi-streaming. I'm going to stop streaming on other platforms for now. Let's see. Tell me if this fixes it. Hopefully that helps. Okay. So we're running off Starlink right now, and Starlink is having outages because of the solar storm. So our bit rate is low right now. All right, so back to TA, right? So we're looking at the timeline here, right? Tech CEO. Full moon, I think we're going to hit 15 cents. Now, maybe it goes crazy parabolic, but that would be the first zone of resistance. I just don't see it doing anything crazier than that, unless like some alt season miracle happens, right? So I don't think that this plays out. Maybe it does. Maybe we continue to be bullish through December, but that would mean right before Christmas we would top out here, and then it would be potentially done. Either way, whether it comes up here and then shoots up here to this point, or if it plays out like this, where we come up and then we come down, either way, we're in this like descending channel thing, and we're creating new lows. We're trending downward. What if it doesn't go up? What could it go down to? I'm telling you right now, it's going to go up. But if it does go down, I would say the first line of support, it would be 10.8. That's where it would go to. That's the next stop on the way down before another move up. I don't think it's going to go down, bro. I mean, it could potentially go down a little bit. Let's just say, because this is an ascending channel, let's just say it does this, right? And this breaks down. It could double bottom right here, and then that's sending it back up to 15, 16 cents. So either way, this thing's going to hit probably about 15, 16 cents. So that's what I'm seeing. And let's just say the cycle's over, right? And we're coming to the end and we're headed down. That's just what it's going to be. Where would the bottom be if the bull run is over, right? Where would the bottom be? I would say right around here. 8 cents to 5 cents. It's going to come down to 5 cents. That's where it'll hit. And it does go into despair when it first drops. So let's just say worst case scenario, it's going to 2 cents. I doubt it goes that low. right here at 5 cents seems to be the sweet spot. That's where I would enter. That would be my entry zone. 5 cents, and basically buy anything between 8 and 5 cents or lower, obviously. That would be my accumulation zone on this. Tech CEO, thank you for the hanging lights. Appreciate you. So, Tech CEO, you're coming out to Vegas on New Year's for Backstreet Boys, bro. I'm so jealous. You have no idea. But when you're out here in town, man, I would love to meet up with you, brother. I hate Vegas around New Year's, but you know what, dude? I would literally drive out there just to come shake your hand, brother. Is that for Link? Yes, this is for Chain Link. All right, so this is a rabbit hole show. Everybody start tapping the like button. What's wild? To come out to see you, bro? Dude, I drove further to go see Crypto Rap. Like it's really not a big deal for me. I don't have anything to do. Like I do this show and I tinker on my cars and shit. Like I'd be chilling all the time. So Vegas is way close to me. Like I can be there in, I don't know, less than an hour. That's hella close. So if you're out here, man, I'll drive out, shake your hand, we'll go shoot some craps or something. Sounds like a good night to me. But I know you got, everything going on with your life. So like I don't want to intrude or anything like that. But I would love to come see you, shake your hand. We could do a little cameo live or recording. That would be awesome, man. I absolutely love you, bro. Since the first day I saw you with the hat and the glasses on, man, I was like, I love this guy. What's up, Milkshake? What's up, TikTok Seller? What's up, G-Rod? How's everybody? I'll talk to my girlfriend and see what the plans are. Yeah, dude, let me know. Did Cam move? What do you mean? Did the camera move? Milkshake, always a pleasure to see you. I'm not going to play the Milkshake song. That's a Waddy thing. But it's great to see you. So today I want to talk about some rabbit hole stuff too. I don't know, camera looks like it's angled different. It is angled differently. I literally got inspiration and just ran into the studio. Like my desk is a mess. Like nothing was set up. Like I'm supposed to be cooking Thanksgiving dinner and stuff right now. For me, when I cook Thanksgiving, it's a 4-day process. So I've been cooking since Monday. I do everything from scratch. And when I say everything, like I baked bread so that I could tear it up and turn it into croutons for stuffing. Like I baked cornbread so that I could add it to that bread for the stuffing. Like it's a whole process, and I do everything 100% by myself. This year I'm cooking the turkey on a rotisserie on my barbecue. So it's going to be rotisserie turkey. I am so excited for it too. It's brining right now. Oh my God, this is probably the best year's brine I've ever made. And everything in the brine, all the herbs and except for like some of the spices, obviously, but like it all came from the farm here in the garden. So like the thyme, the rosemary, the ginger, everything that goes into it all came from out of the ground that I grew throughout this year. So it's all fresh. Even the onions are grown here. So it's been a bit of a process. And then the pumpkins as well. I make the pumpkin pie. All the pumpkins are from my garden. They've been baked. I'm gonna puree them today. It's gonna be awesome. And then I have to make pie crust today. So I gotta, make some dough and everything. But like I said, the only thing I really didn't do this year is hunt my own turkey, which sometimes I do that. I want to do that next year. I want to go hunt my own turkey. I want to go to NorCal and hunt for turkeys, and maybe even just like mid-cal. Like I know they have some good turkeys out in where is it? It's just outside of Frisco. Anyway, that's the last place I got turkey. So it. Anybody watch Bob's Burgers? I'm like Bob from Bob's Burgers when it comes to Thanksgiving. White House got locked down. No, it did not. Hold on a second. I spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. The suspect who was in custody also was shot and has injuries that are not believed to be life-threatening. Sources say emergency medical responders transported all 3 victims to the hospital, according to Vito Magalio, the public information officer for the DC Fire and Emergency Services. Police tape considered off or cordoned off the scene of the emergency fire and police vehicles. Lights flashed, helicopter blades thundered, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. What does it say? Any motivation to it? That's interesting. I don't know. I guess I wonder if there's like a political motivation to that. Why shut down everything? This didn't happen last time there was a shooting. Well, I mean, they put the president in the bunker. He was speaking or something at the White House. They put him in the bunker. I don't know. Maybe it has to do with more to it. Maybe it's all theater. Maybe it was just something to allow them to do something else. Who knows? We need more information on this thing. What's good, brother? Long time no see. Hope all is going well. Everything is doing fantastically. Thank you, 100s Club. Hey, guys, you want to see some cool stuff that I got? Check out my Goat Tribe mug. I got a Goat Tribe mug. I got a Goat Tribe pin. I got another set of the Goat Tribe NFT rolling papers. I got a Goat Tribe joint roller. I got a Goat Tribe lighter. And I got a Goat Tribe grinder with a keef catcher. This thing is so cool. I wish you got that glass bottle. I'll get one. Dude, I'm going to be going to these events all the time. I'm going to get another opportunity to win that thing or buy it off someone that wins it. Give it time. I'm going to be after all the goat merch. All right, so we were talking about Thanksgiving, right? So let me pull up. This is what we're supposed to be watching right here. We're going to jump down a rabbit hole, ladies and gentlemen. And it's not too deep of a rabbit hole. It's surface level rabbit hole stuff, all right? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, send in your daily heart me. That is our live goal today. Let's get 5 heart me's if we could. If you can. Obviously, if you can't gift, just hit the like button, right? But I would imagine viewership's not going to be as good for the next couple days because of the holiday and stuff. But I wanted to make this episode because I feel like it's important. And we record all of this stuff and it plays. We play reruns on YouTube and Abstract all the time. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. So basically, I want to get this information out for you because I want to educate people on what's going on. Thoughts on Tangam wallet? Tangam's good. I prefer the Arculus, but Tangam is good. Tangam is Swiss, I believe. So it's from a Swiss company. I prefer Arculus because it has tap to pay options and it is made in the US. The reruns are hilarious. Yeah, dude, especially the ones where Josh comes on. It's funny. And you know what's great is to see the reruns from the past and see how everything that I was saying has just been playing out like a movie, just being right all the time. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but validation it feels good. It feels good to be right about something, and often, if not pretty much all the time. Obviously, TA is not perfect, but when we zoom out and we look at the big picture of everything that's going on, I've been saying it since January. It's pretty crazy. Tangam's never been hacked. That's the biggest sales point. I don't believe Arculus has ever been hacked. I believe people have given away their keys, but I don't think it's ever been hacked. But, you can also have just a Cardano wallet, and Cardano's never been hacked. You can get like a Lace wallet. There's all kinds of different wallets out there. You don't necessarily have to have a, in hand, like a Ledger or a Tangam or, you can just have a device. And if you do this, I would recommend that you have like something that is like, not like your phone, right? But you could have like a separate phone, a cheaper phone or whatever, and you can download it onto that and you can use that device as your wallet. So it doesn't necessarily have to be one of these products. Honestly, the more I've learned about it, I am a little, I don't know. I don't want to give out any bad information. Do what you think is best. But in my opinion, I don't really know how much you need it anymore. It seems like, especially like certain exchanges seem to be backing up the liquidity that's in your wallet or the exchanges, right? So it seems like it's becoming more secure. They're going to be, taking care of you. Obviously, nothing's perfect. JFM, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Good to see you, buddy. Always a pleasure. It's great to see the community and to be back here. And so anyway, I want to reel it in from crypto. Obviously, we do crypto, right? But let's talk about something. And don't run away, guys, just because I'm not talking about crypto. I really want the world and the community to hear this. And this is why I decided to go live, because I was talking to Jesse, and as you know, Jesse is very much more left than I am. I'm a bit more right than she is, but we're both pretty much centerline. But one of the things that we were talking about was Thanksgiving, right? And the left is very much so like, oh, I don't want to celebrate Thanksgiving. It's about genocide. You guys have heard the story, right? And then the right is very much like, oh no, like, it was patriotic and blah, 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 and whatever, right? This is what I want you guys to understand about Thanksgiving, okay? I think there's truth and validity to both sides, but let's take a moment to understand and focus on what Thanksgiving is really about and what you need to be focusing on when it comes to Thanksgiving. And the thing is Thanksgiving is about being thankful for what we have, obviously, right? But it's also about remembering that there was a group of people, the indigenous Native Americans of the continent of the United States today, right? And those people were being persecuted. No, not by everyone. There were good people coming over and there were bad people coming over. Obviously, like, there was this idea that they were savages and they would just, lay them to waste. I got to be careful of the words I use here on TikTok, right? But, there were also people that were loving and caring and good people that weren't doing that. Okay? It's true, we butchered them, but it brought people together to stop the butchering, is what 100's Club says. Yes, and it was gruesome what was done. But what we need to focus on is that there were good people that were there. No one deserves to lose their life over anything, whether it's for land or for starving to death, right? But there were good people. And we know that when the settlers came here, the winter came and food was scarce and they didn't know how to grow food here, right? What was it? Squanto taught them to bury the fish in the ground and then plant the corn on top so that it would fertilize the corn, right? They helped them, okay? And this is the part that we need to focus on right here. And quit dividing and say, I am not going to celebrate Thanksgiving because of blah, 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 whatever. Or Thanksgiving is an amazing thing and none of the genocide ever happened. No. What we need to focus on is that Thanksgiving is a beautiful holiday and it should be remembered. And what should be remembered is that there was a group of people that were being butchered and persecuted and slaughtered for no reason other than they were different. But those people chose to help the pilgrims. Despite everything that was happening, they reached out a kind hand to help them, to keep them from starving to death, from freezing to death. And that's what we need to understand. And that is what we're celebrating here with this holiday. We are celebrating the fact that there is goodness and pure love and admiration for our fellow man. That despite any negativity, any evilness that anyone does to you, that you can make the choice to still extend love. And it doesn't have to be, the way things are right now. It doesn't have to be this divide. We can agree. Both sides can agree on the same thing and stop pitting ourselves against each other and understand the real reason that we celebrate Thanksgiving is we are thankful that we didn't starve to death because the people that we were trying to hurt helped us. And understand that there is goodness out there and we have a lot to be thankful for. So if you're thankful this year for something, I'd like to know in the chat Chat, tell me, what are you thankful for this year? What is your Thanksgiving miracle? What is the best thing that's happened to you this year or in your life? What are we thankful for? Is anyone thankful for anything in here? I'll tell you what I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for you, my TikTok family, and my social media family. I'm thankful for having purpose because of this show. I'm thankful for obviously I said my family, but my kids. I'm thankful for all the blessings that I have gotten this year. Um, I'm thankful for my financial freedom. I'm thankful for my individual freedom. I'm thankful for every day, says 100s Club. That is beautiful. Every day is a blessing, guys. You should be thankful and grateful every single day that you wake up because we are not guaranteed tomorrow. Anything can happen. The gray hair G-Rod give you question mark? That doesn't make any sense. I think I know what you're referring to, but I don't understand what it is you're trying to say. I'm thankful for, gosh, so many things. I'm thankful that I've been given so many opportunities, especially in like the crypto environment. I have been blessed and welcomed there with open arms. I'm thankful that I've gotten to meet so many great creators that and influencers as well, through this space, and to be a part of the community, and it's been an amazing thing. G-Rod, what are you thankful for? Are you thankful for the gray hair I gave you with crypto? Absolutely. I'm thankful to have people in my Discord. Don't forget to hit the link in my bio. Join the Discord where we all roast and haze each other pretty dramatically. It gets a little dramatic in there. There are times it gets a little dramatic. But it's fun. I don't mind pushback. I don't mind a little negativity. It rolls off my back. But at the same time, I'm not just going to roll over and take it. I'm going to defend myself. I'm going to say this is the world as I see it. But I'm not afraid of any pushback. Bring it. If you're a hater of me, please get in my Discord and roast me. I love it. Hundreds Club says, agreed. I met people on here and I'm extremely grateful for it. Yeah, it is a great community that we have here. And you know what's cool is, like, I've met people not just on the crypto side, but on the rabbit hole side of things. We've been able to, grow and branch out into multiple communities. G-Rod says we fight in the Discord like family because we love each other. Absolutely. The Discord is like, there are sections in the Discord that are just absolutely unhinged. And then there's just places that are just full of information and knowledge. And we have so many sections. Actually, I kind of want to pull it up. Let's pull up the Discord. Let me show you guys. Click the Discord link in my bio and come join us here. So this is the Discord. Look at all of these sections. So we have our rules, we have announcements, we have news, merch, social media, knowledge, survival skills, personal growth. We have our general chat, crypto, memes, down the rabbit hole, moonshot, cars, true crime. It's a pretty goated. Look at knowledge. Knowledge is my favorite section. So there's all kinds of, we have audio books in here. Let's see here. We also, down the rabbit hole, we have all kinds of rabbit hole videos, and we have discussions. I'm trying to see here. See, we discuss all the rabbit holes here, and we're talking about everything, and we've got the memes. We're just posting funny stuff. We have the cars section. You can post your cars, whatever it is you're working on or you see that's cool. We got true crime, so there's a bunch of like true crime stories. I just started that one. We have Moonshot. This is our online trading group where we group trade together. It's pretty awesome. So join the Discord, get locked in. Knowledge is power for sure, but not what you know, it's who you know. Yes and no. The rabbit hole is the best. Yeah, dude, rabbit hole is the most active section in and obviously crypto too. But the rabbit hole, man, we get into some deep discussions there, and we're talking about all kinds of stuff. And we're basically we're jumping in rabbit holes and we're digging them deeper, is what we're doing. And we're trying to get to the bottom of shit. And it's a lot of fun, man. We have a lot of fun. A lot of it's joking, a lot of it's serious, a lot of it's scary. I feel like we need to have like a ghost story section. I'm going to create one. I'm going to create ghost stories in the Discord. And I like, I try to keep it locked in. Some people post things in the wrong place, and I try to like move them around and keep it organized so that way, you're not just, you go into a rabbit hole and everyone's talking about crypto. You know what I mean? We keep it pretty well organized so that way you can find, whatever topic it is you want to talk about. And if you get in there and you're a part of the community and you want to create a new section, we can totally do that. But I would say like this Discord is pretty awesome and we have a good time there, but we need to grow it. We need to grow our community. So please click the link in my bio, join the Discord. I also teach my TA class in the Discord. We have a TA class, and we have a special guest coming on next week for the TA class. So that's going to be awesome. If you want to sign up for the TA class, send me a DM and I will get you in the TA class. But the guy that's coming on for the TA class to help share some of his knowledge, he was a hedge fund manager, and his job was to TA and track the markets. This guy understands macroeconomics on a level that I couldn't even understand. And I'm learning from him as well. So it's great to bring on these guests because we're building this vat of knowledge in understanding the markets. It has progressed so much from the basics to ultra advanced. Like I'm learning from it now. It's pretty incredible. I gotta jump off to get the kids to practice. I'll be back later. Hey, don't worry, man. We'll be in the Discord after this. This is just a short little live. I figured I'd do a little hour. I wanted to, talk about Thanksgiving though, and how what we need to be focused on, and quit using Thanksgiving as a reason to divide each other, and realize that there's no reason to hate each other because of Thanksgiving. I thought it's a thought subject. Ghosts, I don't understand how they can wear clothing. I'm ghost. I'm a ghost right now. I'm wearing clothing. I don't think ghosts wear clothing. And maybe they do. I think what you're seeing when you see ghosts is like a apparition connected to you, like telekinetically or telepathically in some way where they can project an image into your mind, maybe. That's what I think it could possibly be. I think there are different categories in like ghost spirits and different things that you see. And I think they're not all the same thing, and we tend to like lump them all together. And I think what we're seeing and experiencing is multiple different things. All right, everybody. Vintnur, thank you for the heart me. Sorry, I didn't catch that till just now. Sighting of them, you make sense. You know what? I have seen so much activity since I moved to this place that I'm at now. You know what? Oh my God. I get so busy. I forget to do things. I'm going to post the spirit box thing. I'm going to work on that because so we have this spirit box. This is the same one they use in BuzzFeed and like ghost hunters and stuff like that, right? They're not cheap either. So we actually caught some things on the spirit box, and not only did we do it, like we did like a double blind thing where we used it two different instances and got the same result kind of thing. It was pretty crazy. Can't join the Discord through the phone. Send me a direct message and I will send you a new link. The link probably needs to be refreshed. So send me a DM, Miss Pashi, and I'll get you hooked up. Don't forget to follow me here on TikTok as well. But send me a DM. I will be looking for your message after the live here. What about the tunnel video? The tunnel video's coming, okay? You have the video. I know you do. But I'm waiting to get the guests to come on. And you have to understand that these men are they're very busy. They're also they're a little bit afraid to come on to the show and speak out. So I'm trying to work out with the IT guy how to secure their anonymity. We may have to do like a voice changing thing with them and blur their face kind of thing, block their IP addresses, stuff like that. Because these are real whistleblowers. They are coming on the show. I like to consider myself a whistleblower, but I'm not anonymous with it. I'm okay with whatever happens to me because of it. But I've worked with these people for many, many years, and a lot of people are fed up with it and they're ready to speak out. So we are putting that together. I will get on top of that. I just kind of like took a little step back from everything. I'm just starting to get my feet wet again and get back into it. So we're going to continue moving forward, pushing out this information. Seek the truth. Good to see you, buddy. But get in the Discord. I'm there basically every single day. We're all there every single day. That's where most of everything is happening, right? And it helps keep the community together. I post when I'm going to go live because we don't have a set schedule like we did. I will be going back to that schedule more than likely after the holidays. People don't believe truth even when they are told it. Well, that's the beauty of what we're doing is I'm gathering evidence. So we have video evidence of a lot of this stuff that's going on in Hollywood and different things. So we're compiling everything together and getting it ready to release. We are going to blow the lid off this thing, guys. So, and that's the main thing is we can talk about whatever, but hard evidence, that's everything. And that's what we're working on. And we have a decent amount of it. And I have everything secured with a dead man switch where if something happens to me, it's automatically sent out. People have copies of it. Things are backed up. There's no way they can silence this stuff. Cool. Can't wait to see. Appreciated very much. Absolutely. So we are putting it all together. Things like this take time, and they have to be done sensitively in the proper manner. Otherwise, it's all for naught, right? So we have to tread very lightly and be careful how we do things. But it is coming together. You know, I may not be on the show here all the time, but I'm continuously working in the background. I'm going to these events. I'm gathering information. I'm procuring equipment to go explore uh, the tunnels and stuff. I just bought a GoPro, so we're gonna send this down some of the tunnels that we found, and yeah, we're gonna give you guys all the information. So it's gonna be awesome. And thank you for the follows, guys. Don't forget to join the Discord. Get in the Discord. Come hang out with me pretty much daily. That's where we're at. And look at, we got the Goat Tribe here at Ada Goats on X. Join the Goat Tribe, guys. Get your goat NFTs, man. Dude, the Goat Tribe stuff is so sick. We're actually working on a new album now. So I just had a meeting with them last week, and we're going to start collabing with crypto rap as well. And we're going to start producing some more music, and it's going to be awesome. I'm really excited for everything that is coming, and all the new stuff. Like I said, I may not be live every day, but that's because I'm working on things that hold more sustenance, right? I want to be able to deliver a product to you that is more than just me yapping on a mic. You know, I want to produce music. I want to, do journalism. I want to go out and gather evidence and blow the lid off things. For sure, you can't rush a great thing. Unbreakable evidence is key. Exactly. And we are working on it. So we have a few tidbits, but we got to bring everything together. It is coming out. So stay tuned for that. But I think the next thing that we're going to put out, because I'm going to add the ghost stories thing in the Discord. I will post the spirit box video and audio in the Discord. I think that's the best place for it. So you're going to have to join the Discord if you want to see that stuff. And I'm telling you right now, no bullshit. Like we got something. We have solid. I mean, I have seen the ghost stories stuff, the BuzzFeed stuff with the spirit boxes, and never has anything ever seemed definitive to me. I am very much a truth seeker. I'm very, I question everything. If you know anything about me, I do not just spread nonsense and for entertainment. Okay. I'm looking for factual information, right? And I would say out of every spirit box encounter I've ever seen on TV, online, anywhere, this is the most definitive proof that I've ever gotten from this. And I was able to collect it personally with witnesses here. We had it plugged into the equipment. This studio that we're in is haunted. Okay. We've literally, things have been thrown across the room. We've seen apparitions and entities. Unexplainable things. Oh, you made the channel. What's it called? Ghost Stories? So like hashtag Ghost Stories. Thank you, man. I appreciate you doing that for me. That helps out a lot. By the way, let's give a special thanks and shout out to TikTok Seller 444. Since day one, he has been here with me, and he has helped me create video clips, and he helps me moderate, and he's in the Discord. And the guy, when we get our plaque for YouTube, I'm sending him one. Like, he deserves every bit of recognition for this show. I've offered to pay him. I've offered to give him things, and he refuses. He does it because he believes in this show. And hats off to you, brother. Your dedication and support has been overwhelming, and I appreciate you so much. I couldn't even put it into words. One thing that I am thankful for this year is for TikTok Seller. I am so thankful for you. We would not be where we're at today without you. You're constantly liking and gifting and doing so much for this show. It is we're nothing. This show is nothing without the viewers like you. I would be a guy sitting in a padded room talking to the wall if it weren't for you guys on the other end. So you guys are everything. I'm nothing. I'm just the authoritative mouthpiece here. I am just the voice of the community and the face. You guys are the community. And that's what's beautiful. Is it's about you guys, not me. I'm nobody. I'm just some dude on the internet, right? Thank God you didn't say the voice of reason, says Fredrum. Oh my gosh. Back with the roasting. It's good to see you, Fredrum. Fredrum, you got to get in the Discord and come roast me there, man. We are literally there roasting each other every single day. Click the link in my bio. Join the Discord, man. We have a lot of fun there. That's where I'm at most of the time. You don't see me here. That's because we're in Discord. That's where we're doing everything. But it's good to see you, buddy. Let's see here. I guess that just about sums it up for today. Let's see here. Let's leave on. Oh wait, shoot, that was the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. Let's leave it with this.
Little bitch asshole.
Goat Tribe.
Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Crypto vibes on the track and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto vibes are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my word by the throw a no hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, he pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap. To help me catch these little girls in the yak. Creating fake drama, yeah I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack. But can't take anymore, boy I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me. Try and lie, spread these rumors about me. But they can't see, that bullshit sets me free. Girl I decree, you gone, you better flee. Yeah I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it. Big ass rock sold, NFTs and took the profit. Headed to the bank, got more to deposit. Go try to the moon, yeah we bout to rock it. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish.
All right, thank you guys for joining, and I will see you all next time. It's been a pleasure. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest coming on today. Waddy Crypto X will be on the live today, so don't forget to smash the like button today. What's up, Waddy? How you doing, man? Glad to have you, brother. Let's see here. How's it going, Waddy?
What's going on over the sea?
Glad to have you. Let me fix the audio here. TikTok Studio got an update today and everything's a little bit off.
The music is a bit loud.
How about now?
Still a little bit. Lower one more, probably.
How about that?
Okay, better.
Perfect,
Much
perfect.
better.
Yeah, I kill the music when we get going. We also have Jessie in the house today. She hasn't been feeling well, but she came in today just for you, Waddy.
Okay.
Let's
So OC, do you prefer me showing my face or?
whatever you
I
want,
mean,
man.
either way, I don't mind.
Whatever you want. Ball's in your court.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh, it won't let me move you.
Alright, so let me set up the phone somewhere nice. Let me see.
TikTok face cam is uneven. What do you mean uneven? What do you mean, TikTok seller? It's uneven. I'm gonna get that fixed for sure. Because everything looks good on my end. Maybe. Oh,
It was fine, and then you did something.
oh, that's weird. Can you call in the IT guy? Sorry, Waddy. TikTok Studio did an update today, and everything is not working properly. My apologies. Smash the like button, everybody. We're working on the.
Good. Yeah, I did see the update today to the TikTok studio, so no
Yeah, so
worries.
yeah, it's a little wonky. We'll get it figured out here in just a second. I wasn't expecting you to come on for another hour. I'm a little unprepared.
Oh, no. I thought I saw from 8 to 9. I thought I had to be here early.
Oh, no worries, man.
Yeah.
Do you show him the problem?
Okay, hold on.
Right? What the heck's going on? Does that fix it? What about the display screen? Let me see it. That is weird. These move too. I guess so. These are massive too now.
When they updated it, they just messed it up.
I mean, OZ, do you want me to come back?
Yeah, give me a few minutes.
All right.
I need to see.
Well, I'll be in the chat anyway. Okay.
All right, all right. My apologies.
All right. All good.
This is why I want my stream keys. All right, we'll go with that. Oh wait, now it went back to normal.
I think it's just TikTok Studio.
I think it's TikTok Studio.
What the heck?
That's off center now. You gotta push it more. Camera more.
What the heck is going on with TikTok Studio?
That's why I usually adjust it because I hate Studio.
This is why I cannot stand this. I need my stream keys Now, Eve, if you're watching, I need my stream keys. Like yesterday. It's been a week. All right, we'll go with that.
Move the camera. Move the display. Like, no, it's fine.
Yeah, it looks fine. All right, we're back. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and we have a special guest on today, Waddy CryptoX. We're going to be talking about some fun stuff today. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Let's get the shoot, now I don't know how anything works anymore. Let's set up heart me's for the gift. We'll do 10 heart me's. Perfect. Let's get those heart me's rolling in. I don't know what's going on. Ever since they updated TikTok Studio, it's been a mess. Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the roses. How we doing, Oscar? Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. How's everybody doing today? It's Friday. It's Friday again. I don't know how that song goes. It's Saturday, Sunday, work. Something like that? No, I'm not going to sing today. I'm not going to sing. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. Appreciate you. Dude, I haven't seen your live. I've been meaning to come in and show you a little bit of love. I haven't seen you. If you don't know TikTok seller 444 yet, make sure you send him a follow. He's got the best deals on TikTok Live. I'm telling you, nobody has the deals like this guy does. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Appreciate you. I'm hanging in there a rough day or so. Yeah, dude, the market just looks terrible today. Oh, you're waiting on a new product. Nice. The cool ice maker. Oh, dude, I have one of those. Those are actually pretty legit. All right, Waddy, if you want to send a request, I'll bring you up here. So Waddy's here. We usually get more viewership later on after about the first 15 or 20 minutes. Jaden ended his live, so we're not going to be slim pickings today. When Jaden goes live and we're live, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. There's nothing we can do about that. But he's great. You know, he's got a good show. But yeah, we're definitely got some competition. But healthy competition is good. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you.
Yeah, don't stress it too much, man. Usually the crowd comes in slowly, man. So
Oh, yeah.
earlier I was in Crypto Bros live, and he only had like 30 people, and we were just having a good conversation. By the time I left, there was like 55. So
Oh, yeah.
don't stress it.
I love Crypto Bro. Cosmic is one of my favorite
Yes.
creators for sure. Him and Bullish Babe's show is just spectacular.
Yes.
It's not as structured, but it's very fun. It is a laugh riot the entire time. I love that show. I was actually watching you on it earlier today.
Yeah. So you know who I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about. So it's all good, man. Once we start getting the conversation rolling, people start seeing that I'm here, you're here, and if it's good, then it brings more people in.
Oh, exactly. It'll get rolling here. Before we get started, what's your take on XRP, man? You think we're cooked, or you think we got a double bottom here, maybe triple bottom, and we'll take off?
I'll take a look at the chart. So give me a minute. The only thing I thought
I'm just
I thought that with Canada coming out with the only ETF, the first XRP ETF over there, I thought I was gonna see some real nice price movement, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, it's been quite a letdown. Um, I'd even say this is a quadruple bottom here, which is not a good sign.
Yeah.
A triple bottom, yeah, we could potentially, but 4 times and then it tested lower. I'm thinking it might be cooked. It's also that time of the year right now where, you know, people are selling off for the summer. Maybe in a month or two, things will pick up. But Wadi, this is something
You're
I've
talking
been,
about the selling may go away.
yeah. Look at, I've been eyeballing this. Do you see my screen?
Yeah, I do.
That's what I've been eyeballing. I'm thinking 170 to 160. According
Well, you're
to
going
wave theory, I would,
way lower than me.
yeah.
I was
Wave
gonna
theory
say
says
you're going
90.
way lower than me.
Yeah, I'm
I'll
thinking
tell
like
you what I got here. Hold on.
190 maybe. But that's just at like support.
Yeah, so first thing is first, breaking the 108. That's the strongest support I see right now. After 108, yeah, 162 will be the lowest level that I have on XRP.
You mean 180 or 108?
No, I mean, sorry, we need to break 208, and then if we break below that, then the next level is 171 and 162.
Yep. I agree with that. And if it, it may come down. I'm thinking 160 again if this is a head and shoulders, but I'm going to not go off of the wick. I'm going to go off the candle and I'm going to say 178.76, I think. Let me see here. I have my own little style how I do this and I seem to be pretty spot on. Yeah, 180,
Hey, bro, look,
181.
I always said every single trader got their own style of trading. What works for you might not work for me. What works for me might not work for you. The only important thing is as long as we both are getting money out of the market, that's what matters, man.
Exactly. And I am offering a technical analysis course. If you're interested in signing up for that, send me a DM. We also have, for deluxe subscribers, I do one-on-one coaching. Coaching is different than TA. I basically do the TA for you, and you can basically ask me questions how to set up your wallets, how to, tactics and tricks and things. And we try to formulate a strategy that works best for your situation. Everyone's situation is different here, so we cater to where you are at financially. Let's go over these gifts, and then we'll get started with this interview here, Wadi. Revolution, thank you for the 2 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me. Who is that? It's not showing me. Man, this new setup is not working. If I missed you, I'm sorry. TikTok seller, thank you for the 4 popular votes. Leo, thank you for the heart me. Ken, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the sending to Wadi the 5 heart puffs. Gosh, they're just rolling in like crazy. Holy crap, I can't even keep up with it. Freedom, thank you for the 5 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the 12 roses. TikTok seller, thank you for the let 'em cook. Ken or Kodak, thank you for the heart. Nico, thank you for the heart. Me, Kodak, thank you for the red chilies. Man, I cannot even keep up with. It keeps refreshing. Jesus, thank you. I gotta. There's so many coming in, guys.
No,
Thank
I was
you.
gonna say, bro, I think I just take the shortcut and be like, everyone, thank you for the gifts.
Yes,
That's it.
everyone, you know who you are. The gifts are just flying in like crazy. You guys are phenomenal today. Thank you so much. But yes, we love and appreciate everything you guys do for this show. And we have Jessie on today, so she'll be fact checking for the show. Basically, here's where I'm at, Waddy. I kind of want to talk about. I want to talk about White Rock, but I can't
Okay.
divulge all the information that I have today. But I do have a little bit. I have a little bit that will kind of leak out. It's probably more or less common knowledge than anything that people don't know. But I'll tell you what, it has been pulling teeth dealing with both sides on this story. And
Okay.
so we'll get there. I am in contact with White Rock. However, the issue is talking to them, they keep wanting me to go to Telegram, and I want to speak with them directly on their official email or website so that we can verify that it's true and correct. And for some reason, it doesn't, they don't want to do it that way. And it's been difficult, but I am in contact with them, so we're kind of on their time right now. And I understand they got a business to run and everything. So, Waddy, my question for you is, where are you at in this whole situation? What are your speculations? What are your facts that you found out? Make sure that you state speculation or fact so that we
Yeah.
don't get confused on the information.
What's your favorite color?
Yeah. So just pure speculation, right? What I did see, well, this one is more facts than speculation. I saw some red flags when it comes to their smart contract. That usually a legitimate company wouldn't have that, right?
You talking about the
When it
proxy?
comes to, huh?
You're
Yeah,
talking about the proxy contract.
Yes, yes. The proxy contract, blacklisting, whitelisting. Like I could put up the information right here. Today on my live stream, we were doing a how you gonna do your own research, right? As a matter of fact, every Friday we're going to be doing research live for different coins. So when it came down to White Rock, I saw every single red flag possible. And that's why when the first came out, I didn't even touch it, to be honest with you.
Likewise.
And even, yeah, yeah. So when I see things like that in a project, regardless of the situation that transpire afterward, I just say, you know what? There'll there'll be a next one.
I agree. There's so much scams floating around right now in the crypto space, and it's basically the wild west right now. Anything if it
Yes.
has a hint of a red flag, I'm kind of I'm not really into it. It doesn't really interest me right now. I'm looking for smart money investments, and I've been in XRP for a very long time, and we do follow XRP, but it has the same red flags as well. I think that it's smart for people to take into consideration the hopium involved with a lot of these things, and especially White Rock,
Yes.
for instance. Getting an approval with the SEC for the project being used with the stock market is highly unlikely. I mean, it could happen,
Yes.
but it's just a that's probably my biggest red flag other than the contract is the fact that it's a pipe dream. Maybe later on down the road with some clear regulation and legislation to follow, something like this could come along. But I think it's just way too early to even speculate on a project like this.
Yeah, well, first of all, that's number one, right? If XRP, which is one of the biggest, well, the third biggest or fourth biggest cryptocurrency, let's say the third because stablecoin, in my opinion, doesn't really count, right?
Right.
It's stable, it's pegged to a dollar. So, with that being said, if XRP, that is a big cryptocurrency in the space, and they are having a hard time even getting their own ETF approved over here, what would make you think that a token that came out of nowhere is going to get some approval from the CFTC and all of that? So when you think about smoke and mirror, which this space is full of that, that's the biggest situation there.
I completely agree with you. And I think that there's a lot of good um, good projects out there that don't really raise too many red flags that are more in, the top 100 projects that are out there. I would say, do your research, people. Not financial advice here, obviously, but be careful. All right, be careful because um, there's a lot going on right now. We've been seeing, just report after report of people being kidnapped, wrench attacks,
Mm-hmm.
you name it.
Yes.
It's going on right now, and that's because we're in the bull cycle and it's popular right now. It'll kind of fizzle off and die out, I think, once the bull cycle runs its course, but it'll never, in my opinion, ever go away. Maybe with even with
Correct.
regulations and legislation, it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon. What do you think,
Correct.
Lottie?
No, I 100% agree with you. Mass adoption, like we all want, is gonna take some time. The regulation framework is gonna take some time before everything gets implemented. Now, when it comes to scam, it's always, in my opinion, it's always scam season in crypto. What
Yeah,
if it's that there's a rug pull, there's a honeypot, scammy Ponzi schemes where they will promise you, hey, putting $1,000 worth of Bitcoin here, and we will multiply it in 3 months or 6 months.
you
You
sounds
know,
like you're
there's
talking
all
about
sorts of
Katana.
scams.
You talking about Katana right now?
Well, I actually don't know about Katana, so I wouldn't be able to tell you that, but I'm talking about from my own experience, and that's pretty much how I kind of got introduced to crypto.
Right. So Katana is one of those projects. Like I want to believe, and I want to be early on something, but I'm a smart money investor. But basically, this
Yeah,
project it's on Polygon, and basically you trade in your Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, or whatever in for cat tokens. And they say that in the next 9 months, when the project goes live, your tokens will have value. But you get airdropped these crates that are random amounts of this cat coin, and you gotta hope
yeah,
and pray. You like I'm good on stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, do your research. That doesn't mean that it can't be something. But
hmm,
with my show, we mostly focus on smart money entries. There's a lot of people out here that are we can't say the G word, but they're playing games
yeah,
with their money. Um, And you got to understand, a lot of this is a Ponzi scheme, like you said, and we have to be vigilant, and we have to do our research here for sure. So
Correct.
I want to get back to White Rock a little bit. So I did some digging, and I did
Okay.
find something very interesting. Two things actually, and they're the only things I'm going to be divulging today. And I want to know if you are privy to this information and what your thoughts on that are, or if you have even heard this. So the first thing that I discovered is there are two White Rock projects. So one is officially a scam, and it's been deemed a scam. And then the other one
Okay.
is the legitimate White Rock that we're talking about right now. Did you know this information?
So when I tried to scan their contract on Token Sniffer, there is two White Rock, but one is on Arbitron and the other one is on Ethereum. If it's the same thing you're talking about, then I kind of know, but not really.
Yeah. So you know what? Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. Um,
Okay.
I had taken some screenshots, and I wanted to be prepared for today, and uh, we actually got behind. They reinstalled Live Studio and messed everything up, and then I had an emergency that happened, and I was flying down the road, and then got pulled over and got a ticket. And so it's been one of those
So
days.
it hasn't been your best day. I get it.
Okay. So what I have here is a White Rock, and it's the money sign white proposal scam website that mimics the real White Rock platform and operates as a crypto drainer. This scam is not associated with the legitimate White Rock project. Controversies related with the White Rock company itself, such as Aeon's White Rock suing China Construction Bank over the Vestos scandal, and accusations that White Rock's team includes former developers from the Z Casino project, which was associated with an exit scam. However, these are about the company, not directly with Kitsumoto. Do you know who Kitsumoto is?
No.
Okay, so that's the person I'm in contact with at White Rock. And
Okay.
so this is we'll get into more, but what we just talked about just now, were you aware of that at all? Chat, are you guys aware of there being
No.
two projects? Okay, yeah. So there is the scam website, okay, and however, White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino. And do you know about what happened with Z Casino? You want to elaborate on that?
If you're asking me, I know nothing about that.
Okay, so Z Casino was
Yeah.
a rug that happened a few years back, and basically what has happened is Z Casino has rebranded as White Rock,
Okay.
and that is the official White Rock. Okay, not this other scam. There's one that is clearly a scam. Okay, clearly a scam, and basically it drains wallets. Okay, I believe it promises airdrops and things like that, and they wipe your wallets. However, the official White Rock is directly tied to Z Casino, which was a rug in the past. And that's where I think a lot of the speculation comes from of whether or not this is legitimate, because the people that are in the company and running the company are the same bad apples that ran Z Casino. So that's what I was able to find out. And So Gizmodo is the guy that I'm in contact with White Rock. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. And
Okay.
what I found out about him, which is another red flag for me, okay? This is a red
Okay.
flag. He's based out of Nigeria.
Ha, ha, ha. Okay. I get where you're coming from.
You know, I don't want to speculate too much, but that is a fact. Okay, so he's based out of Nigeria, and White Rock is their official headquarters is in Dubai, and I believe that it's in Dubai because it's a tax shelter for companies to operate and move. Um,
Hmm.
so these are all red flags that just keep popping up for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
So if if you don't mind me sharing a little bit of my own
please.
investigation, right? When it came down to White Rock, first I went to their website. I put it on scanadvisor.com. It's one of my research tool, and it has a 6 score out of 100.
Oh
Now,
man.
some of the things that says this website does not have many visitors, meaning probably nobody but the same people in the team and the community knows about the website. Um,
Interesting.
Financial services or content identify with a high risk return. It says we found several negative reviews about this site. This website has only been registered recently,
Do you know how recent?
right? I'm gonna look into that one. So, according to the facts that I found here, right? Domain, it's about 10 months from now. Who
Interesting.
created it? It's hidden. Uh, Website speed very fast. The SSL certificate is valid, so that's good. But the main validated certificate, DVSSL, is very low, which, if we're talking about a legitimate company, that one is supposed to be on a high level. Um, Let me see what else. The ISP is Vercel Inc., and the country is within the US. The registered name is Grandi SAS. Registered website Grandi.net. I mean Gandhi.net. So that's just on the website page, right? If I want to find out if a company is legit or not, that's one of the things you want to do. Now, if we go to Token Sniffer and I put in their contract, they get a 10 out of 100. With that, this is the red flags. Source does contain a proxy contract. So it says the source code containing a proxy contract which could potentially allow the functionality to be changed, such as pausing trading and minting token. That's sketchy.
Oh yeah. Especially
Um,
minting tokens, like they can inflate the supply. That's
yes,
that's and
yes,
who holds on to that mint? Obviously, probably the creators.
yes, correct. So, ownership renounced. The contract contains ownership functionality means it's not renounced, and ownership is not renounced, which may allow the creator or current owner to modify contract behavior. For example, disable selling, changing fees, meaning like the tax fees, buy, sell, or mint new token. They can be legitimate reasons for not renouncing ownership, but usually there isn't. Um, the other red flag that I saw, all other holder possess less than 5%, meaning a wallet contains a substantial amount of token. Circulating supply is total supply minus burn amount, which could have a large impact on the token price if so.
Oh, for
Now,
sure.
that is the,
Is it any?
yeah, so
I have a question for you, real quick,
go
before we
ahead.
get any further. Is any of that
Yeah.
like escrowed at all, or is it just open wallet, ready to be sold at any time?
Well, that's the part that I was gonna get to,
Oh,
right? I don't see anything on escrow so far. I haven't been able to find that. So this part right here says at least 95% or largest liquidity pool burn lock for 15 days. You want to know the answer to that? It is not.
right.
So,
And if
not
I
enough.
believe if sorry, don't mean to cut you off. I believe if
Yeah, go ahead.
a company owned these coins and were had an escrow, that would be something that they would want to put out and promote because that's good for
Yes.
the coin. So
Yeah,
why
because
would they keep it gate kept?
yeah, escrow is actually what XRP uses, right?
Right.
That they release 1 billion token every month from escrow. And other project use escrow as well. But let me tell you the meaning of what I just read to you. It says not enough liquidity. It's secure for minimum duration, which could allow for a significant amount to be removed. Equal rug pull.
Wow. Yeah, that all the telltale signs I think are there. Um, I think some people just want to believe, whatever. Maybe they got in at a high price and um, they're shilling the coin to find a way to get out of it. But I think, it's very important that we are careful of who we listen to about projects and we do the
Yes.
research like we're doing right now and stick with the facts, because anyone can say anything, but the facts are plain and simple, and that's what we try
Yeah.
to do here is focus on the facts. um, did you have more on that? Because I do have a question for you, but I want to make sure that you completed your thought.
No. So far, that's what I got. If I look into quick intel, it says that the contract is not renounced. It said external contract risk, meaning they could do from an external point, right? They could do whatever they want with the contract, and it's the same as contain external action. So even though we could pull up the contract and it could apparently look legit on what we're seeing, right? Checking all the green flags, but there's a back door where you could just make matters worse.
That's really interesting. I'm glad you told me about that. We're going to look into that some more for sure. And this is why it's good to have, more heads are better than one, because you find things I don't find, I find things you don't find. It's great to have this community digging into these things. Um, I have a
Yeah.
question for you. What do you know about Crucial?
Uh, so I really don't know much about him. I spoke to him once through X, and he claims that he's just an investor. But to be honest, the way he defends the project, and he's always in contact with the developers. I kind of question a lot about him, but I did tell him, look, if I'm honest with you, Ozzy, this isn't my fight.
I agree.
I did a favor. I did a favor for a friend. He told me about the situation with the daddy, and I said, you know what, this is unfair. Let me go support.
I
So,
agree.
with that, with that being said, I went through several streams. I heard some inconsistency in the stories, and that's when I decided, you know what, this ain't my fight. I got no reason to be involved. I already did what I could as a content creator, supporting what I think it's an unfair treatment, and that's all.
Yeah, you know what? You and I are so much alike, man. I love your style because you're like me. You stick to the facts. You're not here to get into the drama about it. Um,
Yes,
and I agree. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and questions just lead to more questions. Um,
yes,
but I do give some validity to the fact that there are definitely a lot of red flags with White Rock for sure. Dead Daddy
yeah.
is on the live. He just sent me a request. How you doing, brother?
What's
Hi,
going
man.
on, that
What's
daddy?
new? Let's see if I can get this going like this.
Your audio's
Yeah,
a little low.
it's a little low.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You sound like you're far away from your phone.
Is this better?
Before you get into anything, I want to address something basically to build upon what you just said, Wadi. Um,
Yeah,
Crucial reached out to me um, because I found it very interesting that I reached out to someone else from White Rock, and I got a response from him that said that he was talking to that person. So,
yeah.
and that's one of the
You're talking
about
I know.
Crucial.
I mean, do you want me to mention names, or you prefer to keep it anonymous?
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
No, no. I mean, your show, your rules, bro, and I
I don't care.
respect them.
I'm here to find the truth, and
Okay.
that's all I really care about.
So,
So what's the
from
key
my own,
for though? That's what I would like to find.
What's
But go
up?
ahead, buddy.
I
I said,
can't barely hear you,
I want to know
Dead
what.
Daddy.
How about this? Check, check, check. Can you guys hear me there?
A little better.
yeah, it sounds like a little bit echoish, like you in a bathroom or
Can you
something.
turn up your dB on the mic?
Turn up my what?
Your dB decibels?
I'm already at +5.
Oh, maybe go to 10, 12. I'm an audio
All right, so
engineer,
this
bro.
is where I'm at right now. How does this sound?
That's a lot better.
That's a lot
That's a
better.
lot better. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What were you saying,
All
though?
right. No, Waddy was talking.
Oh,
Oh no. So basically, what I understood from Crucial, he's in contact a lot with Max, which Max is supposed to be like the CFO of White Rock, and I don't know. I mean, like I told him myself, I was like, look, man, let me tell you something. I've been around this crypto space and long enough. And one thing that you kept on saying is we or
us.
Max or we again, right?
Yeah.
And I told him if we was to go into a legal battle because of this, once again, it is not my fight. But if he wanted to take it there, I told him I have the recording where you pretty much even though you're saying that you're not part of the team, all the evidence points out that you play a bigger role in this situation than everybody else.
I agree. I
Thank you.
have probably over 100 messages from Crucial that, and I have them all right here. Proof, if people need to see it, fine. Um, but I would imagine most of my fans trust me on my word on this. But nothing but we and us is what I hear when he
Yes.
refers to White Rock. We and us.
Yes.
And then I reach out to Max to get a hold of him, and I'd never talked to Crucial before. I don't know who he is. Um, didn't reach out to him at all. And
Yeah.
the moment I reach out to Max, boom, I get a message from this Crucial guy. And he's like, hey, I'm in contact with Max. I can get you in contact with him and this and that. And what I'm noticing a trend, okay? Anyone
Yeah.
from I'm in contact with several people from White Rock, and any one of them will not divulge any information to me on any official email or profile. They all want to
Yeah.
go to a separate place to speak and talk under, the guise of something else. What's up, Mega Crypto? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah. What's going on, Mega Crypto?
Yeah, we love Mega here. Mega, thank you for the gifts. Everybody, thank you for the gifts. Your gifts have been incredible. There are just too many to list. Too many to list. But thank you. Didn't mean to interrupt the conversation, but we got to give some love to the fans. They've been so supportive of everything here. Francesca, thank you for the DJ glasses. So, I have noticed a trend with Crucial and Dead Daddy. I don't know if you picked up on this. I'm in contact with another person. I think it's director of operations or I can't remember, and I'll divulge all that later when I make my final report on this.
Luke?
Okay.
I think his name it starts with a K. I said it earlier. I'm not going to take the time to pull it up right now. I think it's irrelevant, but he is basically out of
Kadachi,
Nigeria,
something like that.
and that raises some red flags to me for sure, as well as the legitimacy of this company. But it's been nothing but the run around here, and like Waddy said, this isn't my fight, but I'm taking time and resources to get to the bottom of this for the fans and because the community wants to know, and I feel like since I took it on, I have a bit of an obligation here. So I'll tell you this. As far as White Rock goes, unprofessional. Very unprofessional. I've never dealt with anything like this before with the company. I've been
Yes.
doing this kind of stuff for a very long time, and it seems like kids. It seems like kids, and this Crucial guy, even him, man. If I'm not just Dead Daddy, you know this. I drill people. I drilled you hard. And I'm looking for inconsistencies. I have a way of interrogation. Really, I'm interrogating people, and the moment he's not hearing what he wants to hear, he gets very vulgar and angry. And I mean, I'm receiving paragraphs of hate letters and all kinds of, and it's just like, what is going on here? Like, I'm just asking questions, man. Like, what is going on?
Yeah.
The theme that's been consistent with my rock. Can you guys hear me now? How's my voice now? Is
It's
it
a
better?
little low, but I can hear you.
All right, how about this? I'm gonna just talk louder. I feel like I have everything maxed on my mic right now. Like I'm looking at the meter, it's peaking all in the red. So it's like I'll try talking louder. I don't know why it's coming in so quiet.
No, what I was gonna say, are you like in a open space? Because that's what it sounds like.
No,
Like
I'm,
you got a little bit of feedback in the background.
let me try something real quick. Let me turn my mic off and back on.
Sounds like laundry's going.
All right.
You got the laundry
Alright.
going in the background.
No, I think that's me, and that's a watcher, but I
Is it
think
too?
it's a little too far.
Yo,
Go ahead, Daddy.
can you guys hear me now or no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, better, way better.
Is this too loud now or
No, it's perfect.
No, no, it's way better now. Yeah.
way better now? Okay, thank goodness. I don't know what was going on, but I'm glad that kind of ironed it out. But yeah, exactly what you were talking about. You nailed it. Like that was the number one thing that really like. Well, maybe not the number one thing, but that was definitely one of the aspects that I noticed in the whole process of going to Dubai. And if you watch my video series, that's exactly what I point out. And people like their mentality is to point me out as, oh, you're ungrateful, you're greedy, you're um whatever other words they were using. They were trying to say I'm ungrateful, and I was like, because I didn't want to go on the yacht party with them, that I was like, I was ungrateful for that as well, and like because I was upset about the tickets going from first class to economy, that I'm ungrateful and greedy, and I'm like, that's not it at all. I'm not dealing with my buddy. I'm not dealing with some guy at the bar who was offered to buy me a drink and they got me a Coors Light instead of a Heineken. I'm dealing with a multi-million-dollar company, and your character, the company's character, and the people's character that represent this company is exactly how the company is going to be run. And if the company is consistently from start to finish does not is inconsistent with its word to what they say for what they do, then that is just, in my opinion, a horrible sign. That is a horrible sign. It has nothing to do with about being first class in economy and I'm greedy. No, it's about you said one thing as a company and then you did another. If you're willing to do that to me over something as simple as buying plane tickets, then what else will you do it over? Right? Like, where does it stop? Like, the only thing that you have right now for the community to rely on is the consistency of your word, or it's the people of the company and the company itself. And if there's nothing but inconsistency, and then when people ask questions about those inconsistencies, then you attack them and get violent and visceral, then literally it's the definite, well, I mean, my opinion, like I keep summing it up, it's narcissistic traits, but what it boils down to is they're preventing dissent. They don't want people to dissent, and they're paranoid and they're scared, and people who are creating something that's not legit or a scam or are lying are typically paranoid and scared people. So that's how I deducted things when I looked at the whole process. And granted, in the beginning, I didn't have a whole lot to go on except my gut and their word versus mine, and me dissecting them psychologically and breaking down their personality traits as a company. Um, so when I made my video series, because originally when I was recording my video series, I didn't have any ton of evidence. I had community concerns, right? That's what I had. I had a series of community concerns that were given to me by the community or researched from the community, because before I went to White Rock, I reached out to the community. What do you guys want me to ask White Rock? What questions should I do? I researched my own questions, got some from the community. I researched all over the place. So at first, when I was making my video series, all I had was a whole laundry list of like, these are community concerns about White Rock. But as I was recording the video series, and White Rock's response was, oh, you're not saying positive things. Because I did in my first couple of videos, I wasn't saying a lot of bad about them. I was just pointing out things that were inconsistent, like their word, this and that, that follow through, the times that they were messaging me. Like, these things are inconsistent, reliable. These are the things I was looking at. This is how I'm dissecting it with my mentality. And their response to that was to attack, 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 cease and desist, spam my page, jumping in my lives. F you, you suck, White Rock's awesome, you're going to jail, we're going to ruin you financially. If you ever been bent over and screwed by $1 million company, you're going to be screwed for life. You just messed up, you're good. Like literal death threats, by the way, literal death threats, but vaguely put like things like you're gonna lose more than just your finances. It's gonna be the end of more than just your finances for you. Things like that. Comments that were happening, like very violent to the extreme.
I received similar messages for sure.
Yeah. So at that point, I didn't have anything but community concerns. And as I was doing a video series and they started coming at me, I immediately realized I'm like, that's it. I was like, if you guys are attacking me, I'm taking the gloves off. I'm delving in deep. I'm finding the evidence because I know it's there. I've seen some of it. Some of it, some of the evidence I even looked at and I was like, you know what? There's still not enough there. Like the Z Casino thing. Like, yes, I see the associations that Heavy was making, but I was not smart enough to piece that stuff together in the blockchain. I'm not that guy to follow those blockchain wallets. I'm not good enough in crypto to trace those wallets like that. And, you know, domino effects just started happening. I started meeting other people. I started putting together a team of people who had resources, who had abilities. I started finding new things out about White Rock. New people started coming forward about the team. And like evidence just started piling up about White Rock. And then that's when I was like, okay, they're attacking me hard. They're threatening to ruin me financially. I'm going to stop editing my videos in the nice way. I'm changing all these. I'm taking a look at all these community concerns. And now they're going from community concerns to this is evidence. This, like, before it was community concerns, and now I'm looking into things as I'm making these videos, and I'm like, I'm finding the actual evidence. And like one of the big things that people don't realize, that I don't think White Rock realized, is that when I was there in Dubai, one of the things that I noticed right away and I took note of, because like there's two things that I did in Dubai that I took note of that I think that were key that probably went unnoticed by the team. One, when I went to go meet them at the White Rock facilities and I went into the office and I asked for Antonia, the receptionist said, Antonia from NodeWorks, I'll let her know you're here. And I was like, interesting, NodeWorks, what's that? I'm gonna have to look into this. Pin note, put that up there. I'm gonna have to look into that for later. That's how I found out that that was the parent company for White Rock, and that's got to be the company that's been paying the employees. Because of that receptionist just making that quick little comment, and I made a pin note in it in my head, and I'm like, I'm gonna look into that later. That too, and the whole concept about me pinning them as narcissists. And I remember sitting there going, what would a narcissist do to get out of looking like the bad guy? And I was like, oh, well, that's so easy. Narcissists don't take the blame for anything. They blame everybody else for everything that goes wrong, even when they're the one that causes it. And I was like, so their goal is to be like, oh, we've got all this bad publicity. We're being bullied. Who's bullying us? We're a big company. It's another company. There's a concerted effort for corporate sabotage. I was like, that makes perfect sense. So, and I remembered reading on these not Trustpilot. It was a like a scam alert website, something like that. And there was a few comments in there about White Rock, and they were like, yeah, this company did me dirty, blah 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 blah. And then, but if you open it up and it says, but if you click my Telegram, I'll connect you to Max. And it was just a spam comment. And I knew it was a spam comment. There's a few spam comments on there about White Rock. And I was like, you know, there's not a ton of these, but these could be considered a concerted effort to make the company look bad. So when I was talking to Max after we had dinner and I brought it up to him, I was like, you know what? I was like, you know what? Because at this point, I was already suspicious about the whole yacht party thing, about them needing me to get on that yacht, despite the fact they presented it in a way to where they said that I was not required to go on the yacht. They presented it as an option. But then when I was there, they made it seem like, no, you have to be on this yacht. And I was like, that's even more uncomfortable. Like, why do you guys have all of your chips on this yacht party thing that I was told was optional?
I got a
And that's when I
question.
came to the narcissist conclusion that maybe they were trying to present the whole bad publicity thing on someone else or corporate sabotage. So after dinner, I presented Max with the question. I was like, you know, I found some evidence that might be considered a concerted effort that to attack White Rock's image. And then that's when Max Gineffri looked at me and he was like, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about on the yacht party last night. I was like, oh, really? Okay.
I
And
have a
I
question,
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
don't take this as a slant at you, okay? But
It's
there
gonna be.
are there are bigger creators saying the same thing. Why
Yeah.
not them? Why you?
Right. Because I don't know. Because I think it has a lot more to do with ego. Because I think that they got to see me face to face, so it's more personal for them. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. You know, one thing I noticed, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up and because you're the one that found this information. So let me know when you're ready and I'll mic you. Jesse's our fact checker here. We were doing some digging into White Rock, and Jesse was looking for um, basically media coverage on White Rock. And the issue that was found, Jesse, if you would elaborate on this a little bit more, please, was that there was nothing we could find negative about White Rock from any official um, anything in Google, and there was some sort of um, media manipulation happening. Jesse, I'm going to let you take over with that because you know more about it than I do. Go ahead.
So when I was digging into White Rock, one of the things I looked for was media. And a lot of people and a lot of different companies pay Google a good amount of money to keep
She's really
negative
quiet.
media from
Can
popping
her
up.
mic get louder
And
though?
so I was looking for anything that was negative or derogatory. And the only thing that popped up were your videos that you had just put out. That was the only thing negative I could find. But by the time I got to page, I think it was like 23 of the Google search, then I
Mm-hmm.
started seeing not negative, but questions about White Rock, which is clearly that they are controlling their own media. They're not allowing anything that they don't want being heard or said about White Rock, which is a big red flag because if it's a substantial and uh, you know, actual business that wants to do good things, um, why would you not want any kind of criticism? I just found it odd. Even on Twitter and like other social media platforms that aren't news, but people, say things on, you won't really find that either. Anything that's outright derogatory is just not there.
It was pretty much only Reddit we were able to find things, which
Mm-hmm.
I also found interesting.
Right.
That is interesting.
So yeah, there's definitely some media manipulation happening, um, and there are other people that speak out about it on social media, other platforms, but I find it interesting that they singled you out. Maybe because I'm thinking this is my assumption. This is speculation, everyone. I think that they don't take this as a slant, but you don't have a million followers. You don't have um, the like a professional agency backing you or something like that. You're the little guy,
Yep,
and so I
absolutely. They
think
thought they
they
were gonna do it.
chose you to make an example of you. Maybe. What do you think?
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I think that they picked their influencers specifically because they were in a they were in the right window of um what how would you word it, like they were the right window to where, hey, this person's trying but they're not there yet, and we can be that next step for them and they'll be appreciative, right? And I think that that's what they thought was going to happen, and I think in a lot of that sense they were right. I'm an influencer who's not huge, but I'm big enough that I enjoy the people that I connect with, and my videos do okay, and they do well, and I like. my community that I've built, and I'm still working on it, and I'm building. I think that they for sure thought that they were punching down when they picked me, and they did not expect me to show any kind of backbone or have any kind of integrity in the process. And what happens when you stand up against a narcissist? They get violent. And you know what? And I know
Waddy,
people may
did
be
you have
tired of
something
me
to say?
referring to them as narcissists, but I'm sorry, but I think it's too accurate.
Waddy,
Yeah,
did
so if you guys don't mind me, and that daddy likewise, don't see it as I'm trying to discredit anything you said. Like I was just telling OC, I saw the red flags before White Rock even became, the issue that it is now with you, right? And I could smell scam for a mile away. So if they want to come after me, whatever, man, bring it on.
Right.
I'm pretty confident I could prove they are a scam. And not to mention, I do have an agent on speed dial that helped me out with my own scam that I went through, which is called 4Count. You guys could look it up. So, long story short, the thing that I do find strange, that Daddy, and this is why I say I see a little bit of inconsistency, is the fact, like OC brought it up himself. And I'm by any means, man, don't, I'm not trying to be a jerk. Um, I was looking at your following, your pages, and all of that, and I'm thinking to myself, well, this guy is not even that big yet. I mean, could you become a big influencer? Yes, you have the potential. Obviously, you're here trying to do the right thing. So, as long as you keep doing that, you'll be good to go. So, in my time in this space, good God, if I could tell how many projects I've funded, and I'm talking about big projects as well. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Saitama, Terrarium, Shinja. I funded them all. And I actually hang around with big friends in the space, which were also some of the friends that were promoting White Rock. One of them being Jay Gagan. I know him. So my point to that is I kind of find it strange that they would ignore everyone else, but yet decide to pick on you, which, from my understanding, and I have no other way to say this, so please do not misunderstand me. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but from my understanding, you're still the small guy in the space, which makes you irrelevant. And that's the part that it doesn't add up to me. Like, why would the project go so far to the point to even pay your trip? I was looking up at some of the Dubai tickets, and they're expensive, bro. Even if it's economy, why
Right.
would they take their time to go through all that trouble instead of just telling you, hey man, here's some hush money, or hey man, you know what? We want to bring you on board as an influencer, which that would make more sense to me than them go through the whole nine, bringing you out there for nothing, and at the same time, you come back empty handed.
you know, that's kind of the conclusion we came to over here
Well,
as well. And
I
like
don't understand how
not a
this
not a slant at
existed.
you, Dead Daddy at all, but we were my
I mean, it's
question was is
I'm just trying to figure out what it is
why
that
you?
you're trying to say.
Why did why did they choose you? Why would they spend all that money and do all those things? It's it's questionable to me. And um, uh, I just I'm kind of dumbfounded because it seems like Wadi said, they sounds like they spent about 10 grand on whatever. Why not just say, here's 10 grand, say something good
I
about
mapped
us?
it out. You guys would have watched the videos. I mapped out exactly how much you spent. Okay, so I'm going to address this. So, and this is the best answer I'm going to be able to give you guys. I have no effing clue. The only answer I can give you is that I originally did a video on White Rock months ago, and I said I was buying in. That was it, like 3 or 4 months ago. And then I did a follow up video saying I'm going to sell. And then it was shortly after I did that follow up video that they messaged me and offered me to go to Dubai. That's it. That's all I know. I've never had any communication with them before that. The only information I knew about White Rock, never expected them to reach out to me. I mean, that's the best answer I can give you guys. You guys are looking for something deeper. I don't know what it is. There's nothing I can give you that can satisfy your paranoia. There's nothing I can give you. If you guys think something, if you guys think there's something going on, there's nothing I can give you that could solve that paranoia. Nothing. Because I have no effing clue myself.
I'm
The only thing that I know is that I think that they thought I was going to come there and they were going to buy me with horrors and flashy boat ride and throw alcohol at me and then maybe get me to sign some sort of NDA and bring me in under a payment promotion thing and with a bunch of other influencers that they had on there. And because I didn't go on their boat and do their stupid thing that they thought was going to work so fine, it pissed them off. And what happens when you piss off narcissists? That's why I keep calling them narcissists. They act just like narcissists. When you piss off a narcissist and you talk back to a narcissist, like, have you ever had an argument with a narcissist? What happens when you raise their voice? They raise their voice louder. When you talk back, they talk back more. If you say they're doing something, they turn it around and say that no, that's what you're doing. That's a narcissist's perspective. This is how they do things. They try to one up you on over and over and over and over again. And I think that what happened is that in this process of me being like, hey, this is unsatisfactory, and that's what I was going to do. I never expected to get an NDA. And also, if you guys had done any research, you'd realize I wasn't the first influencer who's received NDAs from cease and desists, that received any cease and desists from
Yeah,
White Rock.
there were several. I looked into
There
that.
was other ones. So
I
it
saw
wasn't
that.
just I was selected, the blessed one, to receive the blessing of the mighty finger be shaken by White Rock on me. It was just weird happenstance, a company with a historic history that anybody who thinks anything negative of them, they attack and try to squash with threats. And I was one of the few. And so it wasn't just me. There was other influencers who apparently received this
Well,
exact same argument.
I think with
And they have a habit
if
of doing things this way.
if you don't
Apparently.
mind me, I think that with what we found with the media silencing and everything going on with that, I think that it does raise the question is that they just don't want anything out there bad about them, period. And
Correct.
and
So if you look at how they handled things, so if you guys had watched my videos, you would know that I addressed.
I've seen every single one.
With Zigzag, they have a cookie cutter system. They did the same thing with Zigzag. They did the same thing with Z Casino. They did the same thing with Syncus. It's the exact same method. It's like a business model, like cookie cutter model that they do with all these rug pulls. They do the same thing. They promote a project. They offer a net coin follow up to the project, which is the rug pull coin. They have a Discord, they do a Telegram, and then every single one of them, if there's anybody that says anything negative on any of the channels, they just ban it. They fill up all the positive comments with bots and employees who run multiple accounts, probably AI bots now. And they do the same thing with every single project. They ban dissent. Every single. Did you guys read the Blockaments report? They talk all about this in the Blockaments report that I posted online, that was been posted on X. The Blockaments, the crypto forensics company that did the report on White Rock, they talk all about this entire process. The same thing in that report, and it's just a cookie cutter model. If anybody says anything, they block them, mute them, and if somebody gets too loud, they send them cease and desists and threats. It's the same thing with Syncus, Zigzag, Z Casino, and now White Rock. So it's not that they're doing anything new. They're just doing the same thing that they've always done. And I think that just by luck, I just happened to be the guy who didn't go on the boat, that didn't want to be in a position to where they tried shoving alcohol at me or forcing me, tricking me into signing something that I probably shouldn't sign,
You
right?
didn't play
Which is
ball,
probably
so they went after you.
right.
You were the only one
I
that
had
couldn't be
three
bought, is what you're
balls, and
saying?
I said no.
Yeah.
And I think that's the thing that pissed them off the most is the no. I think that's it. I think that's it. It's the no, the being turned down by me. The "Oh, how dare you like turn
Okay.
us down?
So
Like
here,
okay,
I
I
mean,
do have another. Or Wadi, you want to say something?
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. And don't take this the wrong way. This is just me being a
okay.
journalist. Okay.
Just on that note, I'm just gonna give you guys another. I got about 7 more minutes. I'll stay till
Okay.
9:25.
I'll make this quick.
And then I'll
Okay.
leave.
Um, and I want you to know that the whole purpose of my show here is to look at both sides of the coin. Okay. So don't take this as an attack at you. It's just something that I had noticed, and I want to give you the opportunity to um, be able to defend yourself, you know? So, nothing but love here, brother, okay? You know how I interviewed you
Just a
before,
lot of
okay?
love right now.
Okay.
I'm overwhelmed with love at the moment.
Come on, brother. Hey, just this is what we do. We want to see both sides of the coin here, and we also want to look at the edge of the coin as well. All right, this is a
Right.
analogy I use often here. Okay, and it's just good journalism, and this gives you an opportunity to answer this question yourself um, without it coming from the horse's mouth. And I wanted to ask this question to you and I felt like right now is the right opportunity, and because it's not fair to put these questions out without you having the opportunity to defend yourself. Okay, um, I the only and don't take this the wrong way, brother. We just have to do this, okay? The only real red flag I have with you and your story is obviously the YU, which we kind of speculated on. My other is how do I phrase this without upsetting you? Um, it, there's the possibility that maybe it's all a sham for attention, because I did notice you had teamed up with Caveman, and this is not a slight against Caveman either. We love everybody in the community, but these questions need to be asked and answered. You had Caveman had put out an announcement that he was going to be doing a live, and you and White Rock were going to be coming on the show together to talk it out. I showed up for the live, and I reached out to Caveman. I said, "Hey, who's coming on from White Rock and whatever?" And it was misleading as like a PR stunt to get people to come watch, but there was no ever intention of having anyone from White Rock actually joining. Um, it was
Okay,
stated as
so
though they hold on. It was stated as though they would be on the show, and then
no,
the
but
fact of the matter was is it was that
in a very
okay, White
misleading.
Rock is watching, so this is your opportunity to come up and state your piece, but
Right.
it was a
And I'll
bit
address that.
misleading.
The way you worded that, where you said it was intentionally misleading and stuff like that. Like nobody was intentionally misleading anything. For one, two, the only reason I was doing these lives is because California Joe reached out to me and he said that the community was trying to come together to support me. Because initially, whether you understand it or not, this was actually, especially in the very beginning, an extremely scary time for me because I've never received cease and desist on one. Two, I've never had the voice of a company that has millions of dollars behind their back breathing down my neck, threatening to ruin my life financially. So yeah, this is not a fun fucking time for me, and it hasn't been at all. And I really appreciated the fact that California Joe was trying to organize some community support, and mostly Brook Odyssey, Brooke Odyssey was the one who said she vouched for California Joe, and California Joe reached out to me and said he wanted to set me up with a bunch of lives because he was trying to build up communities to help support me. And then, which is why I almost didn't do the live, because when I got the questions from you, it was nothing but an interrogation and a breakdown questionnaire. And I was like, I was told by everybody that this was a community support, and I'm going through a hard time dealing with all this crap emotionally. And I don't feel like being grilled or having a pro White Rock shill who I thought maybe you were then. I don't think you are now. But I, like, in the live interrogating me, making me feel worse when I'm just trying to not feel like shit at the moment. I didn't organize any of those lives. Those were all organized by California Joe. I was busy. I didn't know anything about them reaching out to White Rock until like the night before or the day morning of. And the only reason I found out about it is because somebody even left a comment on my X saying, "You're going to be doing an interview with White Rock." And I was like, I am? I was like, I had no clue that they were doing this, but I was like, whatever. And I remember responding to the comment being like, well, whatever. Let's see if they show up. Just took it with stride. So, yeah. And you can look at it like it's a PR stunt. You could be critical, and you guys can look at this like, hey, this makes us critical. This keeps us this keeps us as critical observers, and this keeps us as the level-headed guys in the crypto field. But right now, I don't look at you guys that way. I think you're being overly critical for the sake of being overly critical to keep your image, and that's my perspective. And you guys can take that how you like, not meaning it as an attack, take it with the best intention. That's my perspective right now. I would love to think better of you guys, but I feel like, for one, you guys show tons of evidence in the time that I've communicated with you that you haven't looked any of the evidence that I've shown you. The questions you've asked me, the stuff that you've brought up in this live alone has showed me that I don't even know if you guys have even watched my videos, and you're here interrogating me about stuff about, like, I don't get it.
You obviously missed the beginning of the live where we covered all that.
That is my perspective right now. So I had no control over that. It wasn't a PR stunt. And if you look at my video history, my videos on White Rock have done tremendously worse than all my other normal daily videos. My viewership has plummeted on my White Rock videos, not gone up. I went from gaining 1,000 followers a month to, over the past month and a half, I've gained maybe 500. Actually, I was gaining like almost 2,000 followers a month, maybe more sometimes. Now I barely gained 500 in the past month and a half. This whole White Rock series has killed my channels, has killed my monetization. I'm making shit money off of my videos right now, where I was making decent money before. So your guys' perspective, where it's like, I understand you're trying to be critical, but it's like, you guys really need to look harder before you start delving in and start coming to paranoid conclusions that do nothing but tear someone down who's literally going through a hard time. And I'm here with a good faith to get to know you guys and have a good time. And I'm just not. I'm sorry. I appreciate you guys bringing me on here. I would hope in the future that we can communicate better and things go better. And I have no hate for you all at all. Wadi, I don't hate you. Oz, I don't hate you. I just think that this could have been better, and I hope in the future we can have a better friendship.
Let me just, before you go, let me just say that. Okay, just listen. Okay, all of these are recorded and posted onto YouTube. I feel like maybe you missed the beginning half of the live before you got in, and we addressed all the White Rock part, okay? And we talked a bit about it with you here, but we had already covered most of that information. And so I know it seems like an attack on you. It's not. They're just questions that not only that I have, but the community has reached out to me and asked me certain things. And I'm like, okay, these are questions that need to be answered for the people. And it's not a, like I said, it's not a slant at you. It's so that those questions that the community is asking can be answered, and it can come from the horse's mouth, because those questions can only be answered by you. And somebody has to ask the tough questions. And I don't, and that's why I made sure that I was very careful about how I asked you and that I let you know that I was not there to attack you, but these questions did need to be answered. And please do not take it as any slant towards you. They just that this is where we're at in
So,
this whole situation, and we need to be open to it. Yeah, Jesse, go ahead,
so
Wadi.
OC, if yeah, if I may, see, this is the problem that I have. You know, I really am the unbiased opinion guy here, right? Like, I barely know him. So if he sees, like, one of the things that kind of point just literally hit me when he was talking is like he got fired up when we asked the hard question. And in my experience, that's actually a bad thing instead of being a good thing. And I also noticed when we press him with the hard question, he usually got only 5 minutes, then he got to run and all of this. And I'll be completely transparent. Could it be a PR stunt? No offense. If I am wrong, God forgive me. Yeah, because you know what? You are going on different influencers live stream with all type of audience, and they are listening to your story, and you are gaining followers. So that's me being unbiased and keeping it real.
Yeah, the only reason I asked the tough question is because the community is asking it, and we need the answer, and um, to get back to you, Dead Daddy, I understand the lack of viewership and the lack of traction in your show. TikTok changed their algorithm in August, and every creator is struggling. Okay, every creator is struggling. Um, so it's not just you because of White Rock. It could be, but there are some major issues happening with TikTok. So we all feel it as creators here. We all feel it. Okay. And it's not about attacking you whatsoever. It was about giving you an opportunity to answer the tough question because we're journalists here. Good journalists ask the tough questions that the people want to know. And it's not anything towards you. That's why I said, hey, man, from the bottom of my heart, this is not a slant against you. This is not an attack on you. This is just what the question that the people want answered. Anyway, I hope you don't see any of this as ill will, okay? And don't take that negatively, um, because I do believe White Rock could quite possibly be a scam. There's so many red flags, and we addressed all of that in the beginning of the live. And I feel like if you had seen that, you would have maybe not felt so attacked. Just know from the bottom of my heart, there is nothing, no hate, no anything, nothing personal. This is just what I do. You're not the only one, man. I drilled White Rock the same way, and any other news publication or story that I look into, I do them all this way. I always have, and that's not going to change about me in this show. And those who are devoted followers here and watch this show, that you know who I am and what I do, and we dig and we ask the tough questions. So please know nothing but love to you. But we have to, if the community is asking the question, we have to answer these questions. And you're the only one that can answer that question because nobody's asking it to you directly. Show you the questions, you got it, buddy. I will send it to you. I don't know if I should dox people though. But yeah, there's more than one person, okay? More than one person have asked this question. It's even a question I had myself, okay? It was a question I had myself. Um, does it make it true just because it's a question? No, it just means it's questionable. It's worth addressing. Okay, not an attack at you whatsoever. Waddy, did you have anything more you want to add on this one?
Yeah, no, I mean, my thing is that, Ozzy, like I said, look, I'm a very observant person. I'm a critical thinker as well. I watch how people move, how they react, and honestly, like I said, I don't know him like that. I saw a fellow content creator that was going through an unjust situation. And then, I decided, you know what? I'm going to support this. That is it. That is my whole, how they say, as far as I go with this whole story, right? And obviously, until today. Now, from my point of view, did I see a lot of inconsistencies? Yes, because it doesn't make sense at all. And well, the first thing that doesn't make sense is if you are seeing a project that could possibly be a scam, what would be the point of you going to an unknown country, not knowing the outcome of what's going to happen when he gets out there? So, yeah, I mean, it sounds fishy. Everything else, it's like, I don't doubt, in my opinion, about White Rock being a scam or not. I said it was a scam way before any of this with him happened. So I'm crystal clear on that. Now, my point of view, you just spend hours talking about, um, well, an hour or so, not hours, talking about narcissists and how they act and this and that. My friend, I apologize that daddy, but that was a narcissist reaction. What I saw from you.
All right. And you know, let's not throw spears, okay? Let's not let's not do that. We are all creators here, okay? And I want to let you know, Dead Daddy, that I chose to take on this um, everything that I divulged about White Rock. I dug way more into White Rock than I did you, buddy. Okay, and to at my conclusion, I would say that White Rock is a big red flag. I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. In me personally, what you do your own research. I did mine. Okay, but and we talked about that here at the beginning of the show. Okay, Dead Daddy, for you, I took on this show because you are a fellow creator. Okay, and I also took it on for the people because the people had questions, the community had questions. Okay, and somebody has to be able to ask the tough questions. Okay, and I want you to know I spent a lot of time, money, and resources on this, especially in the beginning, for you. We found a lot of information when we went on your live. You called me the goat, man. And I'm the goat because I asked the tough questions, okay? And I just want you to know that um, everything we did here was not to stick anything to anyone. It was about supporting you and the community together as a whole, because the community is the ones that are investing their money, their livelihoods. Okay, and as creators, we have a responsibility to our followers, our viewers. Okay, and I just want you to know that I did this for you. Okay, and I want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, man, nothing but love. I get it, dude. I've been in your seat right now. I've been through the legal battles. I broke one of my NDAs on this show, and I have a legal battle ahead of me. Okay, I am in your seat, but sometimes we just got to do what we got to do.
Thanks for allowing me up. And Wadi, hey, how you doing? How's everybody?
How you doing,
Uh,
California Joe? Finally get to
What's
see your
going on,
face.
Joe?
Good, good, good. Yeah. I think the one thing that we all need to remember here, okay, during this whole process is this was, as you said earlier, and as Dead Daddy also said, this was a purpose, a goal to surround the community, to support him, okay? And I think along the way, and once again, this is my opinion, this is the way I see it, okay? And I want to say that, I don't have a vested interest in this. I'm not looking to create an influencing following of a million people and sell merchandise. That's not what I'm all about. I'm about supporting people, especially people that have a situation that's putting them in an awkward position. Okay, I think that we're losing a little bit of the focus, and I know that you brought up points about White Rock in the beginning of your show. I was in flight, so I was listening. I couldn't really jump in until now. Um, but at the end of the day, good journalism, and I'm a communications major. I interned in major newspapers on the East Coast in my career. Um, Good journalism is you give questions ahead of time, okay? If you're going to interview somebody, and especially if you're going to ask them tough questions, you let them see the questions, you let them prepare, you let them make a decision whether they want to be on to answer it or not. Sometimes people withdraw, such as what White Rock did when Dead Daddy gave him his list of questions. So I think the one thing that we're losing here is that the man is still under a lot of pressure. Okay, there's still a lot of unknowns out there that may come back to bite him in the ass. Okay, and we have to be cognizant of that. We have to be compassionate of that. If we're truly trying to be a community to support each other, we have to be cognizant of that fact. Okay, and the fact that he gets upset, listen, I would get upset too. Okay, when you're hit with something that's unexpected, your first reaction is shock. Okay, and people present that shock in different shapes and forms. Okay, so we can't criticize him because of the fact that he got upset at something that was being asked of him, or something that made him feel uncomfortable, or something maybe that he was afraid to talk about. Okay, and once again, and I appreciate Oz that you've apologized to him a million times, and Wadi that you said you hope you're not wrong, and I same thing. My whole goal in this was to take an idea that Brooke and I discussed with some other people on an influence stream, and support one of our own. Okay, and if there are tough questions to be asked, I mean, Oz, I've seen you reach out to him and say, "Hey, DM me, call me, talk to him." I've talked to him. Okay, I've spoken to him. I've asked him whatever I needed to ask him. He's told me whatever he's needed to tell me. Okay, so I think that would probably be a better approach. Okay, and then you can bring him on your show and ask the question, so that way at least he is prepared. And listen, when you talk to him initially, you'll be able to tell because of your experience whether he's telling you the truth or he's not. Okay, so at that point, then you can make a determination. But I think right now, there's a major misunderstanding here. Okay, and I think I just want everyone to understand that we need to clarify that, so that way there is no hurt feelings. There is no feelings that we're trying to hurt him or hurt you or hurt Wadi or hurt myself. At the end of the day, guys, the focus is a community coming together to support each other, so this doesn't happen tomorrow to you, Oz. And if it does, we'll rally around you too. Wadi, same thing goes for you. So that's just my 2 cents. And like I said, I have to jump off because, like I said, I was on a plane for a long time, and I just got home, and I want to be able to go have supper with the family. But I appreciate it, and I will still continue to listen. But Oz, you are the GOAT. Wadi, you are great. Dead Daddy, you are a man. Okay, you are a master at what you do, and I wish everybody a lot of love and blessings, because at the end of the day, that's what's needed. All right,
Hey,
brothers?
thank you, California Joe. I appreciate you coming on the show, and I agree with everything you said. I want the record to show that I did question Dead Daddy about many of these things prior, maybe worded a little bit differently. But yeah, I already drilled him, so he knew what to expect from me.
All right, guys. Listen, have a great evening. Have a great weekend. Okay, and I'll be listening to you guys from as I always do.
All right, thank you,
All right, take care,
thank you for your
Joe.
kind
Much
words.
love, bro.
All right.
Yeah, no, see, I apologize, if I'm too straightforward. If by any chance I disrespected your show or anyone, I do apologize.
Well, I mean, sometimes when this because like we had talked about what we were gonna do on the show, but I was just so busy I didn't really give you a list of questions or anything yet, and that's probably falls on me. So don't pay too much mind to it. It is what it is. It happened, but like I said, and I'm sure you would say as well, as we come from a place of respect and understanding, right? Would you agree with that? This all comes from a
Yes,
place of respect.
100%.
Yeah,
Yes.
and I'd asked these questions already. Okay, um, there nothing new was brought up. Okay, so I think maybe more or less you may have taken a little bit of a low blow, but I understand why. So it is what it is. Let's let it be water under the bridge. There's no reason to create um, tension, especially amongst creators. Like California Joe said, we are a community. We need to be working for each other here and uplifting each other. And that was the whole purpose of this. But unfortunately, sometimes the hard questions have to be asked and they have to be addressed. And I I wish that it had gone down a little bit differently. Did not happen the way I expected it to, and that's why I was very careful and tried to explain that, like, hey, don't take this the wrong way. You know, um, he knows how I am. Okay, everybody here in the chat that watches this show knows um, knows how I am. That when I investigate things, I ask the difficult questions. But I did not intend to be mean or anything like that. And these questions were already asked. These questions were already asked. He already knew what where I was going with this, So, um, thank you, TikTok seller. Appreciate you. Yeah, I deep dive into things and I ask the tough questions. That's why my audience watches this show, is because I'm not afraid to do what needs to be done, not just in the name of journalism, but in the name of the community, the people that watch the show. They're the ones at the end of the day that suffer when there's wrongful information put out. They're the ones, okay?
Yeah,
So,
Ozzy, there's a question for you
yeah.
since this is your show. Real XRP Wifey said, I'm interested to know what were the question.
What were the questions? God, I have a whole list of them. I asked him. I had a whole list. I drilled him. The first time I spoke with him, I drilled him on everything.
Yeah, and
But the
just to be
questions were
clear,
addressed on the live. So
oh, go ahead.
if you missed the question, okay, you can watch these lives. They're recorded and uploaded to YouTube. They should be on by about midnight tonight. Okay, so all the questions are there in the live. Go ahead, Wadi.
Oh no, my thing is, like I said, honestly, I didn't have no ill intention. I don't have any ill intention. Just like you, I'm the type of guy, I am based on truth and facts. And if I see something questionable, then yes, I will ask. And then what makes it worse is the person's reaction in this case. It does more harm than good when you react a certain way instead of just being professional about it and, as we say, handle things like a man.
Yeah. I tried to be very professional, very sensitive, because I get it. It's a very sensitive thing, um, to have those types of questions thrown at you. And that's why I I was very careful of the way I asked the question, and I want to be very professional here. This is a professional show here. We are a news media outlet, okay? And you know, I I didn't want him to feel like he was being attacked. That's why I phrased it like I did, and let him know, like, hey, here comes the hardball, and he knows. He knows, man. The questions I asked him in private were way more critical and deeper into what was going on. Okay, and I feel like I softballed him. All right, I really do. Nothing but love to Dead Daddy. Okay, like I said, I'm going through my own legal battles for breaking NDAs on this show. Okay, I got removed from TikTok for 9 days for breaking my NDA, but it needed to be done because it was the right thing to do. And it was not an attack whatsoever. And I tried to make that very clear. And I hope that he sees it that way. But as to what you said about how he responded to the question, it's normal human behavior to, if you feel attacked, it's a fight or flight adrenaline type thing. I don't see that as anything um, negative whatsoever. It's just natural, very natural for people um, to want to defend themselves, and that's why um, before I said any of these questions or anything, he would know where I was coming from and what could potentially be thrown at him, and I didn't want to ask the questions without him present on the live out of respect, because a man should be able to defend himself in the face of something like that. That it would have been very wrong to divulge any of this information without him present. So now I made sure of that. I alerted him to it. I gave him the opportunity to come on the live. I invited him to come here today because originally, Wadi, I wasn't even going to talk about this, but things were reaching a conclusion with the White Rock thing, and you were coming on, and I felt like it was appropriate. It was never an intention to use you as a way to gang up on him whatsoever. If he feels that way, or if anyone feels that way, it just naturally occurred this way, and I I you're asking the same questions I've been asking, and I think they are valid questions um, to be asked. And you and me are not the only ones asking those questions. There's definitely at least a group of people asking these questions, and they needed to be answered so that we could finally move on from this story, because I'm sure most of the chat is just white rocked out. I know I am. I jumped into this as support for Dead Daddy, just like California Joe had said it was meant to be a support group. I spent a lot of money out of my own pocket to get to the bottom of these things, because not just for Dead Daddy, but for the people. Because the people, they're, at the end of the day, this shows aren't about you and me as creators. They're about us as a crypto community. Crypto Slayer wants to come up. Did you have anything you wanted to elaborate on that, Wadi?
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't let Slayer talk. He's trouble.
We'll give him a chance. No trouble here, Crypto
No, I'm
Slayer. Nothing
kidding.
but
What's
love.
going on, Slayer?
No, I know I jumped in late, and I think a lot of people are just confused because it sounds like that last question was the question that kind of, I mean, I wasn't here from the beginning, so I can't speak from the beginning, but I just would like to clarify. It just kind of seems like that last question about that other live with the other content creator um, just seemed like it was, to me, coming into the live was reaching for, I don't know if they were, you said it was like a publicity stunt. Here's the thing, brother. I don't know how long you've been in the space. I'm a little guy in the space. I don't really consider myself a journalist, a content creator, an influencer, all of those titles. I come on a space because I want to say something and get answers to stuff. When I hold my lives, I'd have 100 plus people in my life, bro. When the markets are down, I'm going to tell you, viewerships go down because nobody likes to look at their portfolio. That's just the name of the game. And so if I think that was a stretch for whoever's live he was going to go on. I don't want to mention people's names because I'm not that person. But if they were reaching to get more gifts or more viewers or followers, people are going to follow you for your content, your personality, your creativity. No matter what you're saying, you can shill a meme coin and people will follow you if you shill a meme coin and you have that charismatic personality that you can relate to your audience. That's the vibe in the space. So I just wanted to say that a lot of people were saying they were kind of confused on what the hard questions were. The only hard question that I got was that last one, and that's where he kind of took offense that why would I go do that? I've jumped on Dead Daddy's lives. He's never brought me on a panel. I love the guy, but here's the thing: he would have 200, 300 people on his live, and viewerships are down because portfolios are down. It's not a publicity stunt. Everybody wants to get a 100 plus people on their lives. They want to get their gift gal. If you're monetizing your situation, then that's your goal is to monetize your situation or your influence or your creativity with your community of people that go when you go on live. So I just saw that last question. It kind of I think kind of rubbed them the wrong way because that was a stretch to me in my eyes that they would do it for publicity stunt. Who is going to be a guest on or whoever he's not. I'll pop into everybody's live, give you some gifts, say hi, and maybe if I got a few minutes, I'll jump like I've been on in your live, Oz. Wadi, I go on your lives almost daily. I'll go on to Dead
Yes,
Daddy's
sir.
live. But everybody's viewerships are down, so I think that was a stretch.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
wasn't here for
something
the
that I
very
had
hard questions in the
stated,
beginning.
Crypto Slayer, is that everyone's viewership is down, especially in this space for sure. Um, and I addressed that and basically said everything you said. I get what you're saying about that question. It was it it was a tough question, and I tried to ask it in the nicest way I could. When I spoke to him privately, I did not ask it as nicely. That's for sure, and that's because that's what I do as a journalist is I ask the tough questions, but I did not blindside him. I want everyone to know that. Um, so that's the main thing here is, and do I believe that to be true? I'm not going to speculate on that whatsoever, but the community is asking those questions, and my job is to get the answers to the questions. And I felt like coming out and asking, he'd been asked before, he knew how I was going to be. That I drilled him hard, okay? Um, and I'm not here to do a softball interview or anything like that. That wasn't what it's about. It is about um, supporting other creators, but it's also about getting the answers to the tough questions. The answer could have been easily just no, I would never do that. But obviously, like I said, it's an adrenaline thing. It's a fight or flight thing. It's just human nature. I get it. Um, but I in no way blindsided him, uh, and I wanted to make sure that I asked the question not without him present in front of the community because it did not feel like the right thing to do without him there to defend himself.
Okay, so the only thing I gotta say, OZ, and from my honest opinion, I don't think you did anything wrong whatsoever. You mentioned you are a journalist, right? So, what is the main job of a journalist? Is to bring out the facts and the truth. So, my issue became an issue when he started getting worked up and started seeing it like we were literally setting him up for an attack. And that to me, it's like, look, man, not for nothing, but yeah, you could kind of say I am from the ghetto, and we say if you cannot handle the heat, you gotta get out of the kitchen.
Jesse, did you want to come up and say something? It sounds like you got something to say. You want me to mic you? But yeah, nothing was intended to be, a an attack. The never was intended to be an attack, and when I had drilled him on all this stuff prior, I had questioned myself as a creator if I should even ask that question in public. However, as a journalist, I felt like it was what I needed to do, that it was the right thing to do, and that if it wasn't true, it would be brought to light. It would give him the opportunity to answer the questions that I'm not the only one asking that question. It is a massive community here of people that are wondering these things. All right, Jesse, I'm going to bring you up on mic. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think people are really misunderstanding. We have to ask questions that are uncomfortable. And it's not because, oh, we don't like this or that or whatever. A question that kept popping up because we talk to different people and give them the scenario, and they are like, well, it sounds like this. Well, what makes it sound like that? And unfortunately, the word publicity stunt came up a lot. And we were like, okay, well, which side? And we were like, we'll ask him because he's going to know. I mean, his answer will be like, no, not at all. Why would I do that? And unfortunately, he was a little hostile, and I get it. Emotions run high. But what people aren't understanding, the other side to that question is he might be in a publicity stunt and doesn't even know it. They might be promoting this. They're reposting his posts about saying negative things about White Rock. White Rock is reposting his posts. So if he's not part of that publicity stunts, they made him the publicity stunt. They're using his anger towards them and all of that to either promote themselves and show people don't come after us. But the whole point was we kept getting that question. It sounds like a publicity stunt, but who's the one uh, delegating it? And that was why we had to ask that question. It's not um, personal. None of the questions in journalism are personal because they're just not fun questions to ask, and that's fine. And I get why he was upset, but we also have to take in consideration when you make a puzzle, you need all of the pieces. You don't get a whole puzzle if pieces are missing. So that's all I wanted to say. It's not, personal, and we've been doing everything we can to make sure that his story is heard and important because we don't want this to happen to other creators as well.
Thank you, Jesse. Um, but yeah, someone in the chat said you could ask them better. I'd go back and rewatch the show, man. I tried to be as respectful as possible. Um, what's up, Mega? How you doing, buddy? Glad to have you on the show, man.
What's going on, man? Can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, you sound a little
What's
quiet,
going
but you're
on,
good.
Mega?
What's going on? What's up, Waddy? What's up, Crypto Slayer? There's so many names that start with crypto.
Good
Or have
evening,
the word crypto in the name, my name included, where I just have to click on a person's name to make sure. Um, I've been here since I got in I would say 15 minutes before Dead Daddy came up. So I heard, the whole conversation with him, but then also, a chunk before. And I would say I don't think it's bad the questions that you asked. I think you did your work as far as asking the right questions. It's just the matter of how they were asked, you know what I mean? And like technical analysis, this is what we talk about all the time, right? Everything's information, right? Everything's an indicator, and information telling us what like things are living. And I think for this type of a setting, it's usually more of a relaxed setting, as far as like, winging things. If people hop up, it's more of just, it wasn't really super planned. But I understand that you actually created this entire show today specifically for this topic and for the case of also bringing him up to talk and stuff like that. But just my personal view is there's different ways you can say things. You can say the same thing, but how you say it is different. Each time I could tell somebody I love them, but I can show them it instead of just saying it, or I can show them it and say it. I can just say the words and kind of walk away. There's different ways how we can say things and do things. Not like I said, I don't think that you guys did a bad thing of asking the questions you asked. I think where I saw the shift, the person just like kind of watching from the outside looking in is as soon as I think you guys started kind of like, and I'm not saying this is like, I would say it could have been worded better, is what I could say, as far as like saying like he's kind of like a nobody in the space. And I don't agree with that. I don't think he's nobody in space. And I know that you don't think he's technically a nobody. And I don't think that anybody thinks that anybody's a
So,
nobody in here. But I think that that kind of struck a chord with him when that was said, and I saw his face kind of shift. And I would personally be a little upset if somebody said that to me too. And so that's kind of just outside looking in, where I saw kind of that shift of where it went to more of the defensive
so,
side of things.
so, Mega, that was actually me that said it, and since you was here, you saw that I was trying to be as nice as possible to
No,
rephrase
100%.
it.
I do
Yeah,
agree with that.
but
I don't
yeah,
think that you were
but
trying to be malicious. I just think that that's where the
yeah,
shift was.
yeah. So, but that's what I'm saying because, man, I mean, I've been in this space long enough, Mega. I hung around with all the bigger content creator. If people believe me or not, that's just their problem, right? So when I said that, I mean, like, I am pretty sure, like, and I know projects and scammy projects and all of
Yeah,
that. But when you look at the viewership that the content creator in this fact is that daddy that he's getting, which is not even that much. When you look at the followers, which is not even that much, then you do kind of question, well, why would they pick on you at all people? Because you're not
yeah,
getting that attention. One thing about projects, because I have been sponsored by them in the past, the one thing projects want to know, how many viewers are you getting? How
yeah, exactly.
much engagement are you getting? Am I correct?
I 100% agree that your motive and your mentality as far as like how like why you even questioned it or somebody said, I don't think it was bad. I really don't. I would have probably said something similar, but I'm just saying for him, it seemed like that's where a shift was. I'm not trying to speak on his behalf. I didn't talk to him at all.
Yeah,
After this,
yeah,
whatever.
but I get
I'm
it.
just saying, just listening in and watching and kind of seeing the facial expressions. That's just where I saw a shift. And so I'm not saying you guys are right or wrong. I'm just saying that's where I saw it. And everyone reacts differently. Like what you said, like when the pressure's on, especially if you kind of get questions, or maybe he did know the questions. Like what Austin was saying. Maybe he shared those questions a while ago or talked with them privately or whatever. But I think maybe even having like a segment of just like preparing, like, hey, we're about to jump into these questions, and here's the list of questions that I actually gave to this person, and I'm going to read them verbatim, and they know exactly what they're going to be asked, or something along those lines. I think might be an approach where it. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want. It's your show. It's
Yeah.
and
But
I
Mega,
enjoyed the conversation. I think it's good that you guys are digging into it though.
Mega, at the end of the day, respect is a big thing. So we do need to be respectful of each other. Um, but that question was a question that I had asked him prior that he knew we were going to ask,
Yeah.
Um, so, and like when I had addressed it, I told him, I was like, I tried. I said, no slant at you about this, but like there are other creators, um, that they could have singled out, and I also gave my speculation as to that. My answer to that question is maybe it was because he didn't have a major agency supporting him or something, and that it was
Yeah.
the
I
perfect
completely agree.
person to single him out. So
Even he agreed with that too.
yeah,
And like he was even agreeing with that too. And that's why I'm saying, I'm like, listening in, I don't think you guys asked the wrong questions. I think you're doing a great job, to be honest. But I'm just saying the way he received it, I think, it's like when you're talking with somebody, especially like a spouse or a significant other, it's like you could say something, but it's like, what did they actually hear? You know what I mean? And so I'm thinking more of the psychological side of it rather than the actual factual questions in the moment, but more so where that shift happened, where maybe he felt a little more defensive and like, I don't want to be here for this. Um, and I would be a little offended too myself, if someone was saying those things about me. It's just a natural reaction, like you said before, to want to defend yourself.
I I
And so
I,
that's just my personal opinion. Do whatever you want to do with it, but
I
just
agree with
sharing my
you
thoughts.
100%. And I tried, and that's why I took a few pauses before and tried to assure him like, hey, like we're in your court, like, but these questions are being asked. We need to get them answered. Um, but yeah, you're right. People don't want to be asked the hard questions, and it's just human nature. And
I don't,
I think
yeah.
you're, I think you're right.
Even when you
Like,
ask me questions about book stuff, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you brought me up to talk about my book the
yeah,
other day, and even then, it's still like, oh, he's asking me questions about this. I need to make sure that I know what to say.
yeah,
Like even then, even if it's something or that's not even like controversial, like sometimes for me, I just get nervous.
yeah.
But anyway, what were you saying?
I I forget.
Sorry.
Oh, I remember now. I remember. Uh, you know, I agree. You know, with maybe rewording things, but in hindsight's 2020. And like you said, when you're on the spot up here, even I'm on the spot asking that question. I'm like, how do I say this in a
Yeah,
way that I don't agitate him or hurt his feelings or you know what I mean? It's like, so it's actually it's difficult to be asked the hard questions. It's also difficult to be the person on the other end
I
asking it
agree,
as
man.
well. And it's very hard, and these questions were not fun, easy
No, it's not easy.
questions.
Not easy.
Yeah, and chat. I want you all to know this, that like I tried very hard to ask these questions in the most respectful way because I do respect Daddy just as a creator. What it takes to be a creator and what it takes that you go through, the emotional, um, just and everything about it, it is very draining on you mentally to do this. And Omega, I'm sure you know that. Wadi, I'm sure you know that. Any creator here is going to agree with that sentiment. There are times where I literally break down in tears because of one dude in the chat. You know what I mean? Uh,
Hmm.
it's difficult. It's very difficult.
Look, I don't think that, and this is just my personal opinion, obviously, my own speculation, talking for technical analysis, is I don't think that Daddy has any kind of ill will or any kind of intent to do anything to deceive people. I just think that in the moment, and um, I don't think he was necessarily acting narcissistic. I just think that he was feeling pressured, especially maybe insulted in that moment. And
I
along
agree.
with that, I would feel in that moment myself. I would be like, dang, man, I came on to just have a conversation and answer some questions.
Right.
Feeling
That's
like you're
why
being
I didn't.
insulted now. You know?
I never even addressed the narcissism part. And my goal in this show is I don't take any stance. Um, I will speculate on circumstances and what so on and what for, whatnot. But you'll never know where I lie on this one. Um, so that's the whole purpose of this show is it's up to the viewer to make that decision. We actually had a back and forth with the fact checker and one of the people in the chat, a longtime viewer, and where we had some disagreements, and they were like, "You need to take a side, and you need to do this," and I'm like, "That's not what I do. I'm not here to take a side.
Yeah.
I'm here to give you the information, and you pick your side."
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not about like forcing people into like submission, you know. Like you have to choose this. And that's why I'm also coming on here, and I appreciate you bringing me up. It's I don't care how many followers I have or anybody else has. It's your show, it's your platform, your community. And so I want to and so that's why I'm also trying to say the things I'm saying in a way where I'm still respecting you and your platform and your community while also just at least sharing what I kind of saw from the outside looking in. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude. I'll tell you what, Mega. When it comes to being a creator, you are my mentor. Um, I will always digress to whatever Mega says. Mega is the gentleman of the crypto space for sure. And we talked about this before, man. Like, there were a few times where I was having a hard time with, dealing with bad actors in the chat and stuff. And I reached out to you, and I didn't. You were live when I reached out to you, and I hopped into your live, and you answered the question before I could even answer it. And I really respect you, by the way. Maybe I
I
put you on a
appreciate the kind
pedestal or
words.
not, but dude, nothing but respect to
Tear
you,
me
man.
down. Say something mean about me now. It has to be a sandwich.
Mega likes to eat cookies, a lot of them.
That is actually a very downside about me because I always crave them. I'm not even joking. Most days is a struggle just to get without having a cookie.
That's
Well,
awesome,
the
man.
first time I met Mega, I got a message, "Hey, how's your training going?" And yeah, you
Let's
know
stop
how
me.
that went.
It's not me.
I was
Did you send
actually
me all your
lucky
crypto
enough.
to invest?
I was lucky enough to get Mega to actually message me before the fake Mega because I'd have been talking to the wrong guy.
I think that's one of the biggest downfalls of TikTok right now, and I think it's my conspiracy. Do whatever, just kind of let it all be, and then they just kind of have the overall statistic numbers to kind of push out there and get people to invest and whatnot. So I think that's kind of one of the biggest downfalls is people can impersonate anybody, and there's so many people getting scammed.
Yeah.
There could literally be a class action lawsuit being formed right now if we really want to.
Ooh, get me on, sign me up. I
I'm
just
not going
got
to
my check
organize
from
that.
the forum, dude. I'll take it.
No, but I really do appreciate you guys. Wadi, I do appreciate your honesty. I know you like to react or
No,
less
no,
than
Mega,
mentality on my
look,
end.
you don't have to even explain yourself, bro, because one of my biggest issue is that I am brutally honest, bro. I have zero tolerance for bullshit, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to curse, and scams and all of that. So that's
Yeah.
why I am the way I am, bro.
No,
But
I completely
no
understand that.
need. You could have, you're right. I should have tried to find a way to not make him feel like, hey, you are a nobody in this space. Even though I did tell him with all the content that he's creating, he's going to be a big influencer.
Yeah,
So yeah,
I understand that, and
once
I
again, I
I
messed up there
sorry.
probably.
No, I definitely agree with you, and I know both of you both set it up where you were just like, please understand, this is not trying to be mean, not trying to come across as trying to hurt your feelings or whatever, and I completely understand that. I'm just saying that even if somebody said all those things to me, and then followed it up with what they was said, I would still be offended.
Yeah. And
I'm
it
just
was
saying,
never my intention to bring him on here to for us to
yeah,
like um jump on him, like team up against him or anything like that. And I feel I feel like that's more or less maybe what he might have felt. I never intended that, and I probably should have. Even today,
Yeah.
he didn't agree to come on the show. I was like, "Hey, I want you to come on the show. We're going to talk about everything we talked about, and it's all going to come out today. Um, not all of it, but most of it." And I was like, "I want you to be there because it's important that you're there to, to defend yourself and be a part of it and tell your
yeah,
side of the story." And I hope he doesn't feel like I set it up for us to attack him because I had no intention for that. And I feel like I didn't attack him, but I understand, his feeling in it, but it was never an intention.
OC. It's okay, man. Just put the blame on me, bro. Don't worries. It's all good.
Unfortunately, because it's my live, it falls on me.
Yeah, no, all good, bro.
that's
It
good.
falls on me.
You ever read the book? What's it called? No, I have to open it up. I'll be right back. I'm gonna open it up real quick to see what book it is.
Speaking of books, I got this book right here I'm reading right now. I've read it like probably like 20 times. This is a psychology textbook from Harvard University from 1968. Ooh, this thing is good, man. If you want a good read, if you like science and stuff like that, it's mostly like science experiments and stuff. You won't see
What
this.
book is it?
This is psychology from Harvard University
That's just
from
that's just a
1968.
textbook,
Yes, and
dude. Just a
he,
straight up textbook.
um, they don't talk about this stuff in universities anymore. And these textbooks have been completely like changed now. And man, there's
Hmm.
some really controversial stuff in there. It's a lot of like animal testing and stuff. I love animals, but I also love information. Um, so, but definitely a rabbit hole for sure. Jump down that one.
um, the book that I was talking about is called Extreme Ownership. It's by Jocko Willink, and he was a Navy SEAL. And the premise of the book is him sharing his life, and then also like his work within the Navy SEALs and whatnot, SEAL Team 6, I believe it was. And just as the leader, no matter what happens, is the ability to take full ownership, even when it sucks, And then you're just like, it is what it is, And it completely starts to shift things in a lot of people's lives when you start to do that. Take ownership for, why are my bills not paid, or why is this happening? Why is this person mean to me? You know what I mean? And there's always reasons we come up with, as to pointing the finger, and the book talks about basically pointing the finger back at yourself. What could have I done differently, or what can I do different next time? Adapt to the situation and overcome it like a Navy SEAL would.
That's
And really cool
exactly
book.
how I look at it right now. Is you know, no matter who said what, the blame falls on me. It's my life, and I'm learning. I'm new to this content creation stuff. I've only been around a couple months, and as much as we've been blowing up so quickly is just fascinating to me. But yeah, it's a learning curve for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. It's all learning. It's all information, and you're doing a great job, though. I think you're
thank
doing
you.
a great job, honestly.
With a lot of topics. And look, man, I honestly, and just so the audience know, OC invited me to the show. I did not even know that Daddy was gonna be up here. I thought it was a solo interview. That's what I thought. So, just to be clear, this was not a planned situation
Yeah.
or anything
Yeah.
like that.
As far as I knew, Dead Daddy wasn't coming on either. He told me that he wasn't going to be able to make it, but he would be listening.
Mm.
So, and then he jumped up.
Oh, it's
Hey guys.
Bullish Babe.
Hey,
Hey
Bullish
guys.
Are
Babe.
you are you
How are you?
dancing on top of your desk?
Sitting on top of my desk right now. I'm laying on the couch in pajamas, totally
Where's
opposite.
Cosmic? Let's make it a party. Where's Cosmic at?
I know. You know what? I'll invite him right now. I don't know if he's up, but I'll invite him. I just wanted to say something. When Mega was talking about, the TikTok and how many copycats there are and stuff like that. We're in a space that we think we know each other, but we really don't. And I think at the end of the day, you have to ask those hard questions. And I scenario that they did. And watching this whole thing unfold, they're getting a lot of publicity from all of this. And what I was saying in the chat is that, when you get bad publicity, and you have a lot of strong followers, all that does is it makes your strong followers double down, right? And defend you.
Exactly.
And I think that's what it did. It made them all double down. And so it was not a dumb move on their part to utilize this publicity to do that.
And that's exactly what Jesse was stating is like the question, is that why did even White Rock post what he had posted on their website? It was all publicity, and I don't want to take a side. Okay, that's not what I do, but it was very thought provoking and raised a lot of questions of why they did that. And I think you're right. I think that they you know what they say, no publicity is bad publicity, but whether
No.
it's positive or negative, it's good.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I think that they knew that their defenders were going to double down, right? And all that does is it actually exacerbates their followers to go out and make public all of this stuff to make it look like they're calling us a scam or whatever. And I think at the end of the day, that's what this did. And it's unfortunate that he felt like you were attacking him or anyone else was, but I feel like it was good for those questions to be asked at the end of the day, because I feel like crypto is a very like uncertain place, right? And there's a lot of people behind the curtains that don't show their face and are anonymous, and
Hey,
a lot of yeah, and a lot of project teams, right, that don't do that as well. And I think when you have that, you have got to dig deeper, you know.
Yeah,
So,
Evolution, to
hey,
your
Wad,
point, hi.
hi.
To your point, yeah. It's funny because when I had a private conversation with Joe, but obviously I'm keeping it private, and that was one of the things that I did mention. I was like, well, Joe, you know what they say about publicity, right? Good or bad is still publicity. So I'm not trying to accuse anyone of anything, but we just never know at the end.
yeah.
And the other thing that I was gonna say is I've been in the space long enough. I funded meme coins project. Right now, I'm funding freaking CBCN from time to time. I don't see their team reaching out to me. Hey, come find out what is our project about.
I'm
And the
doxing
reasons
myself right now, but
why,
my last name is Futter.
what happened?
But and that's the thing, is like at the end of the day, if the team isn't coming back, you kind of know it's, and again, I don't want to get into any big thing, but if you kind of know that something is going on when a team doesn't come back and send somebody who is in press out, right, for a big project like this, and actually answer the questions that are being asked. And that has not happened yet, as far as I'm concerned, right?
I think
100%. And the questions I'm in contact directly with White Rock, they will not answer any of my questions on any of their official um, emails or websites linked to um, them officially. They will only talk to me through middlemen and like telegrams and things like that. And I keep telling them, I'm like, look, I want to get the questions answered and everything, but it has to be on the record. It has to be official. Like otherwise, it's nothing. And it's just been a
I
runaround
mean,
with
that's
them.
telling, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's telling for sure.
I just wanted to say I do agree with you, Bullish, babe, because for myself, I like to stay anonymous, and it has been a tough journey as far as like building the trust. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I've been in this since 2020, as far as like creating stuff for crypto and stuff like that. Started over on X, did that, built it up to like almost 3,500 followers or so, and then I stopped doing that for a couple of years because of like health stuff in my family, and then started doing this in November. And for me personally, I was just like, how do I build that trust with people? Not so I can sell them something or do something, to try to gain anything necessarily, but just so they could feel safe in the community. And I think the more influence you start to have, the more you have to almost like, not that you have to dox yourself, but the more you have to really prove yourself in the community as far as being a person who's willing to take some hard hits, take some hard
Yeah,
questions, and really be as transparent as possible. And so it's like, if I'm not showing my face, if I'm not sharing my name and where I'm at and stuff like that, what other ways can I still create that connection with people? And so one of the things I do is create free things, free resources or videos just trying to help people and stuff, that live streams, just teaching people things and stuff. And so it could only make up so much of it, but especially when it comes to, and my point is this, is when it comes to companies that are actually creating crypto and solutions, I think the amount of transparency there should be beyond reproach.
is huge.
It,
Yeah.
you should be able to look at a company and say, I don't even need to go talk to them. I already have all the answers. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I mean the thing that I've said before is I think that it's really funny. I mean, I right now own three businesses that I run, and I think that it's funny in crypto that people don't treat crypto projects like businesses, and
yeah,
they don't. And I think that that is something that needs to change in crypto, because there are so many projects out there that are allowed to operate like they're not businesses, that it's a problem in crypto, and it's
100%.
actually kicking people out of our space, because they're not operating the same way that a regular business would operate. And why do we allow them to do that? I don't understand, you know.
I think that creates an avenue. That's a void right there, right? That creates an avenue
Yep.
for, if you are willing to be that person who is transparent and has a project that really has a solution, or maybe
Hmm.
you're just like reaching out to companies saying, "Hey,
Thanks, Francesca.
you need to be transparent," and I'm willing to be a person that helps you to do that. Almost like a consultant type of deal to help people to be more transparent as companies. I don't think they would really care about that, but that is a
Hmm.
void, whatever way you want to approach it, because it's proven to be very taken advantage of right now with
And it's
scams and
interesting. I think,
fees.
yeah, and I think a lot of projects have been able to hide behind, the fact that there's not clarity in regulation, and so that's why they're doing it. And I think that that's what's so important about clarity and regulation in the space. If we have that, then these companies and these projects can't hide behind that excuse anymore. And I think that that's really important that we get that.
100%.
Yeah.
No,
Let me
that
ask.
is 100%. But guys, OC, thank you so much. Bullish, it's been a pleasure.
You too.
Mega, likewise.
Yeah,
I
Wadi.
actually
Good
have
seeing
my
them.
best friend
Thank
over
you for
here. He
coming.
came all the way from Texas, and we're
Oh,
supposed to go out and enjoy, you
Hey,
Have
know.
thank you
fun.
for coming on, Wadi. I
Thank you.
appreciate you coming on.
You're a G if you're going out at 10:30 at night, Waddy.
Yeah, he's going out
Hey,
in his
well, you'd be
BMW.
surprised. I'll post
paint
the
the town.
videos. You guys see. You know what we did yesterday? So my wife went to a concert, and me and Ken and his two brothers were all best friends. We grew up together. We went to pick her up, right, from the concert. So we were all hungry. You want to know where we was at 3 a.m.? In freaking IHOP.
I was just gonna say, was it Taco Bell or IHOP? So,
No, no, it was IHOP. So, but hey guys, I appreciate y'all. Love ya.
have a good
OC
night.
once again. I apologize, bro. I didn't mean to, make things worse. And I appreciate you, brother. Have a
I,
good one.
I appreciate you too, and
Bye, Wes.
I'm I mean I'm not upset at you, but I just want everyone to know I never intended anything to happen like this, and I'm learning. I'm learning here too, and I'm going to count this as a good learning experience because this won't be the only time that we're asking tough questions and doing things.
Exactly.
But the responsibility does lie on me. I definitely know that in the future I will probably be jumping in at that point to squash that sooner. And I didn't want to interrupt anybody and then cause more tension, but I realized that that may have not been the right direction to go. But I am learning here. So please, chat, Dead Daddy, everyone, creators, um, do bear with me. I do apologize. I am looking to, um, hone my skills here as a creator because I am new. We've only been around a couple
I think you
months.
apologize more than enough towards Dead Daddy. I think you
Yeah,
apologize more than enough. I don't think you
I
need
do
to.
too. Yeah, I do too. And I think at the end of the day, like, there are emotions that are running high here.
Yeah,
Obviously, like feels like he's been slighted, which I tend to agree. But I think when you're in an interview and you're a journalist trying to get the truth out, when you do that, um, sometimes emotions on the other side take over, and I think that's probably what happened. And it's not the fault of anyone. It's just the heat of the conversation that's
it's
going
all
on right now.
Waddy's fault. It's all
Yeah,
Waddy's fault.
we'll blame him
Yeah,
now.
Waddy
He's
can't
gone.
talk.
I feel like it would have went better if it was just me and him one on one, but I could not get him to get on here. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I was a little frustrated. I'm like, man, I spent a lot of time, money, and resources paying a full staff. We worked overnight, 24 hours straight, um, to get information for his live. That was like the next day, so that we would be prepared and everything. And it cost me a lot of money to cover and do this story, but I could not get him to just come on, and then he even said that he wasn't coming on, and then he showed up. Like, I don't know, I
Like a phantom.
yeah, and
Yeah,
it's
but I think for him, it's like a safety thing now, right? You've got this
Yeah,
really, I have to be careful what I say here, but
I know, right?
you've got this, yeah, right? You've got this company that obviously felt comfortable enough to fly him out and know what they were going to put him through when they did it. And so for me, I think there is like a piece of this that is like a safety issue as well.
I agree with that 100%. Like, and that's why I tried to tread so lightly on this one, because like I said, I'm in a similar legal boat because of being a content creator, breaking my NDA. I got removed from TikTok for 9 days. Like, I know how that feels, and yeah, you get very not just defensive, but like, um, it, what's the word I'm looking for? But like, you don't want you got to tread lightly and be careful about everything you say, everything you do, everyone you talk
Yeah,
to, because
they're walking on eggshells.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. And
absolutely.
so I don't hold it against him at all the way he reacted. I mean, I probably wouldn't have reacted the same way, but I think the average human, that's a normal response, very normal.
I didn't even think about that aspect of it, honestly, until you two just talked about it. It was just the aspect of he has people breathing down his neck. So that pressure on top of, maybe feeling like he didn't really get a good shake or whatever. I'm not here to say whether he did or not. I'm just saying, you know, maybe that's your perspective and what caused the reaction. But he's a nice guy. I like him. I have
Yeah,
nothing
I mean,
against him.
that's
But
the thing. Like at the end of the day, like if if a project said to you, "Why don't you fly out here so that we can prove that we're not whatever you think we are," and you flew out there and then had to deal with this, at
Yeah.
the end of the day, like you'd come back the same way, right? You'd come back confused and angry and emotionally heightened. And I think that's, I feel, I don't know him, but I feel like in every interview, he's been as genuine as possible.
Yeah.
Um, and again, I don't know him, and I don't own White Rock. I never even looked into it, to be honest. Um, but I feel like this is a very emotionally heightened ordeal for him,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I
for
mean,
sure.
think about the other people that are in the project that own White Rock. How they feel. Because I got a lot of nasty letters from people that hold White Rock, and yeah, those people too. Like they don't want something bad to happen to their investments because of somebody talking, and it's just a very very nasty place crypto is. And that's part of why I started this show, is because I wanted to bring a sense of integrity and professionalism to a den of thieves. I say this all the time, and yeah, it's very difficult when you're in a place where most creators, they have everything to gain from shilling out a coin to somebody, and that integrity is lost somewhere along the way. And that's that's my goal here, is to build a sense of integrity in my platform so that people will trust me. And the chat here in this show, they trust me because they know um, I don't take a side, and um, I don't really shill anything. I do the TA and stuff, but like if I find something that I believe in, I'll say, hey, this looks pretty cool. Let's learn about it. But I'm not here to, everybody throw your life savings at it. I'm about, trying to help people grow their financial freedom for themselves and their family for generations to come. And it's about uplifting people and helping people. That's why I give donation from the show. Every month we raise money, and because it's about building a community and giving back to the community.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think that's the difference. I've said this on a couple of lives actually. I think this is the difference between content creators in the last cycle and in this cycle, right? In the last cycle, what used to happen is that the content creators would own something and then they would talk about it. And so it wasn't necessarily that they were getting paid for it. They may have gotten paid for it afterwards, but they actually held it and believed in it before they got paid to talk about it. And I think in this cycle, it's very different. The smaller cap um, meme coins, which there are some that are valid, are paying these content creators before they ever have owned the project. They're giving them a huge amount of their supply to shill it and then pump it, and then these creators are dumping it and then also dumping the projects, right? And so it's just very different this cycle. I feel like, especially with like pump fun and everything that's happened, we're just in a different uh, we're in a different crypto world at this point,
Can I
which
ask
is
a
unfortunate.
question here?
Hmm.
I do agree with that as well. Um, by the way, another thought: Den of Thieves. You said that it is a good movie. If you've not seen that movie, by the way,
I have seen that movie. It's a
such a
good
good
movie.
movie, Gerard
Yeah,
Butler.
such a good movie. Yep.
Um, but do you guys know if they're so the basic gist of what you're doing, Austin, is you're laying it all the chips on the table and saying, look, let's just dive into this. Let's see what there is. Let's so everyone knows, not just you, not just a few people, but so that everyone knows. Do you know if there's a website or a resource where that is basically almost like how the Howie, method was done for knowing if something's a commodity or security? Do we have a resource ready of that where there's different parameters? Does this company have a white paper? Do they have a clear path, with roadmap, but also not just doxing, but like more information about the type of questions you ask personally?
Yeah.
So
So I
yeah,
think like the oh, sorry, go
uh,
ahead.
Waddy had mentioned one that he used, and I'm gonna reach out to him and find out what that is, and I'll let you know. I don't really know. I've never used it before, so I try to vet my sources. But that's part of why I have 3 journalists here and a fact checker, because we have a right wing, a centrist, and a left wing journalist for a reason, so that we don't create echo chambers. And then we have the fact checker that's separate to sift through those to come to uh, basically, okay, here's what this side's saying, here's what the other side's saying, here's what the middle's saying, uh, here's the facts. And then I take that and I display the facts, and then I give my opinion. And that's why we have the show we have, is because we are sifting through so much FUD. And it's not just in crypto, this is also just financial news in general. And we also cover, the war, because I believe that that plays a role in finances right now. So like, there's a lot that we have to dig through here, and that's our purpose. Our purpose is to dig, get the information, give it to you, and then you decide, not me decide for you.
Not to put more stuff on your plate personally, but do you guys already have like a spreadsheet or something along those lines of the ones you've already kind of went through?
What do you mean spreadsheet? Like
Or something, just like different projects you went through, different types of questions you asked, their answers, or the types of resolutions you had for them. Because I would like that personally, like some sort of resource if you're diving into those,
pretty much the only record of it is the shows that are recorded and posted to YouTube.
Okay.
I believe they're on Twitch as well, but that might actually be a good thing to do. Um,
You just gotta be careful how you do that too, so you don't have the companies come after you.
yeah, that is true. And that's why I'm reading the news from all different sides, and then you decide. But then, I find things in articles where they say, um, they'll say, oh, inflation is down, it's only up 1%, right? And then we read through the article, and it says, well, actually, inflation's up 2.4%, but we took out energy and food costs to come to this number. And I'm like, okay, people spend 90% of their income on energy and food. I think that's relevant information to divulge. And they do it this way in order to get the headline that they're looking for, which moves the market in ways that they want it to move, and manipulates people. And so, like, that's basically what I'm doing here, is like we're getting the actual truth.
I mean, there's like, token sniffer that's out there. The problem with those websites is that they're looking at, like, check. Do they have an audit? Do they
It's very
do they
surface.
have do they have a white list? Do they have a black list? Is there 95% of their token supply locked up? And at the end of the day, like, a company or a project that is trying to fool you or rug you will have all of those things in line. What we're
Yeah,
looking for is
100%.
actually, do you have a roadmap, and have you taken steps on that roadmap? Are you actually functional at this point? And that's the type of indicator that I would like, is something that is a little bit more extensive, as far as, is this project actually doing what they're saying they're going to do? And if
Yeah.
they're not going to do that, this is just like smoke and mirrors, which a
Here's the
lot of these
issue with that.
projects are.
Here's the issue with that. Have you ever heard of NewsGuard?
No,
No.
I haven't.
Okay, NewsGuard is basically the same thing for the news. It's fact checking, right? And they give things like a rating based off of like how true or how false they are, right? But they claim to be unbiased and factual, but they use the same tactics that the media does in order to press a narrative that works in their favor, or what they
Yeah.
want to divulge. So what'll happen is an article will come out and say Donald Trump did a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m., right? And it'll say false, debunked, right? But then you go and you read the article, and it says, no, Donald Trump did not do a backflip on Tuesday at 5 p.m. He did a front flip, and it's all, and it's like it gets lost because they change one little thing in their headline to make it look as though it lines up with the other headline, but it's misleading to make it look as though the narrative is false when it's actually true. That's the problem.
I mean, and that's why doing your own research in crypto is so important. I know we all
100%.
want like a fast, a fast win. We all want to get in
Right.
at the bottom and like ride it to the top and become a millionaire overnight. But at the end of the day, most people that are millionaires in crypto did not make it overnight. They
Hmm.
actually researched, they got into projects that they not only believed in, but had utility. And then they actually waited and were patient for that to actually go up. And I think that's the problem. We're portraying crypto as something that is an overnight success, like a lottery. And that's not what crypto is at all.
Agreed.
I'm still waiting for my safe moon to go up. I'm just
Yeah.
joking. No, that's
I'm waiting for my
joking.
SXT to go up,
Good old
man.
safe moon.
SXT seems promising. No, but the reason why I say it is because I keep my portfolio relatively tight as far as like almost small handful of stuff, and most of the stuff people know what it is. I don't divulge like how much I have of whatever, but just more so like I'm not really in the realm of looking around as much. You know what I mean? So that's why I was curious as far as any kind of resources or is even if it was just like Austin, I know I don't want to put more stuff like because if I share an idea, then your people are probably like stop telling him different ideas because then he'll want to do it and then give him more work. Job security. No, but even if it was like releasing an article of like what you did, and I would love to read those, and dive into different projects like that. But don't do that from on my accord. I'm just sharing an idea. I like what you're doing, and having it digestible other than just a live stream too is also a nice avenue. Just to throw it
Yeah.
out there.
I think that's actually a great idea. Jesse's probably ripping her hair out right now because she knows she's going to end up managing
Dang
it
it.
and writing it.
She's been trying to do that forever, right?
And everything needs to be referenced, every sentence, everything.
Yeah.
It
And
needs to be
a
tokenized as
link.
well.
Yeah.
A
I think
link
that
to
would be a
every
great
single
resource,
sentence.
though. I don't know. I'll think
Like
about it. I
nukes
have a
will never
lot
put
on
me
my
into
plate.
the.
I think I'm doing about 20 hours a day right now.
No,
I got
you
like
don't have to
two
do
and a
that.
half hours of sleep last night. Um,
I'm just saying it would be a cool thing,
Yeah.
it would.
whether it's now or later in the future. I'm interested.
Maybe that's something I could do with the Discord. I mean, I just started Discord and it's just starting to go. I'm doing my TA classes on Discord now. By the way, if anyone wants to sign up for the Discord, make sure you send or the link is in my bio for the Discord. And if you want to sign up for the technical analysis classes, um, either send me a DM on TikTok or there's a hashtag TA classes sign up on the Discord. Sorry, I didn't mean to do
Yeah,
a little PR
I'm
thing.
excited to come on your show because you're a TA specialist and I do a lot of trading. And so it's funny because I think you were in our live the other day and you were like, that's what I'm seeing too. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
interested to see what you're seeing in the market.
Yeah, I definitely have a different style, that's for sure.
I do
No
too.
indicators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
No, me either.
indicators.
Yeah,
You don't
me
use
too.
indicators? I use three.
I just use like the Stokes. I use I'm like a pattern seer. I think
Yeah,
it's like my
Same.
ADHD. I can see the patterns and then I
same.
just find confluence and that's where I trade from.
That's
And the indicators actually mess me up if I have indicators on my chart.
I'm exactly the same way. I noticed that about you. That's why when you said the
Yeah.
prices, I was like, that's exactly what I'm
Yeah.
seeing. And I have that bad ADHD and I
Yeah.
see the patterns, you know. I mean, look at my chart on the live here. It's a massive head and
Yeah.
shoulders. But I guess where I get it is like I see the pattern before it forms. Like Mega will back me up on this
Me
one.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mhm.
Me too. And we were actually trading in the wolf pack today for 2 hours on like the 1 minute. And this guy Phil, who is a really really good trader in the wolf pack and has been trading way longer than I have, we see things the exact same. And so he was writing me tonight because we're both in a SHIB short right now. and he was saying, you know, this is where I see it going. I see it going up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's where my entry is. Like we were spot on. It's crazy. I feel like most people in crypto are neurodivergent,
Yeah,
you
you
know.
have to be.
So yeah, I think so.
Hey, Mega, I got a question for you. Are you
That
seeing
might have an answer.
Are you seeing the Head and Shoulders, or are you seeing a quadruple bottom here, bro? Because
I
I'm on
am
the fence.
seeing both.
Are you on the daily?
That's why I've been kind of holding off.
That's why the white
Just
light is on. It's either red, green, or white. If it's white, it's like I have no idea.
honestly, the way I report it is like, look, we have the the left shoulder is a small head and shoulders.
Yeah,
The head is a double top. The right shoulder is a head and shoulders. And
yeah,
altogether it's a huge head and shoulders.
yeah,
And I was like, it might even be a trap. I was like, we just have to be careful, you know. But it's when you have that much indication going on with patterns, I'm just like, kind of like, you know, Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. You know, it's just like, you know, is the wall going to be painted? You know, am I going to just run flat into it? And so I think it's good to keep that in the back of your mind. And that's partially why I always have like that paranoid feeling of like, oh, the whales are after us.
yeah.
You know, just because it's true. It's like so many times we've had good patterns for them. You know, cup and handles and you know inverse head and shoulders, and it just gets squashed. You know, and
I'll tell
now
you
we have.
this:
Oh, good.
it's easier for it to go down than it is for it to go up.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's
and
I think
oh, go ahead.
a lot of people don't realize that they'll start to like. I mean, how many times have you heard it too? Or even Bullish Babe, you know, like anytime it goes up a little bit, people are like, it's never going back down. I'm like, dude, chill out.
Yeah, people come
Like
into the
it's
live and
obvious.
they're like, oh, it's going up. You said it's going down. I'm like, yeah, it is. Just give it some time. It's gonna go down. I'm like, and like,
Are you guys looking at? Is this XRP on the daily? Is that what you guys are
That
looking
looks
at?
like the daytime frame.
yeah, this is the
Or
Is it
daytime. I mean, even the week time frame looks
yeah,
the
it's pretty
same.
similar now.
Look at that. That's a Head
We
and
have enough
Shoulders.
information. That's a. I think that's too long as a flag, to be honest with you.
I agree. It's not a flag,
Once it
and
starts to fizzle out after, like before the head and shoulders that we have now, the big one. If it had started going up from there, then I'd be like, okay, maybe it was, you know, some sort of a flag formation. But now that we're going sideways even more, I
it's
feel like that fair
consolidation is
value
what
gap
it
on the
is.
downside.
It's
Yeah,
consolidation on the downside for sure. And I mean, with the time of year it is right now, and with what's going on in the world right now, I'm
hmm
leaning towards down, baby. Everything
yeah.
points to down.
Well, we went up in November. Usually, what happens after you go up is distribution, you know, and then what happens after that?
Yeah,
so?
Down.
So are you guys seeing like the double bottom on the hourly though? Like there's a big, huge double bottom.
I saw
I
that
don't usually
too, and
watch
that's why I
the
think it'll go to
hourlies too much.
233.
I don't usually watch the hourlies too much. More so just because
233.
I go up to meet the last top pretty much. So a
Yeah,
double, quadruple bottom. Look, I'm down for it if it was to shoot up, but it's always good to keep in mind what we're seeing right now with patterns.
I hope it shoots up. I gotta pay the staff here, man.
I think I just think what it looks like is that XRP may have some news. That's what I think right now for the storyline. I think XRP may have some news that's going to take it up before maybe everything else
I don't know. I'm not
on that
feeling
one
that.
1 hour.
I think we're newsed out on this one, and the only news we're gonna get is speculation to the case being dropped. But I'll tell you this right now: what we're gonna mark my words, uh, Torres is gonna say 60 days. 60 days review.
60 days.
Yep. I don't know if you guys know this
Always.
about me. I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator. I don't know what I was thinking, but um, yeah, that's just the legal process. It's continuance after continuance, and this is what I think. Okay, um, I know I'm a futter, but this is what I'm thinking here. If XRP was going to be used like a currency, we would need clear regulation on whether or not these currencies, not just XRP, are um, securities or commodities. And I feel like if that was the direction that they were going, was using these decentralized coins, um, that would be one of the first things to come out for legislation. But the first legislation that's come out has been stablecoin bill, and they're looking to maybe even revise it to have the Fed be in control of the regulation of stablecoins, which I think is a one-way track to a one world currency. And Mega, I know you're a believer.
I'm a moon boy.
Yeah, you're. Well, I mean,
The moon
biblically,
cheese,
you're
sir.
you're a believer biblically, right?
Oh,
So,
I thought you meant an XRP
oh
shooting.
well,
Yes, I am a believer.
I go to Mega to make me believe about XRP. He makes me less bearish, but whether you believe or not, the fact of the matter is there are people that do, that are in control of everything, and they are pushing for these things to happen.
Mhm.
So I believe that that is the direction that the world is headed, is this one world government, one world currency, and it's about control, not about decentralization. And that makes me a bit biased to this, but I think that the overall goal here is CBDCs and stable coins. And that being the case, what purpose does XRP have? Well, then, because RLUSD can do basically everything that XRP can do, except for it needs XRP to facilitate the gas fees, and it needs it as a liquidity pool. So, really, what real value will it have? Because it's going to be like trying to fill a bucket that has no bottom in it. The money doesn't, sit in XRP. It flows through it within seconds. Obviously, it will go up if it takes over 14% of Swift. I think that's a little outlandish. I don't trust anything Brad Garlinghouse says. But let's just say it does. He has everything to benefit from
Yeah.
keeping the price up as long as he can. And I think that the truth is starting to come out about this. People are waking up to this. But there's also a large community and a lot of social media is pushing the creators that are pushing this coin. So I think that there's that sentiment behind it. So I do believe in the moon cheese, but it gets
Actually,
its
I
value.
don't think social media. Oh, I don't think social media is actually pushing it. I think that there are just so many holders of XRP that the algorithm is picking it up, and
That
that's
might be
why,
part of it.
as creators, yeah, I think as creators,
But
make an XRP video, it's double,
Yep.
like
XRP
automatically, and it
XRP
sucks.
gets its
And it
value.
sucks because it's like you have to put that in to bump your algorithm so that people can actually see educational videos. Like it
Yeah,
sucks,
that's true.
you know.
I'll tell you this, the only video I went viral was the one where I said that we're not going to the moon, we're going to Uranus. So, and that was it
I just
sounded
processed what you said.
Yeah,
it sounded
I
like
know.
but that's actually a bearish term, like you're gonna get effed. So
I don't
um
know. Like
I don't
for
want to
me,
go there.
guys, the chart looks like if we break over that 200, we are on the move for XRP. And I am not
200?
like an XRP. So if we break that double bottom, we are over the 200, which means a pump for me. And that's just
Oh,
like
are you talking about the
indicator
200
wise.
EMA?
Yeah.
Okay,
let me pull it up.
I didn't see it on his screen, so I was like 200 what?
200 EMA.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's at what
Well, he has indicators, ladies and gentlemen. He has indicators. There should be an alert going off every time you use them.
that's like the one indicator where when I'm just not sure, I'll take a look at the EMAs.
Yeah. Do you have three
because
there?
they're
You
pretty
have a
much spot
50,
on.
200 in the middle.
If you
Hear me out on this one though. If we break that EMA line, it's coming down to where I say it's coming down to. It's coming down hard. But you know what I see here is, I just noticed this. Look at this. Is that a double bottom?
That's what I was thinking too. When it comes back down to actually hit below that golden box, um, I think that that's also a setup for end of year pump.
Yeah, November. By November, top
So that's
out.
why I was anticipating for this to actually play out over the next month or so.
Actually, I think I kind of lean with Cosmic on this one. I think September, October is going to be it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything got shifted. So
yeah.
like the peak was when January. Was it January or was
Yeah.
it
I
December technically?
I would love to prove him wrong. So if you
Me
guys
too.
disagree with
I
me,
need money.
that would be so
Just
great.
chase that feeling in life.
Yeah.
I know. The
He's
question
been
is
saying it for so long, and I feel like I'm going to be the target of and I told you so video. So
yeah. And he'll make a good funny one, I'm sure.
big time. It'll involve dancing on a desk. I'm pretty sure. So
That's awesome.
I got to get going, but just some last words I will say for those that are listening in here. I see people saying stuff like, they're tired of crypto. I understand, but just understand that as soon as you get into crypto, you're instantly a target. And that's not just saying that just to say it. It's not. Some sort of clickbaity stuff. You instantly become a target as soon as you have a wallet. You sign up for anything, because you are now on the radar of the whales. The large investors, and you're now a liquidity for them. And so, if you're able to understand some of those different tactics and whatnot, it's going to help so much. Um, and so, the mentality here that I see a lot of right now, especially in this sideways movement, is just people are either bored or they're tired of waiting. And just like good old Warren Buffett says, if you wait long enough, you will most likely end up on top. Like a
Exactly.
lot of the projects, if you're just patient, that's what the whales use, patience. Good, obviously, a lot of other things too. But if you just use patience, that's one of the ways that the small guys can win, is just waiting. And that's one of the hardest things, because a lot of people just don't have that patience, or they just need the money or whatever it might be.
Well, we
And the
have
way
to
I look at
also
XRP is
be careful with that too, because a lot of people bought in at $3.40.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I hear that. I'm
and
talking about
many
my
times,
position, I would guess.
yeah, many times I in a cycle I've ridden it all the way to the bottom, DCA'd all the way to the bottom,
Yeah.
and just hoping for something that never came. And so that's also something we got to be careful
Yes.
of
Yeah, I
when
do agree.
we're, because we have an obligation to our followers as well.
Yeah, if you didn't get in at like 30 cents or 50 cents like I did,
I'll tell you this.
it's a different story.
Everyone's financial situation is different. And that's
Yeah.
why I offer the one-on-one coaching, because I don't throw a blanket scenario on how to get rich in crypto. What I do is
Mhm.
I formulate a strategy to cater to your specific needs to get you profitable, because there's money to be made on the way up and there's money to be made on the way down. So if you are struggling in crypto, and you just say that you're over it, send me a DM or become a deluxe subscriber and send a DM, and we can get you profitable. We have nothing but success stories here from our subscribers, and all of our subscribers resubscribe. That's the big thing here, is they resubscribe because they are making 18-year-old kid is remodeling his parents' kitchen and just got his the remodel all done, and now he's turned his parents on. They're watching the show. So
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's TikTok seller in there. He says, yes, sir, that's him. So a lot of success stories. So if you are struggling, and not just me, Bullish Babe, Mega Crypto, they're good too. I will give credit where credit's due. If I see that somebody is doing something good and making a difference in the space, and is on point and knows what they're doing, I'm going to give them credit. And I give both of you guys credit for sure.
Thank you.
Now, I've seen it with
Thanks.
my own two eyes, and I think it's important to not just find one creator and stick with that, and that's it. It's important to reach out to different creators and educate yourself as much as possible. Do not blindly follow any creator. Get as much information as you can, and that's how you become successful. So everyone, definitely give Mega Crypto a follow, Bullish Babe a follow. I put my stamp of approval on them, 100%.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank
Of
you.
course.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
appreciate you
Thanks
guys.
for having me up tonight.
Yeah,
And appreciate you guys so
thanks, man.
much. Yeah.
I'm gonna
You
have to
guys have a good night.
speed through the news today because we
too.
went way over, but it was a
Good night,
great
guys.
live.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night,
And,
guys.
Good night.
I'll hang out and chat, but have a
Yeah,
good
I
one.
appreciate you guys. Always are welcome on. If you just want to pop in, send me an invite, and you guys are always welcome.
Thanks, man.
Have a good night, Ozzy.
You too. All right. Well, that was an interesting live. I would say definitely maybe our best one ever. I mean, it had some ups and downs, but good entertainment, that's for sure. And thank you to everyone with all the gifts. The gifts are just massive amounts of everything. Thank you to everyone that gave. So much appreciation to everything you guys do. And remember, we have the technical analysis class that will be on Discord. If you are interested in taking the technical analysis class, learn how to read the charts like I do. There are very few creators or people in general that do it the way I do. And it's instantaneous. It's very quick, and time is money. All right. And that's what I want to teach you guys to do. Space is limited, though, because I want to be able to do close interaction with the students, so that way you can learn it very quickly, and we can get you on your way and bring in new people. The idea is not to string you along and milk you for money. The idea is to get you learning, get you profitable, and get you on your way so that we can make room for new people. And so if that's something you want, send me a DM. Also, become a deluxe subscriber or a regular subscriber. Our basic subscription comes with daily price points for XRP, or if I see something that's about to moon, I will put out an alert for it. And I post those. Sometimes they go out at like 3 in the morning. So we also have the email alert system. If you sign up now, it's free for the rest of the month. It is $1.99. But it pays for itself. Everything that I offer, I try to put it at a value where it will pay for itself quickly, because I understand a lot of people don't have a lot of money or they've already lost money in this space. The idea is to get you profitable and get you profitable quickly, so that the bull run doesn't come and bite you in the butt, okay? Because if you run with the bulls, you get the horns, man, if you don't know what you're doing. Definitely recommend that to anyone that's interested in that. Let's get into the news, huh? We'll kind of speed read through these because we got about an hour. I think we can do it. So Coinbase secures EU crypto license, swapping Ireland for Luxembourg as the main hub. Coinbase has obtained a market in crypto assets MiCA license from Luxembourg Commission de Surveillance de Structure Financière. So yeah, I'm not going to read the whole article, but already read and vetted. It's happening. So this is cool. Those of you that hold Coinbase, you're probably making a lot of money. I know some of you guys, we were covering it and got into the IPO on this one and just making buku bucks. But remember, IPOs are a fundraiser for Coinbase. And remember, we covered the news that Coinbase was potentially going bankrupt. This is a way that companies solve that issue. So it is a rug pull, I guess, but it's different. It's a fundraiser, okay? They release the IPO, it buys up, the price runs up, and then the company sells off shares, and that's how they gain finances to fund their projects and whatnot. So make sure you're taking profits. You only need to hold one IPO Class A stock, okay, in Coinbase to be a Class A shareholder and have a stake in the company, have voting rights, okay? You can sell them all, keep one, okay? And then you can buy back in later when it comes down, and you become a shareholder in the company. All right. Trump calls House GOP to quickly adopt clear version of the Senate passed crypto bill. Now, we had read the other day that they want to have the Fed have control of regulation over stable coins, basically. And I think that that's a bad thing. Having it this way is more decentralized, there's more people working on it and talking about it. Yes, it will slow things down, but I think we'll get a better, more clear framework. I think with having the Fed, it pushes us more towards the CBDC direction. We shall see. We shall see. But that's basically it. He just doesn't want them to change anything in the bill, right? We gotta buzz through some of these. Crypto user attacked in France over Ledger hardware wallet report. Okay, so this is a wrench attack that just happened recently. Make sure you are safe with your money. Get it stored on a cold wallet if you are long-term holding. Obviously, if you're trading, you need it on the exchange, but be careful. This is why I do not recommend any exchanges, because they are all vulnerable. Everyone tells me what's the best to use. I don't divulge that information. One, because I don't want anyone to know where I'm trading from. And two, because what if something happens? I'm not going to be taking on those legal repercussions from that. All right, here's another one. Geopolitical tensions freeze crypto markets while oil holds steady. Okay, so oil's doing really well, but the crypto markets are kind of stagnant right now, and I would say that they're headed down. This is a strong indication that we are going to war. Okay, the markets are a good way to understand what people think, but also what a lot of these whales are big players. They know what's coming. So when people are investing in oil, in order to run a Navy fleet or an Air Force, you need lots and lots of crude oil, okay? Not only that, we depleted our resources when we switched to the summer blend under the Biden administration, and those reserves are meant for if we have to go to war, and those reserves have not been refilled yet. So we could... I mean, if we go to all out war, expect like $8-10 a gallon of gas. And another indicator is gold. If gold is doing well, that shows that people are uncertain with the stock markets, with crypto, that they want a hedge for their money, a safe haven to place their money where it will grow. And we've just seen gold taking off like crazy. And I'd even say, according to the charts, it looks like gold may take another push upward. XRP news today: Ripple traders brace for Torres's decision and SEC shift. Bitcoin at 204. So a favorable ruling by Judge Torres could prompt both parties to withdraw their appeals and boost XRP spot ETF hopes. Bill Morgan warns a quick ruling could signal another rejection, citing the previous 7-day turnaround. And here it says Ripple and the SEC filed a renewed motion on June 12th, seeking to lift the XRP sales ban and reduce the fine to $125 million. Here's the thing. If they reduce the fine, that's an admission of guilt, okay? And if they broke the law, they may not remove the injunction. They may grant the fine, but they may not grant removing the injunction. It would take legislation clarity, and this is what we talked about earlier, is if we had a bill that came forward that said these are securities or commodities, or something that would clarify this, then that would change the law. But the law is still the same. XRP, Ripple broke the law. Therefore, that's why there's an injunction. So something to consider. Will the injunction go away? I hope, but it's not certain. The whole article is manipulation. Dude, I'm just giving you the facts, man. The facts are that it is a long legal process. It's probably going to get another 60-day continuance. Okay? I was studying for the bar exam before I decided to be a creator, okay? I understand how these things go. They are long, lengthy, and drawn out. It could take years for this to end. It may happen next bull cycle. It may be what sparks the next bull cycle. Okay? Housing market sees major power shift, which will send prices into free fall. An unlikely state is set to get hammered. I'm not going to read through all of this, but if you want to check this out, this is by the Daily Mail, and it's in the real estate section. But I would say that it's likely that I think, what's the number here? They said there's like 200 million homes for sale and only 100.5 million people looking for homes right now. So that's driving the market down. Where is that at here? I'll read that for you real quick. I don't remember. But yeah, that's basically, there's less people buying than there are homes for sale. That's not good. Yeah, prices are dropping. Get ready for the housing market's been a bubble since COVID, you know? Housing prices doubled overnight, and the interest rate for housing right now is like 7%. It's ridiculous. Like it is almost impossible to afford one of these homes. That's why the prices are coming down. Yeah, Oscar, they're dragging out that case for sure. And I think that's in Ripple's best interest, because if they're moving towards CBDCs and then XRP is going to not be used what everybody wants it to be used for, then it would be in Ripple's best interest to elongate this out as long as possible to keep the price up, because that's more that they can sell from their reserves from the escrow at a higher price. Canada threatens further tariffs on the U.S. steel and aluminum. The exact rate will depend on progress made towards the tariff deal with Trump administration July 21st. So this is not good. This is not good. we could see reciprocal tariffs coming soon. I believe it's July 9th is the deadline. We could see the U.S. ramping up tariffs on other countries and reciprocal tariffs coming back on us, which could drop the market dramatically very quickly like it has in the past. Trump administration tariff updates in June. That's just recapping what we just talked about. All right. So a week into the war, Israel and Iran trade fire as Europe's diplomatic efforts yield no breakthrough. Let's watch this little video here. This is crazy. Bro. That is just crazy. And I feel sorry for the people that are stuck in all of this. And I pray that this ends quickly. Tel Aviv, Israel. Israel and Iran trade strikes a week into their war on Friday as President Donald Trump weighed U.S. military involvement, and key European ministers met with Iran's top diplomat in Geneva in a scramble to de-escalate the conflict. But the first face-to-face meeting between Western and Iranian officials in a week long war concluded after 4 hours with no sign of an immediate breakthrough. That's pretty much basically to take from this. Iran has no intention of surrendering. They've stated it, that they're not doing that. They're chanting death to America, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. They say within a couple weeks that it will be available for them to actually send and strike. Israel signals protracted war with Iran, and Trump says he won't push for a ceasefire. Now let's take a look at this video here. So this is them blowing some stuff up, you know. So Trump's gonna let them fight it out, and I'll tell you why. Here's your answer right here, okay? Listen to this guy, what he has to say.
And you said no. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. So a couple
Let me start
days
it
ago
over.
I asked you if we're heading towards World War III, and you said. And now today you seem to be singing a different tune. Explain.
Well, there's just not very many options with this Iran thing. Our bunker busters, our best ones, are only capable of penetrating 200 feet underground. Iran's nuclear facility that we want to strike is past that maximum effective range. It's like 260 to 300 feet in the ground. So with our best non-nuclear equipment, we can't reach it. So that leaves only three options, which is one, a tactical nuclear strike, which I doubt we'd do. I mean, the world don't want that. That would be fucking crazy. Two would be boots on the ground, which I don't think he has public support for. But I'm already seeing the misinformation campaign starting on social media where people are like, I trust Trump to lead us to whatever decision. I mean, entering another 20-year war would be fucking terrible. And third option would be to negotiate, which Trump claims to be a master negotiator, and he promised to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, and that shit's still going on. And I just don't trust this administration's ability to negotiate. And what leverage does he have over Iran? What's he going to tell him? I'm going to carpet bomb your country? And Iran's like, all right, fine, we're going to develop nukes in a few months, and you're going to fucking regret it. So what leverage does he have? Like, Iran's going to want something in return, and is that nuclear capability? Because that's what they want. Like, there's really, I don't see any good options in this situation. And if Trump's like, if you keep developing these nuclear bombs, we're going to nuke you, Iran's going to be like, no, you're not. And then China's going to be like, you fucking better not do it. Pakistan's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Russia's going to be like, you better fucking not do it. Unless we have some top secret bunker busting missile capable of penetrating past 200 feet, but doubtful. So it's kind of looking like boots on the ground is what's gonna, I mean, logically, that is the best case scenario if everything that we are hearing is true, ultimately, right? Like, that's what it relies on, is do we trust the intelligence that the government is giving us? And even then, you're like, is this fucking true? Who fucking knows anymore?
So a couple days ago I asked you if we're heading towards World
So
War III.
he is a former sniper in the U.S. military, okay, is who this guy is. But I think what he's saying is true, and I think people need to hear his take on it, because that's what I believe. Everything that he's saying right here is what I've been saying. We don't have very many options here. And so World War III, it's knocking on our doorstep right now. It is knocking on our doorstep, and we need to take into consideration that everything that he said is pretty spot on. So wow. Could you imagine looking out your window and seeing something like that?
إله إلا الله الله أكبر الله أكبر.
There's a lot going on. And we talked about nukes yesterday, right?
What would happen if China nuked Los Angeles?
Maybe not China, but I live on the West Coast. I'm sure a lot of you do too.
China's current nuclear warhead, if it hit Los Angeles, most of us are dead. But look at the fallout. Look how far the fallout goes.
All the way to Las Vegas.
They would feel it in Vegas. That's crazy.
Utah.
Utah. It would make it to Utah.
And that's just one.
Or could, guys.
Here's another one. This
All right,
is
guys,
San Diego.
What would happen if China nukes San Diego, California with their current nuclear warhead? Let's check it out, guys. Boom! God. Look at that. Holy crap. San Diego is freaking cooked, bro. All the way up to Escondido. Look at this fallout. Palm Springs, Indio's toast. 29 Palms. Eagle Mountain. All the way to Kingman, Arizona. Needles is toast. Look at that. Past Vegas, almost to Flagstaff. That's what would happen if China nukes San Diego.
Oh yeah, Big Baller.
God, good luck.
I know what you're saying. Big Baller says it's going to get crazy, guys. Don't forget Obama. I call him Obama, not Obama. He says Obama though. Gave Iran over 4 billion lots of weapons.
God. Look at that.
Hey, Big Baller. I'm starting a new show, and it's going to be the Facts and Opinions show. It's going to be me and the IT guy, actually, and we're going to have a second set that is back here. These curtains will go away, and it'll be a different set. And we want to put the beer gator in the center of the set. So I want to get one. Let me know when I can get a hold of one, because as soon as we get one, we're gonna go. IT guy says I'm not doing a show with you unless there is soda on tap, and I said beer gator it is.
Nuclear war.
So this is on the TikTok shop.
And that's why you need this.
Maybe you don't need it. Maybe you do.
Beta particles, gamma rays,
Prepping tool.
gives you the radiation exposure.
I don't make any money off of TikTok shop selling this.
Exposure that you've experienced since you've started testing. It also has this running tally right here.
Iran sold 300 million in Bitcoin. I think
It has all of these different settings
there was a bunch that was we covered it yesterday, Neo.
Use this counter right here and compare it to their
Israel
counter. They said it's
hacked
reading exactly the same.
them
It's USB-C
their wallets
rechargeable, so
and
you
sent
don't
them
need
to
batteries, and it's
wallets
rugged
that
and
are
compact, so it's perfect
dead
for your
wallets.
bug out bag. Nuclear war is not an idea, it's a true possibility. So don't get caught without one of these. If you want to check it out, I've linked it right here for you. Grab it today.
Fox News alert, the Ayatollah's gone into hiding. He's believed to be holed up inside an underground bunker northeast of the capital. This is a different kind of Iranian hostage crisis. Khomeini can hide, but he can't run. For the past 24 hours, Israel's been attacking the area around his underground lair. But Khamenei, still talking tough, says Iran will not surrender to anyone. And is warning that if America joins the fight and strikes, it'll result in irreparable damage to the United States. Is he bluffing? We don't know. Iranian proxies, which have been severely degraded, are threatening to commit acts of terror against American troops and American ships in the region. And American businesses are now bracing for cyber attacks. Trump says, good luck with that. We won't be bullied.
I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it. I give up. No more. Then we go blow up all the all the nuclear stuff that's all over the place there. No, they had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like. They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore.
Trump's been meeting in the Situation Room with his national security team. Head of Central Command, Army General Eric Kurilla, they call him the Gorilla, has been instrumental in the war planning. The Pentagon's sending in their new state-of-the-art supercarrier, the USS Gerald Ford, and amassing a tremendous amount of assets in the area. Today, Trump had lunch with Pakistan's army chief. Pakistan borders Iran. Seems like something's about to happen. Trump's not showing his cards yet.
Whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
And this is just breaking. The Wall Street Journal is reporting Trump privately approved attack plans against Iran. Now, we don't know what these plans entail, but we're told they include U.S. airstrikes, bunker busters. Remember, the latest version of the bunker buster has never been used on the battlefield. It's only been tested. Axios reports that Trump has been quizzing his generals. Are they sure if he uses them, they'll be 100% effective? The generals say yes, but Trump's not completely convinced. Caroline Leavitt says all options remain on the table. Trump's been waiting on giving the final order, seeing if the Iranians give up and surrender their nuke program peacefully. Sources in D.C. say Trump's out of patience and Iran's up against the clock.
I believe that unless Iran surrenders in the next 48 hours, the United States, in conjunction with Israel, will engage in military action.
Trump says the Iranians want to fly all the way to the White House to negotiate an end to this. But he says it's too late. He doesn't appear to be open to long, drawn-out negotiations where he gets strung along like last time.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. We're looking for a total, complete victory. Again, you know what the victory is. No nuclear weapon.
Trump's made a decision. Iran's nuclear program is gone. The person who ultimately decides that is the Ayatollah. He can either let us do it peacefully or we'll do it violently. But either way, the outcome of this war is this. The Iranians will never be able to acquire a nuclear weapon, ever. But time's running out for both sides. Israel's reportedly running low on defensive interceptors, and Iran's reportedly running low on missiles. Iran's also running out of allies. They don't have any friends left in the region. And China, their biggest customer, quiet. And Putin, he has his own problems.
And I spoke to him yesterday, and I said, he actually offered to help mediate. I said, do me a favor. Mediate your own. Let's mediate Russia first, okay? I said, Vladimir, let's mediate Russia first. You can worry about this later.
The Persians are pinned up against the wall. They've been completely humiliated by a tiny Jewish nation, a fraction of the size of Iran. And now the Daily Wire is reporting that the Mossad set up a fake hotline in Iran and ordered top Iranian military officials into an emergency meeting. And the generals were lured into a small bunker in Tehran before Israel wiped them out with a precision airstrike. And inside of the country, you're starting to see unrest. Sanctions have crippled their economy so badly that workers are rioting over delayed payments. Manufacturers are striking over high inflation. Schools, cement factories, and pharmaceutical plants are shutting down. The Iranian currency is getting shredded. And Israel's hitting Iranian energy infrastructure, which is going to create price shocks and shortages. So with the streets teetering and its military commanders assassinated, a nuke might be the Ayatollah's only hope. No one really knows how fast they could spin up a device and strap it into a warhead, but Trump says they're only a few weeks away. Back in March, Tulsi Gabbard said the Iranians were enriching uranium at record levels.
In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So will the United States end Iran's nuclear program with a 30,000-pound bunker buster? Or can Israel end it themselves? Israel admits they have options. They could knock out the power plants that run the underground nuke facility. And since they control the air, Israeli commandos could be inserted and fight their way in and then detonate the site with dynamite. If America does it, there would be consequences, nuclear contamination, and internationally there could be some fallout, though I'm sure Trump could handle it. Either way, the Iranians would retaliate and the United States would have to go back onto a war footing in the Middle East. The whole world's watching. It's the biggest
And we
moment
know
of the
those
Trump
bunker
presidency.
busters won't work.
China and Russia surveying the scene, and so are our trade partners. We're at this moment in history because of Obama and Biden. They signed a toothless nuke deal that let the Iranians keep enriching and let them keep their ballistic missiles, and paid them billions of dollars, which they used to finance their war machine and proxies. Proxies which have been killing Americans for decades. Marines in Beirut, soldiers in Iraq, and taking Americans hostage in Gaza and inside of Iran. American deterrence, backed by the threat of violence, is what maintains order in the world. And sometimes there comes a time when the commander-in-chief has to use force to nourish the deterrence and keep the American people safe. Is this one of those times? We're about to find out. Fox News alert, the Ayatollah has
Man.
gone into hiding.
This is getting really bad really fast. We watched this yesterday, but we're going to watch it one more time.
در این سفر رئیس جمهور آمریکا به منطقه مطرح شد لایق جواب دادن نیست اصلا. اینقدر سطح حرف پایینه که مایه سرفکندگی گوینده حرف و مایه سرفکندگی ملت آمریکاست. اونا رو کار نداره. لکن یکی دو جمله رو باید روش توجه بکنیم. ترامپ گفت که میخواد از قدرت برای صلح استفاده کنه. دروغ گفت.
Death to America. These people cannot have nukes. We cannot let that happen. But I don't want to go to war. I don't want another war, but this can't be allowed.
برای جنگ افروزی در هر جایی که بتوانند، برای حمایت کردن از مزدوران خودشون، از قدرت این استفاده رو کردن. چه از قدرت برای ایجاد
Big Baller says we're going to war. Buckle up. Yep. Get ready.
بله. از قدرت می شود برای صلح و امنیت استفاده کرد. به همین دلیل هم هست که
How many months have I been saying we're going to World War III? We're going to war, and everyone was like, no, no, Trump's going to make it all fine. It's going to be better. Don't worry about it. He's going to make a deal. And here we are.
به همت ملت‌های منطقه آمریکا از این منطقه باید برود و خواهد رفت.
Yeah, they could have the nuclear weapon now. I mean, they do now, but I mean, it could be days away. And it could take time for us to get in there and stop them. Like, this is very scary. 4th of July, possibly. Get ready for some fireworks, ladies and gentlemen.
رژیم صهیونی که غده سرطانی خطرناک مهلک این منطقه است حتما باید برکنده شود و خواهد شد.
Man, that's scary. If you weren't scared now, you should be. You should be afraid. You should be worried. Okay, I am. I'm very much worried about not just, you know, nukes or anything like that, but another long drawn out war, 20-year war in the Middle East, losing our young men and women of this country. This is something needs to be done now before this gets out of hand. This is not good. Yeah, sleeper cells in America too. Yes, exactly. This is very bad. Big Baller said, where was it? What did he say? 4 years of open borders, they are here. Exactly. And he says, why was China flying in the middle of the night and picking up stuff? Where they picking up? What were they picking up? I'm still looking into that. We'll cover that once we have the facts of the story. Big Baller says, I have a plane on standby for my wife and kids. Good. Good, man. I'm right here. We are an airport, so we're good. The bunkers that we have here are just magnificent. Magnificent. I know that I'm going to be okay, but you should be worried. The average person is not protected. My biggest concern is if LA gets hit, we're going to have to move or something. Oh, I know. Even with bunkers, we won't really be okay, but I totally understand that. But we're about as safe as we can be. I'll tell you that. If something were to happen, we'll be all right. EMP blackouts will come first, most likely. Yeah, even just the EMP that comes from a nuke. You know, there's an EMP that's discharged from a nuke. Like, that's a lot.
Follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon. Can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that. And it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
We have a dual generator here.
Just to follow up on how close
Dual
Iran
generator
is
system.
to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify when the president said a few weeks away?
The shoot down range of Americans' home defense missiles only has a shoot down rate of 50%. Yes. And that's why they're trying to build the Golden Dome. Solar and gas. Feb? What do you mean Feb? Gen. Yeah, solar and gas gen. Exactly. You guys, be prepared for anything. You never know, okay? A tornado could come through and take out a power line and you'd be out of power, okay? Have backups. Have a way to shield yourself from these types of scenarios, okay? I'm not saying everything is going to happen this way, but it's good to be prepared. Be prepared. There's nothing wrong with being prepared. Get a Big Baller says get a generator. They are going after the power grid. I think you might be right. I mean, even we got banned for 9 days. Oh shoot! Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. I said the B word. Somebody put capital F1 in the chat. And FYP in the chat afterwards and all that. Thank you, Kodak. Hashtag FYP, all that. But yeah, we got removed because I told people to be prepared. I'm not going to say why, but we talked about it. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you guys. The support for the show is just overwhelming. Your guys' gifts and just the liking in it and everything is just incredible. We're at 69K likes. That is incredible. Thank you guys so much for everything you do.
Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing the way for President Donald Trump to keep control of the California National Guard troops he has federalized. This ruling from the Ninth Circuit halts a lower court ruling that found Trump acted illegally when he activated the soldiers over objections from California Governor Gavin Newsom. The deployment is the first by a president of a state's National Guard without the permission of that state's governor since 1965 during the Civil Rights era. Trump maintains the troops are necessary to restore order in Los Angeles. Newsom argues the move has only inflamed tensions, usurped local authority, and continues to be a waste of resources. Newsom says California will continue its legal battle. Breaking news tonight, a federal appeals court clearing.
So Trump has command of the National Guard again. I agree. California does need help, but I don't think. I think they need to be going after the police instigating these things, man. I think the National Guard should shut the police down because the police are instigating a lot of this stuff. And let's end it on an XRP note.
This is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry. I do not fit the picture of a banker.
Elon Musk is still connected to the payments business.
Here at the festival, I asked him what he thinks of Elon Musk's X platform and social media today. By the way, he used to work with Elon Musk, ended up actually pushing him out of the company at PayPal.
My judgment is, we should have just...
David Sachs from the PayPal Mafia is in the White House. Peter Thiel's Palantir still connected to payments. Now vast founded by Jed McCaleb, has partnered with SpaceX, Elon Musk's company. Jed McCaleb, founder of Stellar. As always, do your own research, and this is not financial advice.
I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens instead of XRP, baby. I'm leaning towards Stellar Lumens. Stellar Lumens is actually designed to be a decentralized currency, whereas XRP is more or less for like institutions. XLM is for everyday people, businesses, things like that. I'm starting to, if CBDCs don't take over, stablecoins don't take over, I'm thinking XLM may actually be the sleeper here. And I've always been that way. XLM was the first cryptocurrency I ever bought. A few months ago, Musk tweeted one picture and no words. It was Stellar. Yeah. You say what I did there. Yeah, I'm feeling like XLM. Let's take a look at XLM. I think XLM might be the sleeper. I think maybe XRP is the fundraiser and XLM is the rocket, baby. And look at, this is classic bull cycle. This thing's coming down. Okay. This is actually a good sign. Okay. We want these things to come down. I think it comes down a little further and does something like this and comes to about 35 cents there. And that would put it around September. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, H-bar will pump with XLM, but as far as the projects I believe in, I do believe in H-bar. H-bar is one that I like too. I'm waiting to buy because I think this is what we're going to see. Downward movement until, look at, end of July and then up. But I think that's about all we get. Maybe we get more, but I'll be taking profits at 35, 40, 45, 50, on and so forth. Those psychological numbers and the fives in between. Yeah, I love H-bar too, man. H-bar is good. I think Cardano even is solid, you know? But I'm thinking this is what we get. And I think everything's going to kind of get this. And then after that, you're going to see this right here again, just much smaller. But I'm thinking I'll get in somewhere around here. And look at it. This lines up 15 cents. This is that support line right here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it stops here at 24, 25 cents, maybe 20 cents. And then it goes up from there. And then that would take it a little higher. But I'm on the more bearish side. I think things will probably go a little bit lower in light of what's going on in the world. I would be leaning towards the higher end on this. I would be leaning towards up here around 20 cents and then a turn up to 45 cents. However, there's a possibility things are more downward because of what is going on in the world. This is XLM, Stellar Lumens. This is the very first cryptocurrency I ever bought. Thank you, Guinea Marie. Have a good night. What the heck? Big Baller says, my buddy owns a solar company in New Mexico and the workers are being shot at from Mexico. What? Are you for real? Can you get footage of that? Can you send that to me? That is crazy. I'd love to report on that. I haven't even heard that. That is crazy. All right. So that concludes the show. If anybody has any projects they'd like to go over, we can do one or two. I can go later if we receive our gift goals. Right now it's a dragon crown. If anybody's got me with a dragon crown, much appreciated. And don't forget to become a deluxe subscriber. And if you are looking to get technical analysis classes, we are offering the technical analysis classes. We only have a few spots left, okay? I'm trying to keep the classes small, okay? Small classes so that way you can learn quickly and be on your way out of the class to make room for new people. The idea is not to milk you. It's to get you in, teach you the information, get you out, okay? And check it out. We've got these, I printed these up for promotion. So we're going to be handing these out at Rare Evo. If somebody wants to go with me to Rare Evo, reach out to me. I have an extra ticket. I'd like to have somebody to come along and help pass these out. So if you're interested in going, give me a message. Let's figure it out. Let's come up with something. I want somebody that's going to help me. If you want to go, if you do not know what Rare Evo is, let me see here. I will show you.
Pump Fun got suspended from X.
Oh my God, this guy. I put in Pump Fun. What am I doing? Rare Evo. How much are classes? The classes are $25 an hour. They're once a week for 1 hour. And it's you pay for 4 classes up front, and then after that you pay for another one until you feel like you've learned what you want to learn. Oscar wants to go. So the tickets are expensive. But if you are interested in going, I can we can work something out. Maybe if you're helping or something, I can give you a discount. I was going to raffle it off, but nobody's really tried to reach out for the raffle or anything. So we'll see. But these tickets, they're $500 a piece, okay? And they're press pass tickets, and I was told that they are highly likely to be upgraded to VIP so long as VIP is not sold out. If VIP is not sold out, we will be getting VIP tickets, which are $1,600. Comes with goodie bags and party and catering and all kinds of good stuff. Wish I could. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it's in Vegas. So if you're interested in coming with me, helping me pass out some of these, and you know, then we can figure something out. Or if you just want to purchase the ticket from me to help out the show, or if you're going to help too, we can figure something out. I'm open to the possibilities. This is August 6th through the 10th. August 6th through the 10th in Vegas. But it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. I can't wait. If I go by myself, all right, whatever, you know. I could always put the ticket on StubHub, but I'd rather, you know, give it to the community or have somebody come help me pass these out, you know, or someone be a fan. Yeah, Big Baller, let me know about that story. I'd like to look into that. But this will be fun, man. If you want to go to Vegas, I know how to have a good time in Vegas. All right. I'll be that guy with the sailor hat. That's me. That's me in Vegas.
Everyone Someone's always busting my chops.
All right. And then don't forget to join my Discord. Join my Discord. Link is in my bio. Join the community there. That's where the TA classes will be held. So if you're interested in joining up for the TA classes, that's where it's going to be done at. And or become a deluxe subscriber. If you're struggling in the market right now, if you're not in profits, and or even if you are in profits and you just need some coaching, setting up wallets, things like that, or if you need a trading strategy, we can create a trading strategy that is specific to your needs, your financial needs, your portfolio, and we can get you set up with that. Or you can just ask me questions. Me Cheeky, he subscribes every month just so that he can send me dirty jokes. It's hilarious. Big Baller, oh, you got circled? Nice. I'm kind of bummed I didn't. And we have merchandise as well. We have our hoodies. We have men's and women's shirts. We have mugs. Check out the mug. I'm telling you, your coffee is going to taste better with the goat on it. It's just phenomenal. And they're actually really good quality mugs. I was really surprised at the quality of them. And we have stickers as well. If you want to give to the show, ordering merchandise, we don't make a lot off of it, but we get a couple bucks from each thing. So if you want to send gifts or whatever, but you want to get something in return, and not just a galaxy that flies across the screen, get some merchandise, get some stickers, get some t-shirts, mugs, whatever, because it's promotion for the show. It also helps the show, but it gives you something tangible. And like, you're watching the show, you guys are fans, like, who wouldn't want a hoodie? You know what I mean? Like, I want a hoodie. Like, I have a shirt. I'm probably gonna get a hoodie soon. It's just been too hot. I'm like, I'll wait to get the hoodie later. And yeah, the TA classes, obviously. So starting June 6th will be our first class. It'll be held on Sunday at 5 p.m. It's 1 hour. Okay. And we're going to figure something out. If you miss a class, I can record it and send it to you or something. But here's the thing is, we're going to do that on the honor system. If you leak it out to other people, it'll just go away and no one will get it. And you'll have to be there. So, and I might just lean towards that direction anyway. TikTok seller, he's not going to be able to make the first one. He's an exception to the rule. I trust him. But I don't know. I'm not sure if this is something, because all it takes is for someone to put this out on YouTube, and then the whole class is done. And the idea is to become profitable with this show, but also to make you profitable as well. And like, I don't want to gatekeep it, but we have a whole staff here that we have to employ and pay for. So it's become a bit of a financial burden for me, especially with the markets moving down. Marco, thank you for the heart me, and everybody that has been giving gifts. I know I haven't given a lot of recognition for gifts today because we've just been going through a lot of stuff. Thank you, everyone, for all of the gifts. Let's see if we can get this dragon crown. I really want to get this dragon crown. It's one of my favorite ones. But yeah, like, we have to become profitable at some point. We have to make money to keep this going. Otherwise, I have to lay off people, and that's the last thing I want to do. I want to keep people here. You guys helped raise $100 to keep Jesse on the air. Actually, it was more than that. I think we raised $450 in total, and that's employed Jesse, and I matched that, and so we could pay her salary to keep her here. And we're very grateful for everything that you guys have done. Marco, thank you. I appreciate you as well. Everyone, I appreciate you just for listening, you know. But, you know, if you can't give, you can always just like and comment, put the FYP in the chat, all those different things, all of that. things. All of that helps the show. TikTok seller, thank you for the confetti and the 7 roses. Appreciate you. And all the gifts. There's so many. But we're over time, so I'm trying to wrap everything up quickly. But if you can't give, you can always just like, follow, share. Tell your friends about it. Tell your family about it. Tell your coworkers. Get them, on board what's going on. And don't forget, we also have the email alert system you can sign up for. There's, I believe, like 10 days left for free. So if you become a deluxe subscriber, you can get on the email alert system, because I post those price points out, and a lot of times they go out at like 3 in the morning. And this is a way to alert you, because a lot of people aren't getting the information till like days later, and it's too late, and time is money. And so it does cost $1.99, okay, because it is something that has to be done. It takes time, energy, and resources. So there has to be something to it. But I offered it for free this month because of all the donations everyone was sending in, as well as I wanted people to get a chance to try it out and see if they like it, And so hopefully those are helping you with your trades. And the price points are mainly focused around XRP. This is pretty much an XRP show. I mean, look we got the XRP here. A lot of people are in XRP, and I'm still following it because I will buy some when the time is right. I don't think that it's going to be what everyone says it's going to be, but the hype is real with it, which means that when it is ready to explode, it will. Okay? The hype is still very much alive with XRP, and I take into consideration the moon cheese. Okay? That is why I'm still following it. But obviously, I'm a little more bullish on the real world assets for my smart money entries for long-term holding for the next bull run. That's what it's going to be, baby. But as far as this bull run goes, XRP is definitely poised to either make or break you depending on how you trade it. So having those price point videos is going to help you. Do I get it right every day? No. There is a potential that the price point I put out yesterday still happens. Okay? It didn't happen last night, but it is still on the table. So we will see if that plays out. I have a feeling it will. But at the same time, everything looks bleak. So if you're looking for more of a smart money entry, I would say wait. But if you're day trading, those price point videos are going to help you out, and they're going to let you know when to take profits and where to enter, where to exit. Yes, Francesca, I'm still on. Thank you. All right, any last gifts before we end the live? I'm trying to get a dragon crown. If anybody could send a dragon crown, I'd like to get a dragon crown or a galaxy that makes it so we only made like $12 this live, which is it's okay, it's $12. But I mean, I'm paid everybody to be here and everything because we had guests on, and so we're definitely in the red still. The more we can bring in financially right now, the better. When the market starts going back up, I'm not going to be so much whatever about it. I will pay for it with my trades. It's whatever. But the markets are going down. I'm not making any money. So if you can help, great. If you can't, no problem. Just you being here and hitting the like button and chatting and being here is great. And I appreciate all of you that do that. If that's all you can do, great. I love having you here. All right, I guess that's it for the live. I guess one quick look at XRP. We kind of went over it, but it kind of looks like a quadruple bottom, at least a double bottom, which means it could potentially go up to 225 to 233-ish, and we will see. So hopefully that works out, and I can get a little bit of money to pay for the show, because I do still hold a little bit. I'm mostly holding stable coins, but I have like moon bags and stuff that I still take my profits from, and We'll create a strategy that works best for you. Everyone's different. So become a deluxe subscriber. Become a regular subscriber. Sign up for the TA class. Let's get you profitable. All right? Let's get you profitable. Let's get you smart money trading. Let's get you where you want to be in crypto. And that's not on the wrong side of a red candle. You want to be cheering when those red candles come and cheering when the green ones come, because that's what we're doing. TikTok seller, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you. 11 roses. And all the gifts. So many gifters. I can't even. This is the longest list of gifters, and it's incredible. A lot of them went to other creators, which is great and fine. We had a pretty awesome show. If you missed the show, it will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube by midnight. This was a good one. If you missed today's live, go rewatch this one, man. Was it saucy? Had a great time with you guys. And I'll see you all on Monday. And remember, if you are going to message me for coaching, it is the weekend coming up. However, I think it's Nate. Nate, you and I are all, if you're watching, you and I are already in talks. And I had an emergency today that I could not, maybe it's not Nate. Who was it? Oh, Neo 2.0. If you're watching, listening, we're already engaged in talking and working on something right now. So I had an emergency today, so feel free to message me, and we'll work through solving those issues you're having with your wallet. So no problem. But anyone else, if you need help over the weekend, all you got to do is send a donation, and I'll take care of you. But you know, I gotta make something here, you know, and I gotta have some kind of time off. The idea is to deter you from bothering me on the weekend, and so I can actually have time off. But I understand these markets are 24 hours, 7 days a week. So I want to help you. That's the whole goal of this entire show, is to help people. All right, everyone, have a good night, and I will see you on Monday.
Base. Okay.
I'm not seeing it here. Let me see. I'm not finding it here. Wild goat coin? That's better. Wild goat coin. Why don't I own this?
Thanks a lot, Neo.
I'm not finding it here. I see goat coin. I see goat. Wilder. Let me try this. Is it gonna let me do it on Coinbase? I can't really read it on here. WLD. WLD is I'm seeing that one. It says WorldCoin. We all need some goat coin. I know, right? Maybe my phone listening to me. I see WLD. I can't find wild goat coin, dude. My apologies.
I mean, it exists, but I can't find a chart for it either.
I can't find a chart. I can't find it on an exchange. All right. Early, is that a coin or is that? It kind of looks like a cup and handle right there. And it pumped. It's come back down. I think this one, along with everything else, is about to pump. Next spot of resistance is $1.40 to $1.45. Doesn't mean that it won't go to a new all-time high.
WLD is a world coin.
$1.85 on this one to $1.90. Maybe even $1.95. And even $2. Those are all those are your profit taking zones along the way up. $1.40, $1.45, $1.50, $1.55, $1.65, $1.75, $1.85, $90, $95, $2. Oh, it's early to get in on GoatCoin? So it hasn't released yet. So that means there's no chart. Because I seen this something about an airdrop for the goat coin. I don't like to get things early, okay? I want to get them after they found a floor. I don't want to get stuck holding a bag. You know what I mean? All right, do we have another? Guess we can get back to the news. Cryptocurrency still has limited Main Street appeal. 14% of U.S. adults report owning Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. Most others have no interest in buying and view crypto as highly risky. Men aged 18 to 49 are mostly receptive, with 25% owning it. Cryptocurrency ownership is most common among men under 50. So there's really not a strong sentiment behind crypto right now. There's a lot of people that are out of it right now, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It means we are early. We are so early. We are so early. The retail money hasn't really hit yet. I think that's why people are long-term holding. They're waiting for adoption so that it becomes mainstream. No, we don't do Drake. No diddlers. U.S. crypto legislation drives blockchain hiring surge. 1.5 million applications at Coinbase. 22% U.S. attendance at Decentraland's event. The U.S. blockchain innovation and hiring surge due to favorable legislation and rising crypto interest. Genius and Clarity Act streamline regulation, driving 1.5 million Coinbase applications and Decentraland's 22% U.S. event attendance. Roles expand beyond technical fields. JP Morgan, IBM to include community management and AI integrated workflows. Dude, this is a heavy indication of mainstream crypto. I'm not calling it adoption yet. Yes, crypto will be adopted. I just don't think it's happening right now. It's not happening this cycle. I just don't see it, okay? Let's be real. The top of the cycle is the new paradigm, the new introduction to society, okay? We're just not there yet. Maybe next cycle. Trump said he's considering rebate checks for Americans based off tariff revenue. Let's check this out. Tariff revenue checks for Americans. Does this cause people not to sell out of the market? Because last time people got checks, what did they do with it? They pumped it into the markets, right? So if he's about to release checks, maybe that's so that it offsets those tariff drops. I'm telling you, they're totally insider trading.
Listen to how he says it and what he says. It's not definitive.
Economic policy. For more on the Trump administration's economic policy, we go now to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Welcome back to Face the Nation, Mr. Secretary.
Great to be here.
Well, you heard in our polling some of the perceptions of the economy. 61% of Americans believe the administration is putting too much focus on tariffs. 70% say the administration is not doing enough to lower prices, and 60% oppose new tariffs on imported goods. This is a centerpiece to your policy plan. How do you reverse public opposition?
Oh, they're going to love the deals that President Trump and I are doing. I mean, they're just going to love them. You know, the president figured out the right answer and sent letters to these countries, said this is going to fix the trade deficit. This will go a long way to fixing the trade deficit. And that's gotten these countries to the table. And they're going to open their markets or they're going to pay the tariff. And if they open their markets, the opportunity for Americans to export, to grow their business, farmers, ranchers, fishermen, this is going to be, the next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books. President Trump is going to deliver for the American people.
Next 2 weeks for the record books, because you have that August 1st deadline. But President Trump sent letters to most of the major trading partners announcing higher tariff rates effective August 1st. That could hit countries accounting for 3/4 of U.S. imports. Let's talk about Canada, one of the big ones. Their prime minister said this past week there's not a lot of evidence they can get a trade deal with the U.S. that avoids tariffs. Is your message to Canada, Mr. Secretary, that no matter what they offer at the negotiating table, free trade's gone, there will be a tariff in place?
No, see, that's silly. We have a plan called USMCA, U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement. Virtually 75% of all goods coming from Mexico and Canada already come in tariff-free. The president said, look, unless you stop this fentanyl and close the border, we're just going to keep tariffs on the other 25%. And that's what he has on. So don't be confused about it. The president understands that we need to open the markets. Canada is not open to us. They need to open their market. Unless they're willing to open their market, they're going to pay a tariff. That's a simple message the president has. It's fair trade. It's reciprocal trade. Why should we have our country be wide open while theirs is closed? This is an 80-year wrong that President Trump is trying to fix, and our businesses are going to really, really enjoy it. I think the president's going to open between $300 and $400 billion of opportunity for Americans. That's 1.5%, up to 1.5% GDP growth, because the president's going to open all these markets up. You saw it with Vietnam. You saw it with Indonesia. You're going to watch
I'm not buying it.
these other countries decide if they want to do business with America. Let's just open our market up to America. That's opportunity that President Trump is bringing.
Well, we saw framework announcements with those countries you just mentioned, but back on what the Canadian Prime Minister, the man you're negotiating with, said, he's assuming there's going to be a tariff here. There's already this baseline 10% tariff
I'll do
that
fart
we are
coin
seeing
again.
from the administration. Is that set in stone, or is it going to go to like 15 or 20%?
Well, I think what you've got is you should assume that the small countries, you know, the Latin American countries, the Caribbean countries, many countries in Africa, they will have a baseline tariff of 10%. And then the bigger economies will either open themselves up or they'll pay a fair tariff to America for not opening themselves up and treating America unfairly. So what the president's view is, and what she's instructed me to do, is say, look, if you're willing to open yourself up and really open your economy to American business, to ranchers, fishermen, farmers, and businesses, then of course we'll make a better deal with you. But if you're going to keep your tariffs and your tariff barriers holding us down, then of course it seems fair that you should pay a tariff to do business with the greatest customer on earth, the American consumer.
Okay, so just quickly, are you going to renegotiate that free trade deal, the USMCA?
Oh, I think the president is absolutely going to renegotiate USMCA, but that's a year from today.
Exactly.
So today, of course, 75% comes in free, but of course, should you expect us to renegotiate it? It makes perfect sense for the president to renegotiate it. He wants to protect American jobs. He doesn't want cars built in Canada or Mexico when they can be built in Michigan and Ohio.
This is what I've been saying.
For American workers, the president's
Tariffs are
got
not
the
going
American
anywhere.
workers back. That's why they elected him. That's why the stock market's at all-time highs. They understand, the president actually understands business and is doing it the right way.
Well, okay, let me ask you about Europe.
Moon cheese,
Boeing
baby.
airplanes, Kentucky bourbon. These are some of the things that the Europeans are looking to target if we get into a trade war as retaliation by them.
They're not going to do it.
You just met with the Europeans.
They're absolutely going to do it.
Kind of downbeat. You disagree? You think we are going to get a deal with the European Union?
You know, I was on the phone with the European trade negotiators this morning, about a half hour ago. So there's plenty of room. Look, the president and the European Union, these are the two biggest trading partners in the world talking to each other. We'll get a deal done. I am confident we'll get a deal done. Okay? And it will be great for America because the president has the back of America. So I think all these key countries will figure out it is better to open their markets to the United States of America than to pay a significant tariff. And Donald Trump has made that point clear. No one has protected America the way Donald Trump has protected America. It is so fun to work.
Let's play this video a week from now.
I have him behind me saying the right things for America.
Me bookmark
and
it.
I get to do those negotiations with all these countries. And you're going to see the best set of trade deals you've ever seen for America and for the American people.
Is that August 1st deadline with the EU a hard deadline? Are you going to get a deal since you were just on the phone?
No, that's a hard deadline. So on August 1st, the new tariff rates will come in. But nothing stops countries from talking to us after August 1st, but they're going to start paying the tariffs on August 1st. Now remember, the world is paying 10% right now, and China's paying 30%. So that's right now, and that's why we're running at about plus $30 billion a month for the American people.
Name something in your house that's Canadian. Maple syrup.
Going to make America stronger. We are finally protecting America.
Your car.
You'll have that income if you keep them in place, but if you're negotiating them away, then they won't be there. So that is contradictory to me. But
nothing's getting no.
So you're not negotiating the tariffs away.
Yep. Ford,
in the world.
Lincoln Mercury,
10% is
Jeep.
definitely going to stay. Many countries will pay higher, like Vietnam and Indonesia, right? They're 19 and 20%. Most countries will pay higher. The small countries are likely to be 10%, but the bigger countries are likely to pay higher. That's just the way it's going to be because we can't have these $1 trillion trade deficit. It's just wrong for America, and Donald Trump is going to fix it.
And American corporations are just going to swallow that and not pass that price increase on to consumers? What's your projection?
What's so interesting is that you're worried about the importers. How about the people who build and employ Americans
No, I'm asking about people who go to the store to buy.
Cars here, people who manufacture here, they don't pay a tariff. They don't
Dude, this journalist is grilling him.
all the time. Build in America, you don't pay a tariff.
She's grilling him.
Are more important than the people who employ Americans.
Neo, thank you.
A wrong way of thinking about it. Americans deserve to be employed here and have the best jobs in the world, and that's what Donald Trump is trying to deliver.
I was asking you about consumer prices, what people will pay when they go to the store. But in
Ooh, dang, shots fired.
Shockingly low.
Okay, the consumer price
Shots fired.
Doesn't currently reflect that though. That the trend is towards higher.
Well, it just went up. Would it go
Oh
up
my
a
God.
tenth of a percent? Look, the dollar has declined
0.2 on the core.
more than 10%, right? So the dollar declining sort of softens tariffs completely. These are small numbers.
Chat.
You're going to see inflation is not going to change. Remember, inflation is an expectation of rates continuing to grow. Tariffs are just going to reset the price level for
She's not buying the moon cheese.
from certain countries, but everybody who's building in America. And remember, Donald Trump announced over $11 trillion of building in America. All that building in America, the construction jobs here, but then when those products come on the shelves, they come on much cheaper. Energy is cheaper.
Lies.
I think you're going to see inflation stay right where it is.
Lies.
Jerome Powell, who's held these rates up way too high. Way too
Thank
high.
you.
You're going to see them cut rates. The Fed's going to cut rates.
Thank you, TikTok
mortgages
seller.
are going to be cheaper, and America's going to be so much better off under Donald Trump.
There are reports that the Treasury Secretary has talked
This
the
is
president
peak.
out of his threat to fire the Fed chair, since the Fed's already expected on a consensus basis to be lowering rates. Are you telling us tonight or today that he's not under threat, that he will keep his job?
The president is an amazingly transparent person. When he thinks something, he says it. So he says, look, this guy's doing the worst job. We have interest rates the same as Gabon. You know,
Bro.
Europe, all of Europe, the 27 countries of Europe are in the 2s and we're in the 4s. That means your mortgage, everybody's watching, their mortgage is 2 points higher than it should be. So the Fed should be cutting rates, and Donald Trump's going to try to figure out how to get there. Whether he decides to let Jerome Powell stay in the job or not, I'll leave that to Donald Trump. I think the guy's doing the worst job. He's costing us, you and me and the American people, more than $500 billion. I think he's costing us $700 billion a year by keeping rates too high. It's just wrong. I don't know why he's torturing America this way. Our rates should be lower.
He doesn't unilaterally set those rates, but we have to leave it there. We are out of time. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us.
That was amazing.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned.
No, it's not live right now. That was incredible. That was journalism, okay? That is what journalism is supposed to look like. And remember when we did the Dead Daddy White Rock thing? That's how journalism's supposed to be done, guys. You're not just supposed to glaze the person that you're interviewing. That's what all these freaking softball interviews have been with journalism. And that was ABC. That was like bought and paid for media, right? That was beautiful. That's what I want to see. That is real journalism right there. Hats off to ABC and that journalist. Yeah, she grilled him and slammed him and made him answer questions that are uncomfortable. And obviously he fed her a bunch of moon cheese, but we're so done with the bullshit, right? I don't believe anything he said. I don't. I really don't. I agree with her 100%. These days, when you get a journalist like that, that is rare. That is so rare. She had him farting. I know, right? Let's look at Fartcoin real quick.
You know what's wild to me is that he just bold-faced lied. You can tell a con artist when you see one. That's just how that works. You can feel it, the vibe and everything. But the constant, what I have a problem, tariffs have never worked in the history of ever. But my thing is that, it's not going to affect the consumer. Who is paying for the tariffs? Because it's not the government. We are paying for the tariffs. And even all the automobile makers that we do have here, like, we don't know what we're going to do. Our costs are going to go up $1.2 billion. Like, we have no idea how to finagle this. But the only people that are going to suffer is us. People who have to actually buy things, go to the grocery store, get gas. All of that is going to go up a significant amount. And this whole rhetoric of, it's going to help. No, it's not. We're already in inflation. We're already going up in prices. You know, I can't get my big stack of eggs for less than $30 that I used to pay $20 for. So it's not a, what did he say, like a 1/10 raise in prices. That's not true at all.
It's double. It's double the price.
It is.
And it'll go higher.
And it's infuriating because nobody's making a deal because we're being bullies about it, and there's no deal coming. Nobody's talking about that. The EU said, nah, we're putting reciprocal tariffs. Canada is like, nah, we're putting reciprocal. Even China was like, bet, go for it, bet. And there is no deals. Like,
China said that they want to make a deal. They said they don't want to fight
on their terms.
Oh, definitely.
On their terms. And there won't be this big, beautiful deal because China's like, bet, I don't care. Do it, but you're going to do what I want to do. I don't know. I can't believe people believe this is helpful. It's just going to get so much worse. And then they cut all that money from schools and hospitals. Like, how is life supposed to be cheaper for us? People won't be able to afford insurance or groceries. Like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I don't see how.
I saw that TikTok seller. You can Venmo the government now to pay off the government debt.
Wait, that's not a joke?
Article. It's totally real. And I was showing the IT guy today, and I was like, you know what? If they can Venmo me my electricity bill, that would be a lot more better than me Venmoing the U.S. government and debt they got themselves
Chat,
into.
Can you Venmo me the electricity bill here? I think the bill for the studio this month was almost $900. $900 for electricity here in the studio. Pretty magnificent. And that's not even including the internet. We have 2 Starlinks. So that's another 200. Just in electrical overhead, it's over $1,000 a month. We still haven't been able to get solar panels because California is on back order for like months. They said it could take like more than 6 months, more like years before they're even going to come out here and put up solar panels. It's going to be at least a year. And conveniently, when they raise the price of electricity, it's just ridiculous. We cannot get them to come out here to do the solar panels.
It's not even that, because I've tried to, and they're like, oh, the price, we're preparing for the price of everything to go up, so your price is going to go up for what you were buying by $5,000, but I still have to wait. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Right, they're holding off on installs because they know that the price of things are going to go up, so they're holding on to their supply, and it also, because of tariffs, they're like having trouble getting the goods, so they're waiting to jack the prices up before they'll install anything. It's pretty crazy. I have money and I can't get solar out here. That's where we're at with the solar. So we're stuck paying the electric bill. I cannot wait till we can get solar out here. It can't come fast enough. And I'm trying to work with Tesla. I'm like, hey, Tesla, we want to put a charging station here, right? We've already got a fueling station. I'm like, let's add a charging station. And I want to do like a business or something out here where we're got like a truck stop or something. And I can't get Tesla to do a contract. I can't get any solar deals out here. Nothing. Even if I buy a Tesla and have them put in the charging panel, they still won't bring out solar panels. The TikTok shop wind generator, that doesn't generate enough to do anything. We have serious power demands out here. You know, a charging company in Chicago, we'll have to talk. I want to turn this place into a charging station. Because I believe that the planes are going to be electric in the future, and they're going to need a place to charge. Yeah, give me their phone number. I'll give them a call. See if we can work something out. The problem is, right now, they want too much money down for what I want to do. I want to get in contact with somebody that sees I have the land, sees the vision that I have, and doesn't make me go so out of pocket just to make something happen where they're going to make all the freaking money, you know? They're going to make all the money and I'm the one that's got to fork out. It just doesn't seem right to me. It's more on principle. I don't see why I should have to fork out on something for them to make all the money with the business. It just doesn't seem right.
It's not even that, and you don't even, especially out here in California, you don't even get that kickback of the extra electricity. They're just like, thank you, and they give you a very small percentage of whatever you're putting in that's extra. It's just a messed up system.
Yeah, and I have a feeling that the solar technology that they're putting out now is going to be subpar to what's going to be coming out over the next few years. And you're going to end up shilling out all this money for this equipment, and then it's going to be subpar, and it's not going to be, and you're going to have to buy all new equipment anyway. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I'm stuck in limbo as far as the electrical out here. Our hands are tied. There's nothing we can do about it. All right, Trump teases more tariff letters ahead of August 1st deadline. It's going to make us watch a stupid ad. I try to watch these ads before, and then they still, they regenerate.
I'm Atral Nashar in Washington. It's a pivotal moment for President Trump's economy as his boldest tariff policies to date are truly about to kick in. 1 week from Friday, President Trump's next round of tariffs on trading partners around the world are set to take effect, some
1 week.
as high as 50%. After months of delays and extensions, President Trump's tidal wave of universal tariffs, higher than anything we've seen so far, will hit imports August 1st. The president brushing off economists' forecasts that taxing products coming into the U.S. will add to inflation, with prices expected to really start rising in the fall.
We have no inflation. We wiped out inflation.
So far, tariffs impact
We have no inflation.
with moderate price increases on goods that usually come from abroad, like furniture and certain food products. Key trading partners, Canada, Mexico, South Korea, and the European Union are heading into August 1st without a negotiated
Guys,
deal.
we have no inflation.
From President Trump
We've wiped it out.
products will be tariffed between 25 and 35% respectively.
Once those letters go out, there we have a deal.
Whether the president actually
Once those letters go out,
taxes is questioned by many on
the markets are screwed.
phrase taco. Trump always chickens out. Friday morning, the president seeming to hedge on strong-arming the EU.
I would say that we have a 50-50 chance, maybe less than that.
Minutes later, he said this.
I think EU has got a pretty good chance of making a deal.
If not, the EU
Nope.
is ready to hit back with counter tariffs of their own.
That's what's coming.
Has more than recovered from the initial blow of Trump's April tariff rollout. It seems the one trade relationship still making investors nervous is America's biggest, with China. The U.S. and China have a temporary trade agreement expiring August 12th. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent seeking to extend it during their talks in Sweden next week.
Hopefully, we can see the Chinese pull back on some of this glut of manufacturing that they're doing and concentrate on building a consumer economy.
Should you sell your bags?
Up to 200% tariffs on pharmaceuticals.
I don't know. Moon cheese is a stinky, stinky thing right now.
Countries that buy Russian oil, specifically India and China. In Washington, I'm Atra Alnashar.
Moon cheese is so stinky right now. The moon cheese stinks. It reeks to high heaven. It reeks all the way to the moon, baby. So I'm conflicted. I think it erases all the gains we've had. You know, like with XRP, for instance, I think it brings it back down to, 250 at least. But it still goes up from there. I'm not saying sell your bag, but I'm saying make sure you've taken profits. I think we get one more last little push the end of this month. Yep, bag of farts. 126, not till the end of the cycle. Not till the end of the cycle. And possibly lower after the cycle. And let me tell you, that 126 should have hit. But as I see now, these markets are being heavily manipulated. They're not allowing it to fall to where it should go. It should have done that, right? But they're not allowing it with fake news and with nonsense. So they're totally manipulating the market. That 126 price point should have already filled. But they won't let it do it because they can't. Donald Trump cannot have that on his record. He cares too much about everything that looks bad on him, right? He cares too much about what people think. Look at that face. Look at it. Okay? Look at that nose. Look at his ear. His ear looks fine. That's a good plastic surgeon. That is a good plastic surgeon right there. The best money can buy. Yeah. We should have hit 126. That should have happened. Okay? Nate says Trump's a champion. Dude, Trump... I mean, think about it. He's kind of right. Yeah, I'll look at HBAR in a second here. Let me get through this segment of news, and then we'll go back into TA. Shot with a Nerf gun. I know that was real. Okay, that was real.
I don't think it was meant to kill anybody. I think it was for show. Of course, that's my opinion.
I'm not sure.
Because he never brought it up again. For the most petty person on the planet, he just never addressed it ever. Don't you think that's weird?
That is concerning. That is a red flag. But I'm telling you, there are people saying it was a BB gun. It was a real gun. Okay, somebody really got shot, and I don't know. That's a deep.
One will ever know.
That's a deep rabbit hole, for sure. And they were supposed to do a probe, like and to look into the assassinations and all of that. None of that ever came about. Now everyone cares about Epstein stuff. I feel like that would be the perfect way to distract people, is do the probe into the assassinations. And I think that's why they released the MLK files. But all we got from that was this.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. Oh, boy, I've been waiting for this. What's up, Mitch? Oh, I've been waiting for this.
That's all we got.
That's all we got.
That's all we got. Oh, man. Okay. So Trump says U.S. may not reach a trade deal with China. Or, excuse me, Canada. Sorry. Trump may not reach a trade deal with Canada. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he does not expect to reach a trade deal with Canada after he gave the country a deadline of August 1st to carve out an agreement. We haven't really had a lot of luck with Canada, Trump told reporters ahead of his trip to Scotland on Friday. I think Canada could be one of where there's just a tariff, not really a negotiation. Boom.
Man, he's really making those deals.
And I think that's the point. I think that's the point, is to have a heavy tariff on Canada and bring all that car manufacturing back to the U.S. That's the main thing, okay? Cars, steel, aluminum, metal, okay? They want to stop trade with Canada altogether, okay? And not just stop it, just tariff it. And that's what it will be. And it will be, we're no longer friends. Why can't we be friends?
He was told in May that he was all over the Epstein files. You can look that up yourself. The president already knew.
Nate says, I thought on these so-called August 1st speculation saying people are going to get a lot of money. The Treasury is going to get a lot of money because the tariffs are going to be massive. So, yeah, the deficit, yeah, the people are going to pay for it. Your car prices are going to skyrocket. If you don't have a car now, you better get one, okay? And if you buy used cars, you better get a used car now, because those are going to go up as well. As for me, I have a plethora of cars, okay? And I can fix them myself. I don't need anything except for the parts, but the parts are looking to go up as well. But it's still going to be significantly cheaper. I would much rather have an older car anyway. Anything made before 2006 is going to be like way more quality. And anything before 1995 is going to be even higher quality. They just don't build the cars like they used to, okay? Why do you think they did cash for clunkers? Okay? They squished all the good cars. They squished them all so that people would be stuck in an endless loop of buying new cars. Buy a Toyota, then cheaper parts than most. Yes, Nate, I actually have a 95 Toyota Tercel that I'm restoring right now. We just put a new gas tank in it, new fuel system. I'm actually, after the live ends, I'm going out to go work on it. I cannot wait to have that car ready. It is awesome. They just don't make them like they used to. And the thing gets like freaking 30, 40 miles to the gallon. And it's like the hood on it is like, it needs to be painted, okay? But the rest of the car really just needs a wax. And the inside of the car is like mint condition. It's super nice. I'm going to start driving it. That's the new era of classic cars. I've always been like pre-75, you know, because of I want pre-smog cars because I live in California. But this car, man, it's the new classic car. 95. How old is that, Jesse? 1995. How many years old is
30 years old?
30 years. When I was a kid, 30-year-old cars were considered classics. Now I'm an old man, okay, and this 30-year-old Toyota Tercel is probably going to outlive every car that I own. And
my Mercedes is 2000 and it's 25 years old, easy to fix. They don't make them like that. Good gas mileage, like
that Mercedes is nice. That Mercedes is nice. I don't know where you found that thing, but that's a classic car too. And it is sweet. It is mint. Let me tell you, I have newer cars than that Mercedes, and it has more bells and whistles on it than some of the newer cars that are out today. Simont says the Series 300 is the best Mercedes you can buy. Yeah, she's got the 300 like sport coupe 2-door. Like that thing is so badass. And it's like, what is it, a 6 or an 8 cylinder, Jesse?
6.
It's a 6, but it gets mileage like it's a 4-banger.
Yep.
Like
get about 36 miles to the gallon, and that's even just driving the city.
But you have to put premium in it, right?
Yeah, but it's not, it's, what is it, like a 10 cents different in gas? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. That is a nice car. I'm actually really surprised how new that car looks for how old it is. Like when I look at it, I would think that maybe it's 5 to 8 years old. And it's how old? 25 years old? That's crazy.
I had a newer Kia, and that thing was maybe no more than like 6 years old, and it was a piece of everything went wrong with it. Recall after recall, the freaking engine blew. Like it was just a pain, and I was like, I will never buy a newer car again.
Planned obsolescence. They just don't make them like they used to. That's why I'm like, you know what? All I want is this Toyota Tercel. And I like the Tercel better because you don't see them. I like rare cars, right? I want cars that no one else has. You can find a Toyota Corolla or a Camry. You can find those, the 91s and stuff. When was the last time you found a Toyota Tercel? Or have you even heard of it? Like, I'd never even heard of it before. And I was alive when it came out brand new. And you have a Toyota Supra. Now that's a nice car. That's a nice car. I used to have cars like that. I wish I'd have kept more of those cars because I didn't realize how valuable they were going to become. Because the new era of car culture is not V8s. Everybody is into 4 cylinders with like a spoon engine in it or something. All right, let's see here. China suspends tariff exemption for U.S. AG exports. An economist said that China's suspension of U.S. tariff exemptions could impact the future of AG exports. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and the phase on one trade agreement that we had in place. He says China was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. Now, if a producer or buyer in China is looking to buying a shipment of soybeans, they have to start planning on there being tariffs. That's crazy. So even with a trade deal, we're about to see a spike in goods from China.
David Widmar, managing partner and economist at Ag Economic Insights.
David, the trade landscape around the world is ever changing, and there was a recent announcement that China has suspended tariff exemptions for U.S. ag products. Talk a little bit about this and what this means for U.S. ag exports.
Yeah, it adds more uncertainty. It's more, that fog. You talk about the fog of war. This is more of that fog of the trade war. We're not crossed the point of no return, or we haven't quite yet crossed into a full-blown trade war, but we're definitely creeping closer to that. August is going to be a really important month for as we think about that. So I guess a little bit of background to this is helpful. It's kind of they're not allowing the exemptions anymore. So on the books, there are tariffs on U.S. ag goods imported into the country of China. There had been an exemption. Some of those exemptions go all the way back to the first trade war and that phase one trade agreement that we had in place. And so China basically was exempting those tariffs that were on the books. And so they have sunset those exemptions. And so it's going to take some time to work its way through the system, but we are getting closer. So if a producer or a buyer of soybeans in China is looking at buying a shipment of beans and bring it to China, they have to start planning on there being tariffs being charged for those beans being imported.
Now, I do want to talk a little bit about the background of the relationship between China and the U.S. and how important China is to ag exports and to farmers. And although we do have a lot of these new trade agreements being negotiated in principle right now, China continues to be a very important partner for the U.S. Talk a little bit about the role that they play in trade.
Well, China has been a huge backbone of our growth in ag exports over the last 2 decades. China has a couple big things going for it. It has a large population, was the world's largest population, has slipped a little bit, but also had growing incomes. And it's that growing income that had really been a big part of that U.S. export story. They were buying a lot of soybeans. Half of all their purchases have been soybeans. And then another growing segment of that's important to a lot of listeners is also beef. A lot of beef imports have been growing over time. And so those are the two categories that I think is going to hit U.S. producers, farmers, and ranchers here over the next few months. If we don't see progress towards those exemptions going back in place, and ideally removing those tariffs altogether, but we're going to start to see those tariffs being charged, and those buyers are going to be less likely to buy U.S. ag goods and services, namely soybeans and beef, as I mentioned.
Now, how is the market reacting to some of these new trade developments? I know it's an ever-changing landscape, and a lot of things can change very quickly.
Yeah, there's not a deficit of information. It's kind of hard to process all the layers of breaking news that come into this. But when we step back and let's think about this over the next, 6 to 12 months. The market right now is really thinking about how big are corn and soybean yields in the U.S. We've got a lot of weather work through. We don't have a lot of weather data, out there. We don't have yield estimates out there quite yet, but we're going to figure out the size of this crop. And the next question is, how much are we going to be reliant on exports? Luckily for corn, where we planted a lot of acres, the corn export story has been relatively stronger over the last, say, year or so. Corn also isn't as susceptible to the China risk of these tariffs. Now, when we look at soybeans,
that's because corn is
it's going to take us a little bit
subsidized.
longer in the fall to get a good size of how big that soybean crop is, and then the attention is going to focus on those exports. If we have big crops, and there's certainly been some indications of favorable crop conditions, maybe trending that direction towards big yields in the U.S., we're going to rely on exports to really get those ending stocks down and to keep those prices from falling a lot. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of pressure that the markets are thinking about. Big yields could push prices lower. Tariff uncertainties and tariffs being in place would push markets lower. So we want to try to make sure we can avoid that doomsday scenario, I guess, or that maybe not doomsday scenario, that scenario where we have big crops and no export markets to send that to. That would be a really difficult spot for the U.S. producer and the commodity market prices.
With this uncertainty, what do farmers need most to provide them some certainty with trade, especially in the current marketplace where commodity prices are down and farmers are continuing to struggle?
Yeah, so there's factors that are part of producers inside of the domain of things that producers can control. So when they think about 2026, they need to start thinking about how can I lower my cost of production. We planted this crop in a lot of cases with a budget that wasn't very optimistic. We had some government payments that helped offset that, but we don't have a government payment system in place at this point for the next 6 to 12 months. And so we got to start thinking about what costs do we need to trim. I think producers also need to be very focused on their cash flow, know where their cash flow situation is going to be in 3, 6, 12 months. That's going to help them know when they need to market some grain. It helps them understand how they're going to go about financing their operation heading into 2026. And then, of course, the next piece here is to keep an eye on these markets. I think, in an ideal world, we get through some of this weather uncertainty. That'll happen in the next 6, 8, 12 weeks. We also need to get through some of this market uncertainty, in the best case situation, there'd be a trade deal with China that lasts a long time. And if we can't get that, then maybe we could get another 6, 12-month negotiation period, so that way we can avoid that situation where there are tariffs being charged and the Chinese buyers are looking elsewhere around the world instead of to the U.S. for their ag goods. I think the last piece here that producers should be thinking about and should be keeping an eye on is just, keep an eye on the long run. Keep an eye on what are your goals, what are your strategies, what are the things you're working for, and make sure that you keep that in mind. It can be a little frustrating and stressful if you're watching the markets from day to day and watching all this uncertainty, but it's always helpful to step back and say, hey, what am I doing in this operation? What do I want to do for the rest of my career and for the next generations? And that can be helpful to help you navigate some of those uncertainties and those periods of great question.
Just to kind of hit home on the importance that ag exports play to the United States, the USDA recently released some statistics saying that agricultural exports contributed $362.4 billion to the U.S. economy in 2023. Just talk again about the importance of ag exports and I guess just about these numbers in general and how we can continue to grow ag exports.
Well, the first thing that we think about is for just crops. We have soybeans and corn, they hang out at 80 to 95 million acre plantings each. Well, we have about 25 million acres of trade that is specifically earmarked to China. And so that's a really important, really big.
There's a poll at the top of your screen.
Going just to China. So
Click there and vote.
Here is, okay, if we're not trading with China, what's the long run strategy?
Click on the poll and vote.
It's usually lower commodity prices that sort that problem
It's
out.
free.
That's not a story that the American farmer wants to hear. I think the other piece that we looked at is more broadly, around a third of U.S. ag production, again, this is of crops, is tied to trade. And so we have an ag sector in our economy that is very trade dependent. And we all know about the inelasticities of commodity prices. If we are less competitive or we have a smaller stake in that, it's going to come through in the form of lower prices. Domestic usage is always a bright spot, and it's always an opportunity. But unfortunately, that takes a lot of time to get those economic signals and those plants planned and built and up and running. So this is ultimately a lot of short-run risk that in the long run we can work through. It's just how we're going to get from the short run. What is the short run going to be? What are we going to do? And what are we going to do to move through the short run to a long run?
Yeah. It'll take time for them to plant crops, build facilities, factories. So we're going to see shortages and price hikes before we see things come down. I think in the long run, 5-10 years down the road from now, it'll be good, but it's going to hurt first. Can't vote, you're a mod. Well, there's a poll up there. I don't know. It should be like right around here somewhere. Maybe like right here. Should be a poll. Chat, click on it. It's only got 40 seconds left. Vote and tell me what you think. And if you can't find it, just put your answer in the chat. The question is will the tariffs dump the markets? Yes, no, or moon cheese? All right. Yes, no, or moon cheese. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Seamont says no. I'm thinking moon cheese, baby. Everyone thinks no, so that makes me feel like yes. This is why I'm anybody else. What is your take? Do you think, obviously it's not going to dump the market, but do you think it's going to play no role at all? Do you think it's going to affect it a little bit and then just keep going from there? Because I think it'll get a bit of a pullback, but like things like Fartcoin, it'll just continue on its trajectory like it has. SXT will get a nice pullback and have an entry zone for it. XRP, I think, is going to suffer the most. In my opinion, I think XRP is going to suffer from tariffs the most because not only is it going to get the tariff sell-off, it's going to get the end of the month sell-off. The Ripple dump, right? The Ripple dump. I think XRP suffers the most. Yeah, it'll be your last chance. Have you been watching Morningstar Inc., Oz? I don't even know what that is. What's Morningstar Inc.? I don't have Jessie anymore. Jessie had to go to do her live. So she's on a different show right now. She's with the Queens of Crypto. She has now been dubbed a Queen of Crypto. Thanks to the GOAT. The GOAT has made her a queen in the crypto space. You told me a few weeks ago. Honestly, dude, I haven't had the time. I haven't looked into it. I'll have to look into it. Let me make a note here, okay? Let me write it down here somewhere. I'm old school. Got to have pen and paper. All right. What was it called? It was called Morningstar Inc. Is it a project? Is that what it is? Or is it like a show? How soon on XRP trying to ride to 350 to sell for profits? I think it gets one last little pump. I think 350 is definitely a doable goal. You've got 5 days. You got 5 days to make a deal. I would say even less. You have like 3 or 4 days. And I think we get that pump in the next 3 or 4 days because of moon cheese. And then, yeah, I'm going to do TA. We got some time. I'll run over. All right. I will go late. And hopefully you guys will gift me for staying late. You don't have to if you're a subscriber. But we've made about $12, $13 this live. $12.82 we've made. I'm hoping to get profitable at some point, you know? And if you don't want to give, oh, thank you for the monkey. If you don't want to give gifts, you can send donations right now. Donations is where it's at. I'm giving 50% of those to the Operation Underground Railroad to help child essaying and trafficking. Got to go into work. All right, let me pull it up real quick. I got you, brother. I got you. Don't go anywhere. H bar. H bar. This is what I see concerning here. Same thing with XRP. It looks like it could be a Head and Shoulders. That would send it down to 18 cents. Somewhere around there. 18 cents. So, and it could only drop to like 20 cents. Okay? Like 21 cents. But the low would be 18 cents. I think it drops to like 21. Okay? But before it does that, I'm thinking it gets a little push, which may break the pattern. Okay? And if it does, it would break up, and let's say it hits like just above 30 cents, like 32 cents. And then it would be this ascending, broadening wedge thing right here, which would send it up and then would come crashing back down to the same price point. Buy fart coin to break resistance. I could buy some more. I could throw another 100K at it. It's going to go, though. It's a nice doji. Okay? It's going to go. All right? I'm not worried about this one. This one, it's fart coin. For the love of God, it's fart coin. It's going to do well. I've actually been waiting for this pullback because I wanted to buy more in July. And I didn't buy because I was like, oh, maybe the tariff thing will screw it all up. And it just kept going. So I've been waiting for it to pull back here where it did perfectly. So I've actually been timing this thing for a little while now. You guys know this is like the only meme coin that I'm super bullish on. This thing is what I want to see when it comes to a meme coin. And I'm going to keep swing trading it like it is. So, but I wanted to throw a lot more into it. SXT is about to get a nice move, I think. I think it'll take a few days. I think what'll happen is it'll try and it could head and shoulders and come back down. And it would probably come down to 7 cents, maybe 7.5. That's where I'm thinking. Maybe it comes all the way down to 5 cents. If it does, I hope so, because my fart coin will pump hard. I'll take that out of it and trade it and put it right back into SXT. That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I moved out of SXT, because this one's going to take a little more time for it to move. And maybe it just shoots up, maybe it goes up here to 15 cents for the next push, maybe like 13.5 and then 15. Thoughts on Tell? My thoughts are, Nate, that you got to be a subscriber. I am no longer doing free TA because it's become a bit overwhelming, and we need more subscribers. Cardano, I'll do Cardano again. Have a good night, Simon. Cardano and Algo. Cardano is going to do well in alt season. I'll tell you that right now. This one's going to do really well. So, yeah, this one's due for a pump. 99 cents to $1 from here. This one should go 99 cents to $1. But technically, this double bottom kind of played out. It seems a bit weak. Like it should go to 99 cents to $1. And that would be a good fulfillment. But technically, it has this right here, though. This right here should send it back up in the short term to 89 cents. At least. If it's not going to drop out. This is in the day. Yeah, it could very well, because of tariffs, come up like this and double top and come back down. And that would send it down to 62.81 to 61.27. That's about where it would fall to. It could very well only fall to 65 cents. And I would probably lean more towards that 64, 65 cents. That's more likely to happen. But it could very well fall to those lower lows if it does that. But it should, the charts say that it wants to go to $1, but we don't know because the whole tariff thing, right? We just don't know. I hope that the tariff thing dumps Bitcoin and alts run. I hope that that's the catalyst that ignites alt season. That's what I'm leaning towards, and that's what I'm seeing with everyone saying that tariffs aren't going to matter this time. No one cares. I think you're right, because people want alt season, and they're like, yeah, Bitcoin's going to dump and it's going to ignite alt season, or it's going to create a buying opportunity for alt season. Either way, this could be the catalyst that ignites it all. Algorand. I'll tell you what, I can't own enough of this stuff. Same thing on this one. It got its double bottom. It's technically played out its double bottom. But this one should get a pump at least up to 31 cents. Okay? It has this trend. There's your trend right there. So let's say we don't go into alt season, it's going to follow this. So it could come down a little more, it could come up and then down a little bit, but then it would come up and touch at like 25, 26 cents over here around September, and then come down. And that's if the cycle's over. But I just don't think it is. I'm not buying this. I just don't think that's what's going to happen. I really don't. I think what's going to happen is this thing's going to break up to 75 to 78 cents, maybe 80 cents. Seems more likely. Magical disappeared. Are those projects for me to look up? I'm assuming that they're like meme coins or something. Me Cheeky, I do apologize. I saw you earlier, and we were in the middle of the news. I do apologize. Me Cheeky is one of the funniest guys ever. He subscribes just to send me funny jokes. I'm so sorry, buddy. Hey, I need a joke. But it's got to be TikTok friendly. I know you got one, bro. My guys' jokes are not TikTok friendly, I'll tell you that right now. Hilarious, though. Some of them are bad. Some of them are really bad. How do you sub? What you're going to do is there's down on the bottom here, there's a button let's see here. Where is it at here? Where's the sub button at? That's a good question. Okay, so down in the bottom left, there's a thing that says Service Plus, okay? It's like a yellow box with like an arrow going up. What the heck? Visibility restricted. Somebody flagged me. No, we didn't do Twitch today. No Twitch. TikTok exclusively today. What's going on? I don't know. I lost everything. We just got hit with a shadow banana. Are you guys there? You guys can't see me? I got hit with a banana. Hold on. I'm trying to get the appeal. Appeal not approved. We got hit with a banana. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and we're going to get started with it. In just a few moments, let's get to 10K likes, and then we'll get going with it. How's everybody doing today? Are you making any money? Hopefully you're making any money. And if you're not, that means you didn't buy the bottom like we did. We bought that bottom, didn't we? What's up, Crypto Trey? How you doing, fam? And if you haven't been watching, Jessie the Fact Checker, that's at Jessie the Fact Checker, has her new show. I believe she was live today. So make sure you follow Jessie. 294. I know, right? It's kind of crazy. She got bananaed, but she's got a good agent with MVP. Crypto TV with Trey, he's in our agency. And Eve got her taken care of very quickly, and she's back. Yeah, make sure you give at Jesse the Fact Checker a follow. Don't miss her show. It was actually really good today. Well, not actually. It was really good. Rabbit holes, I know, right? We were going down some rabbit holes. It's funny how people talk about these certain issues that are rabbit hole issues, right? And I have inside knowledge. Like, I've seen these things with my own two eyes. And people don't want to believe the truth. I'll tell you that right now. You can't handle the truth. TikTok seller says he caught a little of it. Yeah, we had a lot going on. I'm sure you got a lot going on, so no worries if you missed it. There will be more to come. Make sure you're smashing that like button. All you guys together at once. Let's get the likes rocking. I need a rubber band. Yes, tap all. We'll get started once we get the likes up a little bit more. All right. 5.6K likes. You guys are doing it. Tap away my tapping machines. Let's take a look at these gifts here. We got a little bit of gifts coming in here. And I do appreciate it. I'm sure you got your money in the market, so you can't afford to give right now. Totally get it. Crypto TV with Trey. Make sure you give him a follow. He's in our family. With the MVP network, great crypto creator as well. Thank you for the heart me, Trey. And Revolution, thank you for the heart me and the 5 popular votes. TikTok seller, thank you for the heart me and the 2 popular votes. Simon, thank you for the heart me and the 12 popular votes. Thought this was meme coins? No, bro. We don't do no meme coins around here. We want ISO coins, man. So does the Switch get flipped today? Is today the Switch flip? Yeah, right. Simon, thank you for the level up. Sparks and Nate, thank you for the heart me. It's so funny that people actually believe that mass adoption happens today without any regulation. People are just, ay. I'll tell you this, though. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Right? We just got the news that ISO went in. Now, we have one more bit of news. They're going to vote on the legislation or the Genius Act. That is on Wednesday. All right? And I think Wednesday, we get a slight pump and then a dump. Yeah, the moon cheese is real. The moon cheese is real strong. It's some stinky stuff. What do you think of the mustache? I don't know if you guys can see it on camera. I got the twisty mustache. I've never been so into rumors till I got into crypto. Look at all these rumors surrounding me every day. Just need some time to get away. All right, I'll stop singing. No singing. Jesse was like, I will quit the show if you keep singing, I swear to God. Jason14 says moon cheese. Yep. The moon cheese is real, guys. It's real stinky cheese. TikTok sellers, I don't blame her. Yeah. She's like, please don't sing, bro. Like, nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants it. No one likes it. Okay? Just don't. I was like, all right, fine. Oh yeah, moon cheese is being served on a platter as we speak, and they are gobbling it up, and guess what's going to happen? They're buying now. Don't worry, crypto bros. We're going to have plenty of opportunities to buy this stuff. Everyone thinks that there's no more chance. It's over after this. No. We're going to have plenty more time, more bull cycle, more trading to be done. Just think of all those poor saps that are literally going to buy the top right now and have to hold it till next cycle. Guys, they're mass adopting at $3. I know, right? Oh, it moved like 2%. That's mass adoption. Yeah, right. Only reason it's pumping is because of retail. Patiently waiting for another big dip right here. Exactly. Buying the dips, guys. Buying the dips. That's what we want. Don't be one of those poor saps that bought when Trump got inaugurated and held till now and you still haven't breaking even. Oz, you have a nice vibe in here right now. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Hey, Web3, when are you coming on the show? We need to schedule a day for you to come on the show, man. I'm booked out till end of August, though. Web3, thank you for the heart me. Jason, thank you for the donut. Nate, thank you for the popular votes. Jason, thank you for the other donut. And Nate with looks like a level up Sparks from Simon, and Nate with a heart me. And if you haven't signed up for the TA class, I got bad news for you. The class is full. I will allow, if you've been a subscriber for a while, and there's a few of you I've already talked to that want to get into it, you're just not financially there, I will allow it to be open for you. But if you're not a subscriber, and I mean, you have to be subscribed. You can't just subscribe right now. You have to have been a subscriber. I will allow you in the class. Otherwise, the class is full. The TA class is completely full. And I have it that way because I want it to be a more one-on-one experience with you guys. But no one seems to talk too much. There's a few of you that we talk and chat and communicate with. Others are just silent, listening in the background. If it continues that way, I may allow new people to come in. As of right now, class is full. Let's see. It's I'm an exclusive F. But we should talk. It's fair. Yeah, dude, I think we should talk, man. I think you have a lot to offer the community. If you don't follow Web3 Glossary, make sure you do. Great creator as well. We need good creators, and creators need to support each other. And I think it's good to have these discussions because you could probably learn something from me. I could learn something from you. You're not allowed to give gifts? If you're not allowed to give gifts, just so you know, you need to submit a ticket with TikTok. So report a problem and submit that, and they will fix that. TikTok seller, thank you for the 9 roses plus 3 more. Appreciate you. I guess that's a total of 12, right? I got 60 in gifts this week, and they won't let me use it without doing KYC. Really? You need to message TikTok. Web3, do you have an agent? You should have an agent, man. Highly recommend MVP Network. If you want Web3, send me a DM and I'll get you linked up. I'll get you in, bro. I can get you in my agency, 100%. I got Jessie in, and she only has like 400 followers and growing, but she started a brand new account. And she's already represented, making money, doing the live thing. Doesn't even have enough followers to go live and still gets to go live. So Web3, reach out to me. I'll get you hooked up. You need an agent, 100%. And it's free, man. It's free, but you need a good one. And my agent specializes in crypto creators only. I plan to take bigger strides here once I finish my building, but we'll talk at some point. Yeah, man, let me know. It's not anything you have to do. It's very simple. You can have it done within 10 minutes and be good to go. I'm full port shorting BTC right now. You might be a little early on that one. I would short it Wednesday. Not financial advice. It's going to get one more pump. It's going to 125. Just like I told you guys, I've been telling you guys for months now, BTC is going to hit 125. Michael Saylor said to short BTC if you hate money. Yeah, because he has everything to gain from the price of BTC pumping. I don't trust anything these people say that have a bias. Don't listen to Michael Saylor. Don't listen to Brad Garlinghouse. Don't listen to Donald Trump. Don't listen to anybody. I mean, listen to them. Listen to everything, but believe nothing they say. All right? Use your brain, people. It's all psychology. Look, it's right here. We were actually talking about this in Jesse's live. Harvard University 1969 psychology textbook. This is MK Ultra right here. Right here, baby. This is MK Ultra. You won't find this bad boy. I know I just thought it was funny. You're right, Oz. What they do, not what they say. Exactly. Look at what they're doing. Revolution with the pineapples. Revolution, you trying to get freaky? Revolution's trying to get freaky with me. She's trying to be a swinger. Is this happening? I'm not totally opposed. Revolution's cute. I had to apologize for hitting on her because I didn't know she was married. I'm married too, but you never know. We should talk. We could make a video and we could post it and people would pay to watch it. Would you guys pay for that video? You want to see this sexy dad bod? You guys want this dad bod? Me and my wife have a deal where it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. Hey, Jesse, it's okay if the other person is dumb rich. I'm dumb and I'm rich. Hey, this could work. We could make this happen. out on the dad bod video. You're out, bro? Nah, man. TikTok seller says, let's talk. All right, bro. Pony up the dough. Hey, I ain't gay. But $20 is $20. Right? Jesse's a cutie, though. Check this out. There she is right there. That's our fact checker. I'm about it. I'd suck a fart out of her ass like a bong toke. Just kidding. All right, my real personality is coming out right now. I gotta be more professional. This is my show. Got a little carried away there. She's a cutie though, right? This is our fact checker, Jesse. Make sure you follow her. That's at Revolution. Or no, it's at Jesse the Fact Checker. Yeah, look, there I am right there. Boom. Look, see the face of disgust when I got close to her? She wants nothing to do with this. She's all about the Benjamins. That's all she cares about here. Jessie only cares about the Benjamins. She's like, pay me, bitch. Web3 says, pretty woman, no doubt, but I want to talk to Jessie more and know the brain. Reach out to her. Send her a DM. No, I'm smart, not pretty, duh. You could be both. I think there are pretty smart people out there. Pretty smart. Let's see here. Rabid with a rose, Jesus with a heart me, and Jesus with 25 goats. Count them, 25 goats. 20 popular votes. 1 greeting heart, and TikTok seller with 11 roses. With a total of $1.27, we made this live. Oh yeah, we are swimming in the cash right now. Swimming in the cash. Appreciate the gifts though, guys. It does help the algorithm. We already got 43 people watching right now. That's not bad. We haven't even started. Are we looking at a pullback on XRP soon? I think Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Wednesday after we get the news. Like, the bill's gonna pass. It's gonna shoot up. And I think after that point, probably the next day or by that weekend, then it'll pull back for sure. Don't forget tariffs are coming. Nasty, nasty tariffs are coming. Yes, I can do H-bar. And if you were in the TA class, we've been deep diving into H-bar actually. We've been looking at the charts, reading the candles. It's been pretty awesome. Oh yeah, nasty, ugly, disgusting candles coming. You think those green candles were beautiful? Wait till you see the red ones coming in. Just you wait and see. Algo looks ripe for the picking. Algo's kind of been ripe, but yeah. Algo barely moved, huh? Let's take a look at Algo. Algo's one of those ones where it's a late mover. Oh yeah. Algo hasn't even gotten its next push yet. So if you missed one or you got profits in one, you can move it into one of these, man. But I'll tell you what, it kind of hit that spot, 30 cents, but it could potentially do 33 cents to 35. We shall see. Jesus says, good TA class this past week. Yeah, man, hopefully you're learning. Hopefully you're using the paper trading. Use the paper trading. I'm telling you, if you want to be a trader, that's the place to learn. Don't do it with your own money. Do it with fake money. Lose fake money first. I'll tell you what, when I first started trading, I was doing paper trading on, I think it was like Forex. And Dude, I would lose 50 grand a week on that thing before I even put real money in the market. Once I started making money, I'm like, okay, I'm ready. And I was a kid back then, man. Just a kid. I'm buying pie coins. Like just a slice of pie? You're buying a slice of pie? Just a slice? Honestly, if you're buying right now, you're borderline unwell in the head. I wanted to say the R word, but Jesus, thank you for the level up. H-bar does the same as algo. Exactly. Exactly. How you guys digging the music? I'm an old school raver, man. I'm one of those 90s ravers, man. What about buying XDC? I mean, yeah, it's just a bootleg XRP kind of thing going on with that one. Same thing, double bottom, kind of played out already. It could potentially go more, but it's kind of got this trend line here. So it could top out right there at 85. 085. Or 875. We'll see. I think everyone's going to be severely disappointed with crypto this year. Who's being naughty with the comments? I'm being naughty. I'm being naughty today. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Spam the chat with pineapples and make Jesse blush. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Yes, I'm being very naughty. Web3 glossary was like, they have a rule where they're allowed to have an open relationship so long as the other person is stupid rich. And was like, well, Jesse, I'm stupid and rich, so this kind of works out, right? TP? What do you mean TP? Toilet paper? It's gonna run out. Everyone's gonna run to buy the toilet paper. You're gonna have to use pineapples instead. Revolution says you're half right. Yeah, I'm rich, but not stupid. Actually, I'm broke. I am so broke right now. I haven't been this broke in a very long time. I'm so broke because I'm crypto rich, cash poor. I cannot wait to cash out. Get ready for the demon candles. Okay, not the god candles, the demon candles when I sell. SXT, how's it looking? Man, SXT looks dead skis. It looks like 9 cents might have been it for SXT. I'm kind of bummed out on it a little bit, but it could do more. It's one of those projects when we go into alt season is when it's going to do parabolic things. So make sure you're taking profits, getting in at lower prices. That one's going to do what it's going to do when it's time. XRP to $5, maybe. Let's say Bitcoin crashes, it should bring everything down with it a little bit, and then if it loses dominance, expect all that money to flow into alts, and then I can see a $5 XRP. When is alt season? When Bitcoin crashes. When you see Bitcoin fall below 75K and start inching towards 50 to 25K, that's when. I am on Discord. The link is in my bio. What happened to the pineapples? Spam the chat for pineapples. I'm trying to make this thing happen. Francesca, thank you for the heart me. I feel like the more pineapples that come in the chat, the more likely it's going to happen. So send in those pineapples. Let's make this happen. Come on, Jesse. I won't bite hard. I won't bite too hard. I can be gentle. I'm a gentle giant. This is gonna happen. If we get like 100,000 comments in pineapples, it has to happen. If we get 100,000 comments and we're just flooding it with pineapple, you'll have no choice. The internet has spoken. Oz, it's not Fran After Dark. I know. My true personality is coming out today. No tap or comments. I like the Fran After Dark show. Alexandria with the pineapples. Is Alexandria trying to you trying to say something to me or to Jesse with those pineapples? Jesse, I think Alexandria is about it. She's sending you pineapples. I'll tell you what, man. Doesn't it feel great to see the market going up finally? It's not going to last forever. What goes up must come down. Look at all the pineapples in the chat. Me too. We have so much fun and talk a lot. Shiza. Not about people. Exactly. We have fun. I can't wait to do another late night live with Francesca. Eric says I missed out again. That's all right, bro. There will be more opportunities. Eric, I'll tell you this. If you missed out, maybe you should consider being in the TA class. You've been a subscriber for a while. I'd let you in, man. The class is full, though. The charts have been saying yes. The news has been saying no. And I think everyone just doesn't care about the news right now. They're like, we need to make this pump so that we can make some money here because our children are starving. And then it'll be short-lived. It'll be sad. When you get a spot open, let me know. Well, Eric, the class is full, but I'm leaving it open for subscribers. So there is space because you're a subscriber. So if you're interested in getting in the TA class, it's on Sunday. If you missed the class, I will record it. By the way, I don't know what happened with the recording for the live or for the last TA class. I did, however, make the video today. So if you missed the TA class, make sure you DM me today after the show and I will send you out that video. What are the classes? What's the format? It's on Sundays at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and it's on Discord. And it's on like a phone chat, so we like actually talk and communicate with each other, and I teach you guys all kinds of stuff. And if you join the class late, everything is recorded, and I will send you those videos so that you can get caught up and get up to speed. And then you can rewatch them and burn them into your brain so you're not have to pay every month, you know? How many members do you have on Discord? What do you mean, in the TA class? I'm not sure. There's quite a few. The TA class has only 5 people in it right now. I'm trying to keep the class size low. I want to keep it low so it's very personal and I can answer your questions. If it gets overwhelming, no one else will be allowed in it until somebody drops out. Thank you for the hashtags. Francesca, thank you for the 2 paper cranes and the heart me. Much appreciated. What happened to the pineapples? No more pineapples? I guess it's not going to happen. Seamont with the hashtag pineapple. Pineapples for days. Keep the pineapples coming. Let's make this happen. We threw them out. They're going bad. You talking about the pineapples? Threw out the pineapples? You better save your pineapples because you're going to need toilet paper soon. Supply chain shortages are coming. You're going to need those pineapples for TP. Oh, that's why someone put in the chat TP question mark. Save your pineapples. You know the little top on your pineapple? You should save those because if you ever run out of toilet paper, you know you're good. Sign me up. I'll take a listen to the TA. It does cost money, Justin, but I would be more than happy to. So if you want to get in the class, send me a DM, Justin, and I'll give you the rundown of it. And for those of you who are not subscribers, make sure you subscribe. How many subscribers do we have now? No, subscribers are invited to join the class, but it is an extra fee for the TA class. Because if I teach you this, you're not going to need me anymore. What's your predictions for the markets tomorrow? A bit of a pullback and maybe more upward movement. I don't think it's going to crash. Maybe like consolidation. What am I up to here? I do day trade crypto. That's how I pay for all of this. I'm gonna pay for Jesse to have some pineapple time with me. I don't think I could afford Jesse in that manner. I can barely afford Jesse now. I don't think she'd even be down. She's not about that life. TikTok seller with more pineapples. Hoping for 119K to enter into alts to go long for tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see. I want to see Bitcoin lose more dominance. But I think you're right. I think we're on the verge of alt season. We're on the verge. You thought these candles were nice. Wait. Just wait and see. But remember, the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. And that means with more liquidity spread out, the less these alts are going to move. Stack your bags, last chance. I think you're right. I think you're right. One last move. I'll tell you what, Big Baller is a smart investor. You're going to get one last pump, and then that's going to be it. Make sure you take profits. We're too close to Valhalla to not hit it? Nah, man. You need money. There's just not enough new people in crypto. I mean, Eric, yes, you can still buy in, but I think the next candle is gonna not be as great as what we've already seen. But there should be some candle to catch. And I would imagine it's gonna be your top 10 coins are gonna do the best. The bears are bearing hard. I'm with them. Dude, I'm with it too. I still have the green light on because I do believe we're going to get one more pump. But let me tell you, the red light is coming soon. Soon coming. But right now, still green. I appreciate you sending. Sending what? Did I send something? What's up, Fredrum? And make sure you guys are subscribed. And if you were subscribers, resubscribe. Keep this community going. The subscribers are what really keeps everything going here. Not just financially, but with the status that this live is at for growing into the FYP. The more subscribers you have, the more you're promoted and pushed. I feel like it's going to tank on Thursday. That's what I'm thinking. Respect to all of you. Hope you're making money today. I mean, yeah, I think we're about to get a little pullback, but there should be some more money to be made. Should be some more. I think you got one more hopium, one more moon cheese, and then... And I could be wrong about that. It could pump until the end of the month, but I'll tell you this. Like the 30th-ish, around the 1st, it's going to dump hard. And it's going to be dumping for like a while. And that'll be your second chance to get in for September, October, like maybe some rate cuts, maybe legislation coming out. You're going to get a second chance. I got one too. Feels good with a haircut, doesn't it? Oh, dude, it was so hot, bro. Oh, it feels amazing. Look at, don't I look nice? Okay. Yes. It just feels incredible. It is so hot. It's like 100 and a million degrees out here. Yeah, I hope you like the mustache. Maybe Jesse will be down with some pineapple time because I'm looking good. What do you think, Jesse? Some pineapple time with this strapping young lad? I'll tell you where that pineapple goes. I'll tell you right where I'm going to put that pineapple. Just giving respect. I love women. Yes, I do too. I love women too. Jesse, I'm going to talk to my wife. I'm going to say, hey, the internet has spoken. It has to happen. You know, no one knows what it means, but it's provocative. Gets the people going, right? You got to give the people what they want, right? I only jest and joke about this because I know never in a million years would she ever consider it whatsoever. That's why it's so funny to me. Like if I get too close to her, she's just like, go away, ew, gross. Alexa, thank you for the heart me and the rose. Alexa, I'm so sorry. I keep calling you Alexandria. I am the worst at pronouncing the names of the people in the chat, by the way. I'm the king of messing your chat name up. I'm gonna actually make it a thing. I'm gonna try to pronounce everyone's name so poorly. That's gonna be my thing. And I'll be like, what's up, Restitution? What's up, Javier Acevedo? Yeah, like I did with Ginny. Guinea Marie's name is Ginny Marie, and I call it Guinea. I'm just gonna call her Gina. I'm gonna just make that the thing where I totally butcher everyone's names. What's up, Jace? What's up, Jace? How you doing? Everyone's name is getting butchered. Jace says BTC definitely hitting 150K at very least. Maybe 125. Alexa Delgado's name is Alexandria Gustavo. It's Eric Bro's name is now it's Aaron Bra. What's up? It's Aaron Bra. Okay, I'm looking and I missed out so much. I'll be here all the time. Yeah, dude. Don't miss out, man. Everyone here that heeded the advice made money. We shall see. It all depends with like crypto regulation. What's going to happen? I'll tell you what, if that bill doesn't get passed, if it gets passed, then maybe upward movement with some sideways movement until the end of the month. Loan Protocol and XRP, don't sleep on it. Fredrum's new name is Freedom. XRP is going to hit 380. Oh, definitely. Within a couple hours, it's going to do that. It'll recover back. I'll tell you where support is on XRP. It's like 270, 275. That's where support's at. Look at right here. Do that consolidation zone. And then our wick, 277, 275. I'm here to learn. Thank you for all your knowledge. Just don't take my humor anyway. Oh, of course, Fredrum, you're fine. Hey, Fredrum, I have the TA class. If you're interested, when there's an opening available, I can get you in. Why 380 today? Just natural pullback. It wants to retest support. Yeah, Fredrum, send me a DM and I'll let you know. There's a few people that are on like the waiting list. If they fall off, I'll put you on this week. How about that? But you got to be a subscriber. I'm only letting subscribers in, and I said that, you know, it does, you know, I said that new subscribers I wouldn't. Fredrum, you've been around for a very long time, and I believe you used to be a subscriber, so I will extend that courtesy to you. Oz, where in the heck has your humor being? Gotta show it, man. Well, I'm trying to be very, what do you call it? Like professional with this show, but my actual personality is very humorous, okay? Very humorous. And pineapples just get me going. Something about a pineapple, using it for toilet paper, makes me laugh. Think of all the people in 2020 that were using pineapples for toilet paper. Alexa, thank you for the rose and the 4 goats and the heart me. This month it will hit 380. Yeah, it'll hit way lower than that. This month like the 30th. It's going to hit like, and like beginning of next month, I think it could be all the way down to like 250. Yes, this is XRP. Let's put on the rage bait. This'll get them going. We're already getting our first red candle for, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. A whole week of green candles. Corn husks in Mexico for TP, yeah. That's what you do. You eat the tamales and then you get mud butt after, and you get, it comes with toilet paper. Hopium is going to the garage to hit another. Oh, I know, right? Remove the ghost and put it back in August. The ghost has been our mascot for so long. I can't get rid of the ghost. The ghost has been our mascot since day one. Remember the ghost? I used to hand draw the ghost. You guys remember when the ghost was hand drawn? It looked like this guy. That was bad. It was like, this was our ghost. Remember this guy? Who remembers this ghost? On the iPad? No, it was, everyone called it a Nintendo Switch, but it was like a tablet. Yeah. It was my Chromebook Duet tablet. Yes, the Switch. I have the Switch right here. Somewhere around here. I have the Switch from back in the day. How long ago was that, man? That was so long ago. How far we have come as a community here. I see you all as my family now. You've all been here for so long. I feel like I know you. Like you guys have become a part of me. Don't date yourself. Time flies. Yeah. Yes. I gotta stop dating myself. My palms are getting raw. Oz, do you watch Paul Barron? If not, check out today's YouTube video. Might be insightful. If I remember, I'll look into it. But I try not to let other people influence what I'm doing. Everything I try to be my own original thoughts that I come up with on my own. Uninfluenced, unmolested by the media and other pundits. Calvin never came back in here? No. Calvin's too cool for school now. NK, thank you for the heart me. Danny Gibson, thank you for the heart me. Much appreciated. Let's do a gift goal. Let's do a gift goal. Let's do a galaxy. Who's got me with the galaxy? I know you all got money now. All right. I know y'all got some money, so like, let's up the gift game a little bit, right? Like, I mean, a penny rose is beautiful, and thank you. And Alexa, thank you for the rose. Give what you can give, but I know y'all got some money because you've been watching this show for a very long time. Nah, my boss is cheap. Remember, the money that you send in gifts goes to Jesse, right? And the IT guy. This is for them. how did Jessie make more money than me in her 1 hour live? Jessie made like $30 in 1 hour on her live, and I made $2.64 in 1 hour on my live. What the heck? Alexa, thank you for the Galaxy. Appreciate you. Thoughts on what Brooke said? I think Brooke is right. I just don't think that buying and holding forever is not the way to make money in crypto. Oh, I like this song. Is the FedWire live right now? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Which means it has nothing to do with crypto. ISO 222 has nothing to do with crypto. There are just some cryptos that are compliant. In other words, leave a moon bag for XRP. Yeah. Maybe a small moon bag. I mean, yeah, not financial advice. Do what you want to do. But we're coming back down, ladies and gentlemen. The way to make money in crypto is by trading its volatility. It's not an investment. It's not an investment. It's for day trading. At least right now. In the long-term future, 5-10 years from now, yes, it will be an investment. Right now, it is not an investment. If you're investing into crypto right now, you're doing it wrong. Let them know it's just a messaging system. Yes. So ISO 222 is just a messaging system for the banks. It has nothing to do with crypto. It's basically they're doing all the same thing the bank has always done before, but the messaging system is different. Yeah, it's an upgrade. The whales are there to take our money. Exactly. The whales already bought a long time ago. Everybody that bought in at $3, thank you for the money. You guys put money in my pocket. And look at this looks like a crazy move. This is nothing. This is nothing. There's money to be made there, but it's not blow your O-ring money, okay? It's not generational wealth money. People did buy at $3, and I'll tell you why. They bought it at $3. They bought it like $3.15 because this formed a bull flag right here, but then tariffs just sent it the opposite direction. XRP topped this cycle $8 to $25. No way. Maybe $25 next cycle. Maybe. I think top this cycle $5. Maybe $8. And I'll tell you why, Josh. Tariffs on the 1st are going to erase everything that happened today or this week. Everything that happened this week instantly erased, just like this one right here. Boom. Everything that you got out of this candle, boom, instantly erased the next day. Canada, EU, and China. Yep. Retaliatory tariffs. We're literally talking about countries are going to cut us off from trade completely. Like they're not going to trade with us ever again. Do you say the 1st? Yes. August 1st. All downhill from there. It'll probably start turning downward before then. Yes, the Ponzi scheme will collapse. True, because we're holding back. If the U.S. doesn't get on board, we will be left behind. Exactly. Short, maybe not just yet. maybe Thursday or the right before the end of the month. The end of the month, I would definitely say short. Definitely. I think it's got one more push. I think it's got one more last little. China made them deals. They said no proof yet. But what is something pretty Eddie would do? Exactly. They will pump it right after the dip. I'm not worried. Yeah, but unless you're trading that, there's no money to be made there. You should be buying the dip, taking profits on the pump, rebuying the dip. Obviously, you haven't seen Daddy TikTok rebutting what you just said about the messaging system. What did Daddy TikTok say? If you're wondering if you should sell right now, QWERTY, I would recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber, and you can get one-on-one coaching with me. Everyone's situation is different. Everyone bought at a different time. Everyone has a different amount in there. So what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me, and we can come up with a strategy that works best with your portfolio. So you're saying sell shortly before the first and then rebuy after the red drop from tariffs? I'm saying everyone's situation is different. But what I'm saying is we're going to drop hard and basically erase everything that just happened. Oh yeah, 50K likes, baby. Make sure you guys are tapping the screen. Let's get to a gazillion likes today. I want to see a gazillion likes. A quintillion. How many is a gazillion? All of them. We're still bullish too, right? Kind of. I think we'll probably form a bull flag on XRP anyway. I think it forms a bull flag and then from there. But maybe not. Maybe not forming a bull flag on the 1 day. But if the crypto week thing keeps getting sell off from it, shorts keep coming in, then it would form a flag and then go. We'll see. XRP can't hold over $3. Exactly. And I'll tell you why. You know, there's a reason, and Ripple said this themselves, why they hold 44% of the supply is to keep it regulated so that it doesn't go crazy. And because they make money, of course. That's their reason, but we all know why. It's keeping the lights on. It's sending them on yacht party vacations. We still in for 190. Sheepman. 190 for what? We already hit the 190. 190 was back in June 23rd. That's when we hit that. That time came and passed. Oh, I thought maybe a retrace. No, maybe not 190. Probably like 250 is where I would call it. 250 to 230 is where I would call it right now for the retrace. Yeah, the tariffs on the first will affect it. It's going to basically erase everything. That's why it's all perfectly timed. The ISO thing, and then the crypto week, and then they pushed back tariffs one more time. Like, yeah. 250 sounds good. Nah, that's too rich for my blood. Maybe if alt season's about to happen, Bitcoin's losing dominance, yeah, I'm going to buy at 250. Did I look at H-bar? All right, I'll pull up H-bar, sorry. We just were chatting away. I guess I should start the show now. I haven't even started the show. We've just been like chilling. Let me look at H-bar. The music was on. I was having a good time. The markets are up. I'm all giddy and having a good time. We're spamming the chat with pineapples. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Everybody send a pineapple. Let's make this thing happen. H-bar looks like it's got another day of retracement before continuation. And I think that that's going to correlate across. I think tomorrow we get another retracement and then a continuation. And if you're in the TA class, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're in the TA class, what do you see? 1, 2, 3, boom. And that's Wednesday. And that's the day they vote. Boom. Turn around. So Tuesday, Wednesday. So either today is the last candle, red candle, and then another push back up. Yeah, totally textbook, right? Jesus knows what I'm talking about. He's in the class. Isn't it amazing, even just after yesterday's class, how much more vivid the charts look to you? You guys have learned quite a bit. I know we haven't covered much, but these fundamental things, like, you're going to start seeing them now, and you're going to start like applying this into your trades. And oh man, it's going to totally change your life. That's the whole plan. A small little investment into yourself, into your knowledge and understanding of this stuff is going to just pay off phenomenally. And then one day you can thank me. I'll take my boat in emerald green and gold trim. You can all buy me a boat. We'll have a fleet. I told you before you should write a book, dude. You're such a good speaker. I am going to write a book. I'm working on it. I've actually been talking about writing a book for a very long time. The problem is getting it all out. So when I have story time, I'm recording those things so that way I can remember and put some of them down, because it's kind of hard. There's a lot to remember. My life has just been so wild. I could never remember all of it. But I do want to put it into a book. Maybe I'll make an audiobook. Viewership is way up. I'll tell you what, when the markets are up, viewership's up. And this is with no promotion. This is great. All right, let's do a gift goal. My favorite one. This is my favorite gift right here. Who's got me with the dragon crown? I want to go with the fire coming out. So much fun. No way this cycle, end of the July though. Too early. I smell fake out. No, dude. Yes, but Danny, thank you for the dragon crown. Appreciate you, man. My agent says that I need to berate you with more gift goals. I'm not doing it. Okay. We'll have our days where we have those gift-a-thon days. We usually have them like the end of the month. But yeah, I don't want to berate you guys with gifts. If you guys want to send gifts, I appreciate it. I'm not going to be constantly putting them in the chat. That's not what this show's about, okay? I do like getting them. It is nice to have less money that I have to pay the staff. And it is nice to get that push in the algorithm. But that's not what the show's about. The show is about the information and everything that we do here. Thanks to Ozthecryptogoat. Oh, thank you, man. Yes, Danny Gibson has been doing pretty well, but he takes advantage of the deluxe subscription. He'll message me, him and a few others, though, is CMON. CMON takes advantage too, and they'll be like, hey, what are you seeing on this one? I got in at this price. What should I do? Because I can't do that on here, right? But if you're a deluxe subscriber, oh man, those two are raking in the dough. Can you check DAG for me before I load up? Yeah, I got you, bro. Big Baller's sending me on vacation tomorrow. We're going to hang out, and I'm going to get my beer gator. And yeah, we're going to have a good time. I got to figure out where to get the threaded CO2. I'll tell you this, though. I got some ideas for the whole beer gator thing. I got some ideas of how we can market and not just sell beer gators, but sell so much more. Dude, you think beer gator is going to make you rich? Wait till the add-ons for this thing come. And I'm just so appreciative of you, bro. I'm gonna let you in on my insight and knowledge of what it. If you feel like bringing me along with you and doing it, like, I'm down to work something out. We're gonna talk about it over dinner tomorrow. Dag nabbit. Constellation, right? That's the one DAG is, Constellation. DAG has military contracts. Ooh, this one hasn't moved yet. All right, if you missed one, this is one that didn't send yet. This is gonna, stuff like this won't send until what do you call it? Alt season. All right. Stuff like this won't really send until alt season. They'll get a bit of a push. But yeah, this is basically that double bottom. And it could potentially fall lower. I would say 0.028 to 0.030 are going to be some nice entry points that you should be able to get in on this one. It could potentially fall lower. 0.025 probably the lowest. 0.024 would probably be the lowest this one will go. Yeah, this one's more long-term for sure. That doesn't mean that it won't send this cycle. See, it sent in December, hasn't sent yet. But look at, this is that classic bull cycle. See that big run up and then a taper off, big run up and then a taper off, big run up and then a taper off. And it'll probably get another big run up in like September, August, September, October, November, somewhere around there. It's going to get one. Alexa, thank you for the rose. Appreciate you. You're so sweet. So, my TA class people, how are we liking it? Am I okay? I've never taught a class before in my life, so hopefully I'm doing a good job. Let me know right now and do it in front of chat. Tell me if I should change something. Tell me, I want to know. TikTok seller says I like it. HD malicious says it's great. Alexa says I like the class so far. This is good. If you think that I should do something better, or if there's something you want me to cover, reach out to me and let me know. Because you know, I want you guys to get what you pay for. You know what I mean? I want to do a good job. I've never taught a class before in my life, and never did I ever think that I would. But I feel like I do a pretty good job at it. My son wants to take your class. Do you have room? For you, Danny, yes, because you are a subscriber, I will allow your son to take the class. So message me and I'll get him in. Sorry, just got home from work. High do you see XRP going? How high do I see XRP going? I mean, technically it's played out. Maybe if it breaks $3, it's going to 320. All right, but it's starting to lose steam. The candles are getting shorter and shorter, and the wicks are getting longer and longer. I'd like to take it, but I work this weekend. Here's the thing, Raydan, if you work on the weekends, I record the classes, and I didn't record one of the classes on accident. I went back and I did a recap video of the class. So they're all recorded for you. So if you miss one, you're still going to get the class. So Raydan, if you're interested in getting in it, but it is open only to subscribers that have been around, okay? And if you were a subscriber and your subscription is lapsed, I'll allow you to resubscribe first and then get in. But it's pretty much subscribers only are going to be allowed in the class. It's pretty much full. But I understand that the chat hasn't been too crazy. Everyone's been pretty quiet in the background. They ask a few questions, but I don't want it to get overwhelmed and bombarded. So I'm trying to keep the class size small. But if it does get to a point where it's too much, then I will either have to kick somebody or who knows, right? But we'll figure it out. I don't want it to get too much. I want it to be a few. But the way it's going right now, the class is full at the amount that I had originally put to have people into it. But it doesn't seem to be overwhelming for me at all. So I'm allowing the deluxe subscribers to get into it. Let's see here. All right, let's get into the news, right? So XRP, maybe it sees all-time high. Maybe. If it forms a bull flag right here at the $3 mark, definitely get ready to see 340. What was the chart before? What do you mean? But I think 315, 320 is the next zone of resistance, but it's not as strong as the $3 zone. I'll tell you that right now. Is the magnet representing downforce? Yes. Actually, I should take this way. Okay. Once this tops out, that magnet's coming right here, and it's going to bring it right back down to $2. The tombstone represents XRP really doesn't have any utility anymore, in my opinion. It has some utility. Hi, no TikTok tonight. TikTok is on. We're on TikTok, Ginny Marie. Or on Twitch, I should call you Johnny Marie. Johnny Marie. I'm messing everyone's names up today. Crass Gracias. I'm just kidding. Chris Garcia says for DAG, what do you want to know on DAG? Probably some downward movement. Obviously, it's going to move up. This is a descending channel, so it's going to pump up. It's a double bottom, so it should see 69 cents or 0.69 to 0.73. This is going to move up, okay? This one's behind. Yes, Oz got a haircut. If August 1st is a fake out where we're cooked and it could happen again. Yeah. It'll be like, I wouldn't call it a fake out, man. It's a Ponzi scheme, bro. Viewer description says, what's up, buddy? What's the top for XLM? We're getting there, that's for sure. Let me look. What coin was on the screen? That was DAG and XRP. You missed XLM? Oh, I posted it. I even sent out an email alert on XLM. I'll tell you this right now. XLM is going to pay you way better than XRP is, and they're not dumping on you, right? Ripple is not dumping XLM. XLM is going to give you everything you want from XRP and then some. Lower market cap. This is the one. If you're into XRP, this is the one. Here's the thing. Is if you're an XLM, you should be taking profits, okay? It's probably going to get one more downward move. Let's see. Today is Monday, so Tuesday, a little bit more downward movement, and then possibly another move up on Wednesday, but I think 51 cents. What it'll do more than likely is double top. And it may go up a little bit further. And I could be wrong on this, okay? Bitcoin could lose dominance and altcoin season goes into effect and everything sees all-time highs. But this is if Bitcoin does not lose dominance. This is what will happen. Big Baller says, take your profits out of XRP and put it into XLM. Yes. Yes. But remember, XLM is going to move the same with XRP. So if XRP is going down, so is XLM. However, XLM just got an update. Man, SXT looks kind of dead. It doesn't mean that it won't move again. Let me look at XLM on the hour. Yeah, so this is what I think happens with XLM. We have this descending channel. It get another pump up to like 250, 252, and then back down. And more than likely, it'll probably go up, come down, consolidate, and then boom, head and shoulders all the way down to 29 cents again. 30 cents. Unless we go into alt season, or this could potentially pump to a new all-time high. Or not an all-time high, but pump higher. Let me go into the 1 day. Let's say it's going to pump higher. I don't think it does, though. To be honest with you, look at these peaks. See how they're one's lower and the next one's lower, and they kind of choo, choo, choo. You're going to see the same thing. Choo, 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 all the way down. But there is a potential that it does like this is right here, where it pumps up, 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 and then down, 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 down. So this could potentially go up to 79, 80 cents. All right. Maybe even like 69 cents. I'm going to lean towards 69 cents, but probably more like 80 cents if it just continues onward. This is XLM. This is if we go into altcoin season. It's going to hit like probably 80 cents, come back down to like 60 cents, and then go up to like 95 cents for a new all-time high. And then it would be toasty. And that would put it out at around October, November, which kind of lines up with the timeline. Is it a good buy now? No, I don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you what, it looks nice and red, and things are probably going to go bullish again because of crypto week. So I'd say, yeah, potentially it's a good buy. It should come down more. Rich, you got to become a subscriber. I got too many projects to look at. Josh says SXT is definitely mega pumping during alt season. I agree with that. Look at the returns we got from the little pump it got. Cardano.
In the comments, your subscribers for 80.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay. For me.
I just got yelled at by Jesse. Everybody send pineapples in the chat because Jesse yelled at me. Send the pineapples. Oh, yeah. Cardano looks like a nice little bull flag. Cardano's going to pump. Cardano will see 89 cents to $1, possibly $1.02. Where are my pineapples at? Jesse just yelled at me and I got no pineapples coming in. Let her know who's boss around here. Get out the whips and chains. Handcuff. I'm going to get in so much trouble. I'm going to get in so much trouble, not just from Jesse. There's the pineapples. Now we see the pineapples. Giddy Marie, thank you for the rose and the heart me. Big Baller, thank you for the heart me. Nate, thank you for the heart me. Revolution, thank you for the club's cheers and the 5 popular votes. When is Crypto Week? Today. Crypto Week started today. Ada will do a 10x trust. Possibly. Yeah, I think so. But based off of this pattern, look at here. Here's our trend. Boom. 95 cents to $1. What's a good number to buy XLM? That depends, Guinea Marie. That depends on a lot of different things. Let me look at it one more time. Got a lot I got to look at. Yeah, we got to break out. Guinea Marie posted a pineapple. No, you got to put a pineapple emoji. Everybody spam the chat with pineapple emojis. No one tell Guinea Marie what the pineapple emoji is about. It's an inside joke. She came late, so she's not in on the joke. Guinea, Ginny Marie is so mad right now. She missed out on the pineapple joke. We were saying that people are going to run out of toilet paper, so they're going to have to use pineapples instead. Jesus, thank you for the backing monkey. Marco, thank you for the heart me and the 10 popular votes. Like the tight shape up. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Pineapples in the chat. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples for the entire live, okay? And from here on out, nothing but pineapples for days. I want to see all the pineapples. V-chain pineapple. What is there a pineapple coin? And if it's gonna screw you, does it come with lube? They don't know, but you can clean up well, brother. Oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. What the heck do you get pineapples? It's an inside joke. If you missed it, you missed it. Because I'm not going to get hit when I end the live right now. We'll just chalk it up. It's toilet paper. Pineapples are toilet paper now. All right. I can't remember. Okay, SXT. All right, I'm going to do SXT, last one, and then we're going to get into the news, all right? And then we'll do TA at the end, all right? Revolution says, I hate it here. Oh, XLM. Well, you got to wait. I got to do SXT, then I'll do XLM, okay? I have to go in order. HD is posting coffee mugs. And if you don't know what pineapple's all about, post popcorn because you're just sitting on the sideline watching. Everybody's spamming the chat with pineapple. Pineapples and popcorns in the chat. Let's see here. Space and time. I don't know why, but I love this project. Okay, okay. Maybe this one's about to get one. I don't know. There's a lot of sell pressure at 9 cents. A lot of sell pressure. It had like a triple bottom here. But this could potentially be a cup and handle. However, it's a drop into a cup and handle, so it's not. But it could. It just goes from like 60% to 30%. Likely. Yeah, people bought at 17 cents. That's true. That's very true. Well, 1642, but yeah. Marco says I'm not sending it. Marco, you better send pineapples right now. Pineapples. Let's look at the 1 hour. Okay, that kind of looks like a bull flag, but it also looks like a double top. Interesting. This one, I would say I'm in indecision on it. Because it's clearly a double top. All right, it's clearly a double top, but look at this consolidation. It kind of resembles a bull flag, doesn't it? Or is that a flat bottom? No, this is a triangle pattern. This could be bearish. That looks like a flat bottom. So, double top, flat bottom, it's probably coming down. It doesn't mean that crypto week and Bitcoin new all-time highs and things can't change that. It could potentially pump. But this one's a little concerning. I'll tell you though, I made plenty of money off this one. I'm going to hold this one for alt season. I hope it comes down. I'm just going to buy some more, wait for alt season on this one, and it's going to make stupid money. Stupid! This one will give you everything you're looking for from Bitcoin and XRP, and then some. The thing is it's so new, no one knows anything about it. This is Space and Time, SXT. SXT. And Oscar. This one is a one of a kind right here. It's only been out since May 8th. It is a one of a kind. There are no other coins that can do what it does as far as utility. There are some that are like, but nothing does it like this one. You're bananaed from SXT. All right, Guinea Marie wanted XLM. Let me do XLM one more time. All right, and then we're going to get into the news. Okay. XLM, it looks like it's at support right now. 43 to 50 cents seems to be like support. Major support is at like 42 cents or 40 cents. If you can buy this thing at 40 cents and it looks like it's going to send, then I would say that's a good spot. But it's hard to say right now because we don't know. And Guinea Marie, I would recommend you get in the TA class. It's pretty much full right now, but I'm leaving it open for deluxe subscribers. Okay. Guinea Marie, I think that you would benefit a lot from the TA class. I'll tell you right now, everybody that's in it is really learned quite a bit, and they're already seeing it. Like, you guys are quick, man. I can come in next week. All right, we'll get you in next week. And we're going to learn gap trading probably next month. Maybe this month we'll see how far we can get. But I'm going to cover gap trading. Oh, man, you guys want to talk about printing money. Oh, my God. Gap trading, baby. It is, if you're like a high frequency day trader and you just want to print money every day, oh, man. You don't learn well watching videos. It's a live, Guinea Marie. The TA class is a live class with a voice chat instead of keyboard chat. So you can ask questions and we can learn. It's like classroom style. Oh, the others that you missed, that's all right. I'll send them to you, right? You can watch them, and if you have questions, we can cover them in the next class. What time is my class? My class is at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But viewer description, you would have to upgrade to a deluxe subscription as well to get in because it is full, but you have been a subscriber for a while. So I will allow you to get a spot if you're a deluxe subscriber. Yes, every Sunday is going to be a TA class for however long as you want to stay in it until you feel you've learned everything. And eventually it's going to get to a point where I'm like, okay, I've taught everything that I know, and then maybe we can learn together, or I'll start it over and it'll be something, restart the class. And if you want to take it again and hone your skills, whatever, that's up to you. AB, what's up? What's up, AB Writer? I will see you on Sunday. If you want to get in the TA class, you got to be a deluxe subscriber. So if you're already a regular subscriber, I'll let you upgrade, but you have to have already been a subscriber because the class is basically full. Okay, but I'm leaving it open to deluxe subscribers. So if you're a deluxe subscriber and you want to get in, I'm telling you right now, it's going to pay for itself. All right. And if you want to get on the waiting list to get in, send me a DM. Marco, yes, you are a deluxe subscriber. But the TA class is different. So you do have to pay for the TA class. But I'm telling you right now, it pays for itself. It pays for itself. You guys are going to be printing money. Marco, do you want to get in the class? If you want to get in the class, send me a DM, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, it's $25 an hour. It's a 1-hour class 4 times a month. Okay? It is not free. Just bought $20 in SXT. Hope you're right, buddy. I didn't say anything about a SXT, man. It definitely more of a when alt season comes, you're going to make stupid money. Your $20 is going to be, if SXT holds where it's at and doesn't drop too much lower, like if it doesn't hit 5 cents, and like let's just say that it's keeps either where it's at and continues going up when we go into alt season, it could potentially see dollars in value. It's at like 9 cents right now. And the market cap is so low and the coin supply is so low and the utility is off the charts. The partnerships is Microsoft and Chainlink. It works on multiple ledgers. So like it works on Ethereum, it works on XRPL. It basically works on everything. And it's off-chain data verification. It is like the biggest project you ever saw. This is the future of crypto right here. Guinea says, I currently have 3K SXT. I bought at 8.2. So you're in the green. You made a lot of money off of that. From 8 to 9 cents, okay, on SXT is a lot of freaking money. I'm going to tell you that right now. Guinea Marie got thousands. Guinea Marie has made thousands from a 1 cent price increase. It's like printing money. It's stupid. It depends on how much you put it. Dude, you could put $20 into this thing and it moved 10 cents and you've made thousands. I think it has a potential to do more than 10x, bro. I think SXT is one of those ones that could do 100x to 1000x. It just doesn't, no one knows what it is and no one's talking about it yet. Wait till it has a crazy run this cycle and then it gets on everyone's radar. And then next cycle, it's going to be face melting crazy. It could potentially go to like, once it gets traction and people know about it, I could see it next cycle hitting like $10. Okay. It's 1,000 per every 10K you put in because I did the math. Yeah, it's a lot for 1 cent. That's a lot of returns. I tell you what, right now, I turned Mega Crypto onto SXT a while back. I'm sure he is grinning ear to ear right now. Y'all can thank me later. I tried to tell people, I was like, hey guys, buy a SXT. You can thank me later, right? And everyone's like, what's that? What's that? I'm like, just do a little research. Go look into it. And then after, every person that I tell about SXT buys it. Every creator, every crypto guru out there, everyone that sees this coin, there's no rhetoric behind it. There's no narrative yet. It hasn't been pushed. Okay. Everyone that sees it says, oh yeah, this is the one. Jesse, give us STX. Yeah, STX from, so I said get SXT. Jesse accidentally bought STX. And STX is actually freaking phenomenal too. STX gives Bitcoin, makes it not a meme coin. It makes it have utility. So STX is also going to do massive too. XRP going back down now. Guinea Marie, I just said all of this. I don't know. I think we get one more pump. We're going into crypto week. They're about to do the Genius Act thing. I think we should see another pump and possibly one or two more with some retracement in between or consolidation until the end of the month. All right. That's what I think. I think it's pretty much up until the last week of the month. Got a little bit more time, a little bit more. Think of all the people that are buying for their first time right now just because this thing is going up. All I heard is going down long term, okay? April 1st, or excuse me, not April, August 1st, everything's going down. Your dyslexia paid off for STX. Yeah, Big Baller, dude. I kind of want to know what your wallet address is, Big Baller, and I just want to copy your trades. Because, dude, my guy, Big Baller, and not like copy your trades, but copy your portfolio. Whatever you're holding, and like, so it's like if I see you buy something, I'm going to buy it. When I see you sell something, I'm going to sell it. Big Baller is on point, man. The dude prints money. Like, I thought I was good, which I am good at the TA, but Big Baller is good at picking the projects. And dude, we're meeting up tomorrow. We're having dinner and everything, right? I want to talk about that because we need to link up, form an alliance or something. Because you just, if you're buying something, I need to know it. And so does chat. Because, dude, every time you buy something, it takes off like right after. And then, so like you call the projects, I TA them and tell us where to get out of them. We could be just printing money like crazy. Guinea Marie says, can Big Baller include me too? I'm going to talk to him about it because I want to come up with something. Maybe we can do our own Beer Gator show thing. I don't know. I want to brainstorm with you. We're having dinner tomorrow. We're having a business meeting. We're going to be talking about our contract for Beer Gator and moving forward with that. And he's sending me on vacation. Thank you, Big Baller, for the vacation. I appreciate that. It's the only way he could get me to drive down there and pick up a Beer Gator. He's like, dude, I'll send you on vacation. Just get down here and pick up my Beer Gator, dude. And I'm like, all right, fine, man. Like, I'm coming down. I'm not telling you where. You're going to show up, creepo. Big Baller subscription? No, Big Baller is one of the people in the chat. Amazing dude. I would say that we've grown a friendship over this time. I'm not going to show up. I'm just teasing you. Let's see. Alexa, thank you for the 8 roses. AB Ryder, thank you for the heart me. And Revolution, thank you for the club's cheers. Let's do a new gift goal. Let's set a new gift goal. I want to do something fancy, and I know y'all got the money for it. So don't even act like you ain't got it. Okay. Here we go. The whale. The whale diving one is so cool. If you're a whale now because you made a ton of money, send a whale. I appreciate the gifts. Remember, all these gifts go to Jesse. Okay? All the gifts. And I literally take the gifts and into her live, and I gift them to her live because I get coins for it to help promote her new show. And then I also give her the cash. Like, Jesse gets all the gifts, just so you know. It's not going into my bag for me to buy more SXT, okay? No, Jesse is not bananaed. And if someone could put F1 in the chat, because Guinea Marie said the banana word, capital F1 in the chat. Someone reset it. Thank you, TikTok seller. Please do not use the banana word. Please do not use the G word. Please do not use the words we're not supposed to say on TikTok because it messes up the algorithm. Yeah, I'm giving you a hard time, but please, it is very detrimental to the show. F1 basically restarts the algorithm for the chat. So now you guys got to put all the new hashtags, hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch, hashtag, all those different hashtags all have to go back in. So it's basically resetting the algorithm when you put the F1 in there. All right, let's get into the news. Don't forget to spam the chat with pineapples. Hashtag pineapple, everybody. Hashtag swingers. Hashtag swinger party. Yes, all the pineapples. All the poops. Spam the chat. Because we put the F1 in the chat, we got to spam the chat again. We got to get it everything back up. It's like we restarted it. So spam the chat with poops, pineapples, stickers, Gadsden flags, the Corvettes, the Rolls Royce. TikTok seller with the Rolls Royce and the Corvettes. You'll never guess whose Rolls Royce that is. You know whose Rolls Royce that is? If you guys can guess, I will take my shirt off if you can guess whose Rolls Royce that is. I will do a handstand. Nope, it's not Elon's. All right, I will do a handstand if you can guess whose Rolls Royce that is. It's not my Rolls Royce. That's my Corvette. Not Tom Brady's either. Come on, you guys can guess this. It's not Trump's either. I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. That picture was taken backstage at Crypto Arena. Mr. Meach, nope. It's not Brad's. I'll tell you, it was I'll give you another hint. But if I give you another hint, no handstand. All right. Here's the hint. Not Taylor Swift's, but that's very close. Taylor Swift was there. It's not Andrew Tate's, not the Tate brothers. Okay, so the first hint, it was taken at Crypto Arena. It's not Katy Perry's. The second hint is it was taken at the Grammy Awards. What was it? 2023? It's not Beyonce's. I'll give you a hint. It was the Grammy Awards where with Miley Cyrus and Flavor Flav were there. It's not Eminem's. Do you guys give up? It's not Ellen's. It's not Ice Cube's. I will give you a hint. And I don't even know if they actually own it. But it was what they were riding in. TikTok seller says mine. No, not DMX, not Whistling Diesel, not Drake, not Biggles, not Lady Gaga. I'll give you a hint. It's a guy. No more handstand because I gave you guys way too many hints. It's a guy. Not Justin Bieber. I literally said his name. You guys couldn't even guess. I said his name. Tom Jones Porter. Nope. Nope. I said it. I said it, and you guys still didn't guess it. I said his name. Not Tyler Perry. Not Harry Styles. You guys want Frank Sinatra? You guys want another hint? All right, last hint, and this is going to give it away. He wears a big clock on a chain. Flava Flav. Yep, that's him. Guinea Marie says, what the hell, just say it. Yeah, Flava Flav. You guys see the pictures of me with Flava Flav? I believe it's in my profile. I got pictures of me with Flava Flav. I said it wasn't him? Did I say it wasn't him? Well, it was Flavor Flav's. My mistake. Can I be real with you? Do you not understand social media? I'm trying to get you guys to spam the chat. I need you guys to be spamming the chat. Yeah, it's a rental more than likely. Gita Marie, thank you for the 5 Let 'em cooks. Rage bait. Yes, exactly. It's funny because sometimes I'll post something, but it's really important information that I need to get out to people. And everything will be the truth, but I'll make one slight little mistake, because by making that mistake, people will want to correct you on social media, right? And say, no, that's not that, that's this. And it's very close to what it is. So I'm still giving real news, but like, so like when I posted the artillery and everything coming through, I put that the artillery was a 50 BMG. Obviously, it's not a 50 BMG. I know what a 50 BMG is, okay? I've shot one before, all right? But I put that in the chat because that way people will chat and correct me, and then that's how you get to like 20,000 views. What are you and Big Baller going to eat during the meetup? He said he's buying me a steak dinner. He said he's buying me a steak dinner and a beer gator and a week vacation. And I'm much appreciative of that. He didn't have to do it. I was still going to do all those things, but I was able to, I was like, all right, because he's like, oh, I'm leaving the country in like a week. I need to get this done. And I was like, all right, you know, and so then I put it at the top of my priority list because I wanted to meet him for Costa Rica Sizzler. No, I think we're eating at where we're staying. But he got me a room for the week and set me up. So I'm going to have a good time. We shall see. I don't know what's on the menu. Yeah, I'm probably thinking ribeye. Ribeye's good, man. I like ribeye, and I like what's the other one? Prime rib, which are basically the same thing. They're just cooked differently. If there's prime rib, I want prime rib. That's usually what I eat. If not secondary, I will get the ribeye. Giddy Marie says, okay, maybe I'll crash it. Yeah, it should be fun. I'm actually excited to meet it. I like meeting the fans and stuff like that. And I know it's kind of like a business thing, but it's cool. Like, I don't know what you guys see. I'm just a dude on the internet. Okay. But when you guys see me in person, you guys treat me like a celebrity, and I really appreciate that. Is this my first time meeting Big Baller? Yes, it is. Are you going to put out because he's paying? Depends on if he brings a pineapple. Marco says you are Oz. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm just a guy on the internet. I mean, I'd like to become a celebrity. I'm sort of a B-list already. I'm a B-list on the internet. But I don't do this really for the fame. I mean, the fame is cool. I like fame, okay? I want to be famous. Sure, why not? Who doesn't? But I do this for you guys. Says, yeah, but a very rich guy. I mean, I'm poor right now. I am cash poor, crypto rich. And I'm becoming crypto poor because of this show. I have to pay the staff and everything. Like, it's very expensive. Is anybody going to send me the whale? Can we get the whale? If not, no big deal. I mean, if you can't give, obviously hit the like button, right? Spam the chat. Spam the chat with pineapples. Everybody send pineapples to Jesse. Uh-oh, Jesse just came in the office.
If you don't stop.
Stop what? The pineapples?
Yeah.
You don't like pineapple? It's delicious.
I know almost everything about you. You want to go down this road?
Nope. What would you say? All right, spam the chat with pineapples, everyone.
Dare.
I just got the evil eye right now. No, you stack on the side. You said it. I do reinvest into other things. Kodak, thank you for the chili, the Heart Me Flex, and the ice cream cone. Go, Jesse, sell them out. No! I just sent a message. Like I said, I'm new. Like a DM message, Oscar. So just so you know, DMs are only open for me for deluxe subscribers. So become a deluxe subscriber if you're new, you want the coaching one-on-one chat with me. Become a deluxe subscriber. There's a little thing in the bottom here somewhere. It's a star with a circle around it. Click that, become a deluxe subscriber, and I will coach you. I'll help you set up your wallets. I'll do on-demand TA for any project you need. It's Monday through Friday, and I do them on the weekends as well for donation basis. So, and usually, like, people don't pay me. They'll ask me for the TA, and then my price points hit like perfectly, and then they send the donations shortly thereafter because they made a bunch of money on it. So like, I'm not like harping on you, but at the same time, like, I would like to have my weekends to myself, but I get it, it's a 24-hour market, so I make myself available on the weekends. But Oscar, if you're new and you need help or coaching or whatever, highly recommend it. But DMs are open for deluxe subscribers only. Oz is very accurate and the best TA on the planet. Thank you, Marco. I would have to say I am pretty freaking accurate. It's kind of phenomenal how accurate I am. And so advanced into the future, right? Like, we can do TA in the short term, no problem, right? But that long term, like seeing what things are going to do months ahead of time so that you're way ahead of the curve, that's what makes you money. Marco says, you have been so far. So predictions on XRP by November, we'll have to wait and see. It depends on tariffs and things. The predictions change every month or so. Marco says it's your superpower. He's the crypto whisperer. I know, right? Hopefully it's printing you guys money. How low will BTC drop tonight? Josh. Josh. You're not even a subscriber, Josh. Josh be coming around, be coming on the show, like literally, I would even say a part of the show, and isn't even a deluxe subscriber. For shame, Josh. You just putting it all into SXT, huh? Can't even contribute. We have President's Chaos, so it goes up and down. Exactly. It changes. You know, I'm bullish. I just like to ask, so you're bearish. I'm not saying I'm bearish. I think 125K to 150 for now. I'll tell you this, when the tariff shit comes, that could spark the pullback that ignites alt season. That's what I think. What's the best part to learn first when learning trading? Denim Fears? Become a deluxe subscriber and I can coach you on trading. And I also have the TA class. When an opening comes for the TA class, I'll get you in. So click the deluxe subscriber button. Everybody wants information, but nobody wants to pay for it. But I'm literally paying for everything that's in front of you that you're seeing. This set, the equipment, the staff here. I pay for all of it. And it all comes from my trading. So the idea is if you're looking to trade, okay, you have to have money to do it, okay? So don't tell me you don't have any money. What I'm telling you to do is make an investment into yourself, okay? Invest into yourself and into knowledge, okay? And then it all pays for itself. I'm telling you, if you apply yourself with all of this, it all pays for itself. It's all in crypto. Maybe it's time to take some profits. Take some profits and reinvest. That's what I do. I take profits out of crypto and I reinvest them into hard assets. Check Kraken. What is Kraken, like a coin, or isn't that an exchange? How long does it usually take to get a complete understanding? If you're brand new and you know absolutely nothing, I would say a few months. But you would be able to start trading and being profitable, I would say within a couple weeks. I would say by the end of the month, you should be making some money. Anybody here that's in the TA class, let him know he's in good hands. It looks like his name's Denim Fears 05. Chat, help me out. Let him know he's in good hands, and let him know that I'd be calling the market. If you can't afford to take the TA class right now, then just become a deluxe subscriber and let me do the TA for you, but I can coach you. And it's only $10 a month, man. Like, it's going to pay for itself. And you can message me 5 days a week. You can message me on the weekends too, but you're going to have to give a donation on the weekend. I want my weekends to myself. And then on Sundays, I have the TA class, so I can't help you from 5 to 6. So all my TikTok videos on trading and stocks right now, I've been seeing people identifying patterns. There's more to it than that, man. And let me tell you something. What I do here is something very special. It's very special. Not very many people can trade like this. Alexa says the first class he gives you something that helps a lot unless you already know it. Yeah, exactly. If you already know it, obviously, but it's also good fundamentals, you know, learn the fundamentals and we will grow. But next month, I'm going to be covering gap trading. We're going to be printing money. Okay. You guys want to learn to print money? I got you. Verbose, what's up? And don't forget to send your daily heart me's in, guys. And Kodak, thank you for the 5 heart puffs. I guess the whale is too big. Everybody's super bullish on XRP and not so bullish on whales. So let's do a new goal here. Something not too crazy. TikTok wants me to do certain ones. Let me see here. Let's do... I wish they had a pineapple one. Let's do the tiny dino hot dog. tiny dino hot dogs. Verbose with the pineapples. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples. Well, when I rack up a few coins, I'll give that class a try. Thank you for your insight advice. No problem. I'll tell you what right now. If you want help with racking up those coins, you want that on-demand TA, man, deluxe subscribe, bro. But I get it. If you can't, you can't. No big deal. Whatever. But I want to help you. I'm here to help you. And I'll tell you what right now, you will become profitable very quickly. Very quickly, you will become profitable because you can start day trading right now. And you could have your subscription paid for in a day. Maybe 2 or 3. Because basically, I'm going to do the TA for you. You're going to make those trades, and it's going to pay for itself. It's up to you. You get out of it what you put into it. But if you're just going to buy and hold and wait, you're doing it wrong, man. You're doing it wrong, and you're just not going to make. You're not going to make as much. You could make so much more money. Revolution with the 2 tiny dino hot dogs and Carlito with the 3 tiny dino hot dogs. Let's do another live goal. Here we go. Hand hearts. These are good for the algorithm. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to change that. TikTok wants me to do certain ones. Let's see here. Let's do... Here we go. Let's do a little crown. Little crown. Did you buy the dip on Algo, Oz? I mean, I bought Algo at the bottom a while back. I'm irritated. TikTok won't let me see all the comments like I'm being censored. Really? Interesting. All right, let's get into the news. It got warm. I need my little fan. 96K likes. Let's go. 96K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Everybody hit the like button. Hold on, bear with me for a second, guys. Trying to get this fan working. It is hot. All right. Sorry, had to reload stream. Did you buy some Algo? I did. I did buy some Algo. I'm also taking profits on Algo, because there's a potential for pullback at any time. I am kind of holding out right now, but day after tomorrow, probably gonna be taking some profits. I got my bags back not right before the pump, but just in time, but not 100% in, but I did put in more. I did all right, and I'm still holding most of it. I am taking profits out now, though. But not massive profits. I'm not like exiting the market. Where's Cardano's resistance to buy in? That depends on the time frame. But I'll tell you what, Cardano looks like a good buy. What's my take profit strategy? David, you got to become a deluxe subscriber. Message me directly and I will tell you all of that. I do, not all of it do I put back in. But during the bull run, yes. I will take it out, put some back in on the dips and so on and so forth. It all kind of just varies. And then I exit the market around the top. I wait for it to run down and then I re-enter everything and then I go back into accumulation. So I'm feeling bearish again. The green light is on. But yes, by the end of the month, I will be bearish for sure. I think we keep pumping though for the rest of this week, probably. Maybe some pullback. Maybe crypto, maybe Wednesday the bill doesn't get passed and then that's when it gets bearish. But I think for the rest of this week, and maybe even for the rest of this month, it's going to be bullish, but then it will be bearish. I promise you, all of this will get erased. Should I be writing it down and recording how much coins and how much capital is moved? What do you mean? David, what I would recommend is become a deluxe subscriber and I'll coach you on all this. You can ask me all these questions as a deluxe subscriber. DM me. I will help you out. That's not something I do here in the chat. Why is Dogecoin not moving? Because Dogecoin is a meme coin. We're not in meme coin season and Dogecoin's kind of dead, man. That was so last bull cycle. That's like, why is Shiba Inu like, and Shiba Inu's still kind of moving because Doge was dead when Shiba took off. Like, Doge has been dead. All right, let's read the news. We got some news to cover. House preps for crypto votes on Wednesday and Thursday. The bill comprises House Republicans' Crypto Week. The House is expected to vote on Wednesday on a sweeping cryptocurrency market structure overhaul before taking up the Senate stablecoin legislation Thursday, according to the three congressional asides with knowledge of the schedule who were granted anonymity to discuss unannounced plans. So basically, the bill will comprise the House Republicans' Crypto Week, will all be considered by the House Rules Committee at 4 p.m. on Monday. So right now, they're looking at the new bills today, and then they're going to vote on the Genius Act on Wednesday, and I believe the Clarity Act on Thursday. If the Genius Act passes on Wednesday, Donald Trump will sign it. It will go into law. The Clarity Act still has to go through all the hoops. All right. And then let's see here. Bitcoin's Crypto Week climbed to 120,000 points to a possible bubble, says crypto expert. Yes. If this is the bubble, this is what we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'll tell you what right now, there is no Bitcoin reserve yet. So with no Bitcoin reserve, means nothing holding up the price other than Michael Saylor. The price of Bitcoin topped 120 on Monday in a climb that reflects both genuine enthusiasm at integration of crypto into mainstream finance and firm-driven volatility, according to one cryptocurrency expert. The anticipatory rise in the price of Bitcoin comes as U.S. lawmakers are set to debate legislation impacting the industry. The price of Bitcoin topped. It's possible there's a bit of a bubble building, Sarethi says, but there's some important context here. When it comes to Bitcoin and bubbles, it's never quite so simple. A number of things are going on with the price of Bitcoin. For one, Bitcoin and crypto more broadly have been undergoing a process of legitimation thanks to the part of the Trump administration crypto-friendly approach and the gradual adoption of so-called decentralized finance, DeFi, by mainstream investors. The Securities and Exchange Commission has been paving the way for large financial firms and asset managers to offer crypto-related financial products, specifically ETFs, exchange-traded funds, that allow investors to hold Bitcoin. The change in guidance signals to investors that it's safer to hold crypto assets as mainstream financial institutions start to diversify into crypto. Portfolio managers now have the option to include assets like Bitcoin and their other digital currencies, which they're buying up to include as part of that high risk, high return basket. This wasn't possible before. And that's kind of why you're seeing things go up. ETFs and speculation on it. You buy the rumor, sell the news. It is a bubble, though. I'm not going to read all this, but Bitcoin is a bubble. If you've been in crypto for a long time, you should know that it is a bubble. And eventually it will reach its top. It will pop. And then altcoins will explode. And then meme coins will explode. I'm not seeing the charts anymore. That's because I have the news up. I'm reading the news right now. Duggan, thank you for the heart me. Oh, the chat. You're not seeing the chat? If you're not seeing the chat, put in a thing to TikTok. So go to TikTok and report a problem. If that's what's happening, report a problem with TikTok. And they should fix it. If it's too much effort, then you're just going to have to deal with it. Oh, Guinea Marie lost her subscription status. It says you're not a subscriber anymore. Did you not resubscribe? That could be part of it. But if you're not willing to put in the report a problem, that's how you support this show, when you do things like that. So if somebody is having that problem and can put in a report a problem revolution, somebody, much appreciated. For some reason, it's saying that Guinea Marie is not subscribed anymore on my end. TikTok's probably just glitching. EU warns that its trade with the U.S. could be effectively wiped out if Trump follows through on his threat. European Union has warned that its trade with the United States could be effectively wiped out if Washington makes good on its threats to slap a 30% tariff on goods imported from the bloc. A tariff of 30% or anything above 30%, or excuse me, a tariff of 30% or anything above 30% has more or less the same effect. So practically, it profits the trade. The EU Trade Commissioner said he has arrived ahead of an EU meeting in Brussels. If 30% plus, if the tariff stays 30% plus, simply trading as we know it will not continue, with huge negative effects on both sides of the Atlantic, he added. I will definitely do everything I can to prevent this super negative scenario. In a press conference following the meeting, said this guy from the EU. So this is not good. We got to come to a deal. And I'll tell you what the deal is right now. Trump doesn't want to trade with anyone. He wants massive tariffs on everyone so that production comes back to the U.S. That's the whole point. So this could play out. Everyone's mad at the U.S. Yeah, but I mean, I get it. We've been getting ripped off for a while. For a very long time, this country has been ripped off. So I kind of get it. Trump administration imposes 17% tariff on fresh Mexican tomatoes. All right. And so since that tariff went into place, this is the video.
This is the consequences when we chose the wrong direction. Oh my God. Yes.
All the tomatoes are rotting in the field.
It is what it is.
And by the way, this is fake news. This isn't because there's no migrant workers, okay? This is the tomatoes rotting in the fields because they're not being shipped to the U.S. So this is actually Mexico. So I did a little research on this. Go ahead, Jesse. You're live.
Okay, so this, I think people really don't understand. We live in California. And so if you've been to California lately, you've seen that we're pretty much the southern part of California and some of the northern California is under, I guess we're like hostages of the United States Marines and, you know, whoever else, you know, National Guard that he sent. I'm so tired of those pineapples. We actually contribute 45% to 50% of fruits and vegetables to all of the United States. And that is why we are getting hit so hard with ICE, because we're the fourth largest economy in the world. What's happening, and if you know anything about SoCal and go down the hill and see these farms, there's nobody there. Nobody. Because they're so scared of ICE, and we are heavily invaded by the Marines and National Guard, police, all of it. And they even set up shop in front of these farms, and now all that food is just going to waste. And we give 45 to 50% of all our fruits and vegetables to everyone else in the US. So yes, this video, but this is what is happening in America. And I don't think people really grasp. They wanted this strong immigration, and who's picking your fruit? Because nobody is out there picking it, because nobody wants to pick it at 50 cents on the dollar. This was really passionate to me because I live in California. We grow all that stuff. And it breaks my heart because this is going to inflate your groceries to the max. And we are going to be in a lot of trouble when people cannot find
fruits or vegetables. So in my opinion and my suggestion is you better start growing your own because you're not going to be able to afford them.
I'll tell you this. I believe all that's true. You should be growing your own food. Our food system should be decentralized. Just like we're trying to decentralize our finances, our food should be decentralized. You should be growing your own food. Grow tomatoes. They're easy to grow. All right. Throw an old rotten tomato out in the ground, kick some dirt on it, and give it some water, and it will grow. Okay. It's that easy. Here's the thing. This is where I'm at with it. We have to fertilize our ground all over the world because we overproduce our ground, right? You're supposed to grow in a plot and then migrate it to a different plot and move it around and give the ground an opportunity to rest. So as this is a bad thing right now, I look at the long-term future of this, and this may be a good thing to allow these things to rot into the ground, to be able to produce food that isn't full of fertilizers that are harmful to our bodies. This could be part of what's going on. But the long term, I see. Short term, yes, cost of food's going to go up. Do something about it. Grow your own food, okay? You grow your own food at home, it's going to be better for you. Anything you buy on the shelf is bad for you, okay? They're pumped with all kinds of pesticides and fertilizers and things. Whereas if you're growing it at home, you can literally just throw something in the ground and put water on it. It should grow, especially something as easy as tomatoes. So tomatoes being a problem, you can mitigate this problem by growing them yourself. All right. It is not hard, but allowing the ground an opportunity to rest. The Bible, whether you believe it or not, this is a true thing. The Bible says that we are to give the ground a rest every 7 years. 7th year, you're not supposed to plant on it. We have not been doing that for a very long time. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, this is a real thing, okay, where the ground needs time to rest. And doing this could potentially allow us to have food in the future that is less full of crap. Okay. And this could spark the decentralization of our food sources. So I do see where this could be good, but at the same time, expect groceries to go up, expect them to not be on the shelves, expect hardship before things get better. Listen, you won't starve if you grow your own food. Simon says, I plant my vegetables. Yeah, we have a farm here. And I have a massive plot of land, and I move where I plant every year so that the ground has a chance to rest, so that it doesn't become overgrown and doesn't suck all the nutrients out of the soil. And I literally put stuff in the ground, I water it, and I plant extra because obviously pests are going to come in or whatever. I don't put any pesticides on it. I just grow extra so that way the yield is enough to sustain the wildlife and sustain myself. And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to do this. But if you can be okay with eating food that doesn't look perfect, you'll be just fine. If you can grow your own food at home, you're going to be just fine. Revolution says I grow pinto beans, long shelf life. Yeah. You know what I like about, I grow pinto beans here too. So pretty much everything grows out here. This is California, right? I like pinto beans, and you get them early before they mature, and they're super sweet and tender. And they're kind of like sweet peas. They are so good. But this is bad short term. I think long term, this could be a net positive for more healthy food. But yes, people could potentially starve. And one thing I wanted to talk about is I grow that wild lettuce only. Oh, man. I haven't partaken of the devil's lettuce in a long time. Big Baller grows the devil's lettuce because it pays money. Big Baller is about the Benjamins. That is for sure. That's one thing I've learned about that man right there. But I'll tell you this. One policy can affect an entire country and starve millions of people. Jesse, do you have that article pulled up? I had you fact check earlier that I didn't have time to pull up. Can you read that about what happened in the Mao dynasty? This was recent, ladies and gentlemen. In the 1950s, Mao made a decree and said that birds were disgusting and carried diseases and things, and ordered all the birds to be killed. And because of that, all the locusts came out and ate all the food, and it was like, I believe the number is 60 million. The article she read was like 20 million people died, but still, that's a lot of people that died because of this. So, Jesse, go ahead and read that for me, will you? You're live. Go ahead.
Okay, so it was the Four Pests campaign in China. And this led to the Great Chinese Famine. And so the four pests were, so what they did was to eliminate all flies, mosquitoes, rats, and sparrows. They were all targeted because they consumed foods that everybody ate, or whatever some of them wasn't really unintended consequences, because when you get rid of things in the wild, because like sparrows eat insects, locusts, and then what happens if those get eaten? Locusts eats other, nobody's eating the locusts, and so locusts are eating plants without, they were the bird control. The famine, which lasted from 1959 to 1961, resulted in an estimated 35 to 45 million deaths. And they eliminating all four of those pests significantly contributed to a horrible disaster.
Thank you, Jesse. And it looks like Denise said, and I'm messing everyone's name up today, so Denise said, well, recently they killed all their honeybees. Was that China killed all their honeybees? But yeah, that's another problem, is all the bees. Another thing is they released a bunch of mosquitoes that killed, or that will kill all the mosquitoes off. What is that going to cause? So all these different things happen. It's the butterfly effect. So yeah, we can't live without bees. But they're talking about making genetically, or not genetically engineered, but engineered like drone type bees that can go and pollinate things. But yes, we do need bees. And the problem is we have Africanized bees, which are very aggressive. But the regular honeybee is actually very gentle and sweet. They don't sting. But the Africanized bees are the killer bees. They are a invasive species of bees that are actually really bad. Will Powell resign? No. Listen, we'll get into the Powell thing, okay? No, they can't make anything better than God. I agree, but what I'm saying is there, why not just protect the bees, then try to make fake bees? I totally am in agreement with you, but they're trying to make fake bees because we have a bee problem. There's a shortage of bees. But also, the mosquitoes, what is that going to cause? No fish? All the fish are going to die because there's no mosquitoes for them to eat? Think of that. No more mosquitoes for the fish to eat. So how will killing off all the mosquitoes be beneficial? That's probably what you'll see is, and that's coming. They already released the mosquitoes here in the US and I think in other countries as well. Jesse, can you look that up about the mosquitoes where they released the genetically modified mosquitoes that they're basically male mosquitoes that are cannot reproduce? And can you tell me where it was they released those? I know they released some in the US here. But if there's no mosquitoes for the fish to eat, then does that kill all the fish? Are we looking at a new Mao dynasty? Is that what the time we're living in? Honestly, I think that these people are a death cult. Actually, I know that to be true. It is a death cult. And they worship the earth. And they want the earth to live and for us to die. And they want to reduce the population. Jesse, let me know when you have that information on the mosquitoes, where they were released to. I'm sure it's going to be difficult to find it. I do know that they released them in the US, I think possibly Canada as well. That's why these diseases are coming back up. Yes, because the mosquitoes are dying and we would get our immune systems would be stronger. Okay, so Florida and Brazil. So they released the mosquitoes into Florida and Brazil. And so think of Florida, all those fishing lands are probably no more fish. Coming to Florida near you, Alligator Island, and no more fishing. And schools brace for wave of parents seeking opt-out after Supreme Court ruling, ABC News. What are you talking about, Revolution? Jesse, come up and just talk about it. I'm gonna mic you right now. Go ahead. You're live.
I'm sorry, talk about what? That was the wrong thing. I was trying to post something else because it was a different city.
Oh, got you. All right.
But I copied something else.
Oh, I thought you had a
But
point.
what were you asking?
I thought you had another point to make. Okay, thank you. Big Baller says homeschool your children or find a good school for your children. And I have an NDA on something that I really want to talk about, but I don't know if this goes outside of California, but if you live in California, homeschool your kids. That's all I can say. I have NDAs. I was on the school board in California here, and it's quite concerning. Revolution says our schools are awesome out here in this district. Yes, but the districts out here have the same policies, and it's terrifying. I wish I could say what it is that they have done. It's already done and in place. And you know what? I kind of want to break my NDA right now because I feel like it's the right thing to do. Maybe we need to go over to Twitch right now. Everybody come over to Twitch. And yeah, it's 8 o'clock right now. Let's come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, where we're going to talk about things that we can't say here on TikTok. I'm going to break one of my NDAs. Don't miss this, especially if you have kids. You're gonna want to hear this, okay? Especially if you're in California and you have kids. But I'm not sure if this is just California. I'm sure there are other places that are doing this as well. So make sure you come over to Twitch. Easy to find. If anybody is not signed up on Twitch that is watching in the chat, reach out and download it real quick. because sometimes we get bananaed from here. So this is our place where we can go and talk about things, or when things get taken down, we can talk about certain things. Big Baller says, I live in California and they can take your kids away from you. Stay out of California schools. We're going to talk more to it than that. I can't say this stuff on TikTok. So save it. If you we're going to give everyone a chance to move over to Twitch. So come on over. We're going to end the live on TikTok here. Don't miss this, guys. Don't be addicted to TikTok. Do something positive for once and just come over to Twitch real quick. We're going to talk about some stuff that we can't see on TikTok here. I don't want to get bananaed for another 9 days again. I will be breaking one of my NDAs right now. Oh yeah, it was without cause. I was literally telling you things that you should prepare for. Twitch convos, get over there at Ozthecryptogoat. Yep, come on over. What's my Twitch? My Twitch is Ozthecryptogoat. It's same as TikTok. Ozthecryptogoat on Twitch. Oh, by the way, on the 16th, I'm finding out if I'm going to be speaking at TwitchCon, and it looks like it may be happening. They reached out to me and told me don't buy a ticket to TwitchCon yet. We're going to let you know, and if we don't have you speak, then we'll give you an opportunity to still get a ticket. So that's a pretty good sign that I will be speaking at TwitchCon, which I'm really excited about. I really want to. And Twitch is free if you have Amazon Prime. I mean, Twitch is free either way. You just got to watch ads sometimes. But if you miss something, I'll recap it. Also, people are amazing on Twitch. They will gift you a subscription if you ask in the chat. Many people have been gifted subscriptions. So come over there. It is free, though. If you miss something, also, everything is recorded and you can watch it on Twitch or on YouTube at Ozthecryptogoat. Everything is all recorded. Every one of these lives, if you're watching the live and you've missed something, you've missed a live, you came in late, you can go back and rewatch everything. So I understand that everyone can't be live all the time every day. So everything is available, resources that you can go back and look up. So if you're wondering price points when I give out this technical analysis, you can go back and look. And chat, you can go back and look at my track record of how accurate I have been in the markets consistently. It's kind of ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous. We're going to give it just 6 more minutes. We're going to move over there at 8 o'clock. That's usually the last hour. We'll have a Twitch exclusive over there. And I want to talk about some of the things we talked in Jesse's live today. Stuff about like Diddy and Beyonce, Drake, Epstein, all of that stuff. We'll talk about that. So make sure you come over. I don't think we're going to get into all the news. I'll speed read through it. We'll cover the headlines. I kind of already dug into these things, and if the headlines don't line up, I'll let you know what you need to know. Jesse says, "Yeah, we did today." Oh yeah, I want to touch on some of those topics a little more, and I want you to speak on it too, because we had talked about that stuff. And if you're watching on TikTok still, send a little crown. Send a little crown. Help me out. We've raised $11.42 this live. Hell yeah. Jesse's getting a raise. Everybody wants me to give Jesse a raise, but we don't receive gifts. Like I go into like J-Dan's live and dude is receiving hundreds of dollars every single live. And I'm just like, man, like, if we had that kind of support, of course I'm going to give Jesse a raise. Everybody's going to get a raise, but we just don't get that kind of support. Change your category to just... Oh, it is... Okay. You change it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we were playing Civilization the other day on Twitch. I've been gaming more on now that I'm trying to have some more free time to myself. Yeah, Jaden's fans are crazy. And what's crazy is he's wrong a lot and they still give to him like crazy. I just don't get it. I don't understand. And he's right a lot too, though. But maybe it's just his charisma. I love him to death. I watch his show. He's got a good show. I'll tell you that. And I don't talk down or bad about any creators here. All creators need to be sticking together. But I don't know how he does it, man. I'll tell you what, if he is live and we go live, I chose our time slot partially because he ends his live when ours starts, because I can't compete with that. Dude is just phenomenal. And that's great. I'm really happy for him. All right, so if you're watching on TikTok, we'll be live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on down, watch the show. We got 0.1 million likes today. Awesome, awesome sauce. Love it. We'll give it 2 more minutes, give you guys a chance to come on over to Twitch, and then we'll do our Twitch exclusive where we talk about things that we can't talk about. Diddy Bop? Jesse, look up Diddy Bop. We're going to talk about the Diddy stuff. We'll talk about the Epstein stuff. We're going to talk about some Drake, Beyonce, Jay-Z stuff. And I have information, okay? And I've been slowly breadcrumbing you guys to the real story. But I have to grow this show and become famous enough to where if something happens to me, that enough people know about it that it becomes like news. But one day I will spill all of it, but we have to become big enough. And that's why I'm putting, I know things that need to be exposed. Yeah, I'm going to tell the NDA in just a minute. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. All right. I know things that need to be exposed, but I can't do that until this platform is big enough. That's why I've invested so much in time, energy, and resources and done everything that I've done, is because I have to become famous in order to say these things. Give you the Epstein list. I can tell you what I know a lot of people on the list. I haven't seen the list myself, but I have seen things. Can't say it now, okay? Can't say it right now. We're still on TikTok. I'm giving everyone just 1 more minute to come on over. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on down and learn something. All right, so you have 6 minutes of ads. And if you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life. 1 item per box with active subscription if you're in the U.S. Outside the U.S., local discounts will apply. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. So sign up for HelloFresh. Great food, saves you time, money, makes you healthy, and it also helps support this show. Food is expensive. This is actually cheaper than buying food, and it's saving you time. Time is money, so it does help. All right, that's it for TikTok. If you want to watch the show, We're going to continue on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces, on Twitch, where we talk about things we cannot say on TikTok. So don't miss out on it, guys. We will be there. Thank you for your overwhelming love and support. We will see you on Twitch at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. All right. We are officially on Twitch now. What's going on, chat? How are we doing? Let me move some things around. I gotta shut down TikTok Studio and whatnot. What is going on, chat? Remember, if you sign up for HelloFresh, not only is it going to save you money on meals, guys, it's going to help the show. I get $90 for every person that signs up. The Diddy case is no better than Epstein. I kind of knew that that was going to happen with Diddy. Okay. I kind of knew. And remember, if you want to support the show, you can click the donation link right there. 50% of all donations sent in this month will go to help essaying children. Jesse, can you look that up for me right now? I think it's called the Tim Ballard Foundation. I've been so busy, I haven't had a chance. I was going to do it while I was on vacation this week. Can you look and see what Tim Ballard's nonprofit is that's for trafficking children? Let me know when you have that information, because that's what we're going to be giving to. If you guys don't know who Tim Ballard is, that's the movie Sounds of Freedom. What it is about him. It's basically a documentary. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't seen that movie, you need to see it. Not only is it really good, it is the Tim Ballard Foundation. I knew, okay. I've been wanting to do, so we will be giving 50% of all donations this month to the Tim Ballard Foundation. And I'm tempted to do for the rest of the year. It just depends. I haven't quite decided, but the Tim Ballard Foundation, I want to see how well it performs, because we did really well with the Save a Warrior Foundation. Okay. If this one doesn't perform as well, I don't know what we're going to do, but we will see. Oh, wow. Look at crypto coming down. Yes. Sound of Freedom. What if they did under the rug to forget about the list? Alexa, you hit the nail on the head there. All right, because we're not doing crypto so much anymore, let's change the lighting. I like the way the white looks. It just looks well, right? Curtains got a little messed up, but whatever. It's a bit of a distraction. Diddy was the fall guy. I heard that movie was greatly exaggerated. Okay, so let me tell you this. I actually spoke with Tim Ballard myself. And I will tell you what right now, that movie was actually very true. And there's a lot of people that are out there on the internet that are they are trafficking children, and they want to do everything they can to discredit the story. It's under exaggerated, exactly. And let me tell you something, Drag's empathy. I know firsthand from being in Hollywood that stuff exists. And I've seen it happen firsthand. I've seen a lot of things. Jessie, actually, I told her recently one of my stories that one day I will tell you, but I cannot tell you until I'm famous enough for my protection. But Jessie, back me up. Did I not tell you some pretty crazy, intense things? And what was crazy is Jessie actually knew this person and had no idea. And then I explained to her what was happening, and she was like, now it kind of makes sense. Now that I know, that's exactly what that type of person would do. And wolf in sheep's clothing. But one day I will tell you this stuff, but I'm not famous enough to where if something happens to me, that it will be news coverage all over the world, so that way the story gets out. Because one day I will tell the story. I have a badass to protect you when you need it. He has saved me lots of situations. I actually have private security. Jesse knows my private security guy here as well. He's coming with me to Vegas. I've known him for over 10 years and I trust him with my life. Okay, so I'm pretty locked in on that. But yeah. Yeah, Jesse knows everything. No, you can't what about Bob me. Good, I'm trying to protect my cash cow. I know Jesse was like, "Are you sure you want to go meet this big baller guy?" I was like, "Well, it's a business meeting." And she's like, "Yeah, but you do financial stuff. Like, what if somebody hates you?" I was like, "I make this guy a lot of freaking money. I doubt he hates me. I doubt he wants to hurt me." And there you go. Big baller has to protect me because I am his cash cow. I'm all y'all's cash cow. And you know, that's how I got your attention, is I got your attention with your pocketbooks, and that's fine. I want you guys to become rich. But I also want you guys to know this information and understand what is going on in the world and try to find a way to stop it. Yeah, Marco, they actually tried to stop the release of that movie, The Sounds of Freedom. And they tried to discredit a lot of it. The theaters were even shutting it down, shutting off the air conditioners when people were trying to watch it. And that's because these people that are, so it was Angel Studio that did it. And then Disney had the contract for like the longest time and kept it suppressed. And then once it got freed up, it was able for Angel Studio to make the story or make the movie. But it was being suppressed on purpose. We'll get into the homeschooling thing. Hear me out. We'll get to it. If I just spill the beans, then you're going to hear it. I could literally say everything I'm going to say to you in 5 minutes, and then the live's over at 8:05. Show goes till 9 o'clock, okay? Give me a little time to tell the story, all right? And then once the story's told, we'll get back into TA, and that'll be the end of the show. All right? So, yeah, the whole Tim Ballard thing, true story. If you heard that it was not real and that it was over exaggerated, that is the people that push that stuff. Either they are someone's in their pocket, or let me tell you right now, the powers that be in this situation will stop at nothing. Will stop at nothing to suppress that type of information. Stop all of it, because they do not want to lose their business. I watched an ex-prisoner on TikTok last night. He said they child rapists in jail. They kill child rapists in jail. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I don't want to go too deep into that. Watch him talk. You can feel how genuine he is, and still to this day helps kids escape. Yeah, he does it more. He used to be like a secret agent doing it. Now he is like working in like the intel side of it now, and not actually because they know who he is. He's too famous. But yeah, he still does try to save children. I'm trying to save children. That's why we're doing this special live, because I do care about children. I do believe that Donald Trump is one of them. And I've actually been saying that since 2016. I'll tell you this right now. Everyone in Hollywood, they have to. So when John Lennon and Yoko became very prominent, right? They had too much control over the people, right? During Vietnam. And the government realized that they couldn't allow people that are influencers, people that are high profile celebrities have that much power and influence over the American people because they use propaganda to control people. So they turned these celebrities into the propaganda machine. Okay. And now they have a way of controlling them. And that's where Epstein comes in. Epstein was intelligence. And they say, oh, no, he wasn't. And are they going to reveal that? No, they never will. Okay. Epstein was intelligence. They would set people up, politicians, anyone that was somebody that would have influence was being set up in a certain way. And that's the beauty of TikTok, is because TikTok is in a different country, and we have a decentralized influence on the world now. And that's why I've chosen to do this, because I need to become a prominent influencer so that I can get this information out and I can share my story and I can tell people what I've seen. But the world isn't ready for it yet. I'm not ready for it yet, because once I do spill the beans, they will kill me. They will. However, I believe that with decentralized social media now, I have the ability to maybe possibly become influential enough to tell my story and be protected, especially with the rhetoric of people wanting to change this stuff. So I think that there's a ability, but I have seen things. Jesse knows. I've told Jesse the whole story, because Jesse's like, what are you doing here? Why are you doing all this and everything? And I was like, look, this is what I experienced. Okay. And I have to tell people it. And I have to do it at whatever cost it costs me, even if it takes my own life. It has to be said, and the information needs to get out. And then that's when Jesse was like, okay, I'll do this. And because I'll tell you what, Jesse was tempted to walk away at one point and leave the show. And that shortly thereafter, I told her what I knew. I know I'm being careful, but once Jesse knew, and Jesse knew some of these people as well, it was she understood it and was like, okay, I know you're telling the truth. Oh yeah, Diddy is a monster. They're all monsters. But let me tell you, these people have sold their soul, okay? And you know how they say, oh, they sold their soul to the devil? Yes and no. I mean, it's kind of like a ritual thing. Yes, it's all that stuff. But the selling of the soul in the satanic aspect of it is more of a symbolic thing. The way that they have sold their soul is they have sold out on their values, on their morals, on different things in order to become wealthy and have fame. Oh yeah, Ellen for sure. But selling your soul to the devil kind of thing, it's not what you think, guys. And one day you will get all this information. One day I will spell all this out for you, but I have to breadcrumb you into this, okay? But you will understand it is a metaphorical and it is a physical thing. So understand that I know some things, okay? Some people, and let me tell you this right now, it's probably someone you know. That's how big this organization is that are doing these things. Chances are you probably know somebody that is involved in it in some way, whether they're participating or facilitating in it. That's how massive this industry is. I don't think it's Trump at all hiding the list. I think it's some people in the administration hiding the list. Let me tell you something, Ozzy Nate. Did you not hear what I just told you? You cannot become rich. You cannot become powerful. You cannot become prominent without being a part of it. They are all guilty. They all have blood on their hands in some way or another. Some of them operate in ways where they can feel like, oh, I didn't actually do it, but they are a part of it. They are a cog in the system. Okay? Every single one of them are. And I came very close to being in the club. If not, I was actually already in it, but I was just a cog. Okay, but once I realized where I was, what I was doing, what I was a part of, that's when I said, I'm walking away from this. No amount of money is worth this. And I set up my life to be where I'm at today so that I could walk away from it. Because I knew that I could only go so far before it would consume me. Well, then you will never reach that level for safety. You're wrong. So we are going into a decentralized financial system. We are now going into decentralized media. This is a media source, okay? People are looking for new places to get their information because they know they can't trust the media on the television and on the internet now. And that's why this show exists. That's why we fact check. That's why we deep go into the articles and read them, and we fact check the articles and do everything we do, because this is the opportunity. Because I had first walked away. I had walked away and I said, I'm just going to go into hiding and I'm going to say nothing. And then this opportunity presented itself to me. And I said, this is my chance to make a difference. So I can become influential and I can become those things because our media is now decentralized. Our money is becoming decentralized. Everything in the world, our food, we just talked about it, is becoming decentralized. This is what we're seeing. This is the move towards decentralization globally. It's not just in our money. It's happening everywhere, and it's because of the internet. So there is an opportunity to become what I'm talking about. We are so censored in the US, yes. But that's why I use TikTok and I use Twitch and I use YouTube and I use multiple places, because if one censors me, I can go to the other. Eventually, we will get so big that we cannot be censored. And I believe that. That's why I've invested so much into this. That's why I hold it in a way that is very professional, because I know the potential of what we have here. We're definitely on something. Biden could have released it. Dude, Trump had the Epstein stuff when he was in office last time, back in 2019. Wait till Oracle takes over TikTok. I heard something about that. Jesse, can you do a fact check on that? Oracle taking over TikTok. What information you can find about censorship and whatnot. Biden didn't even know what planet he was on. I know, right? Hey, man, you got no soul, man. Come on, man. Listen. You're a disgrace to the country, okay? Everybody says so. Nobody likes Biden, okay? He's with China, all right? Nobody likes him. Everybody says so. Hey, man, you got no soul, man. Come on, man. Trump wants total control. He has it. Buckle up, people. You are right. You are right. Okay, you kind of have something. All right, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, so Oracle, it's saying that they're not acquiring TikTok outright, which means they don't want to be associated or have people know that they're associated. But they are in advanced talks to become a key partner in the potential deal to secure TikTok's U.S. operations, which would mean you wouldn't have any access to what's happening in the world, which is very smart. The security partner, Oracle, would play a crucial role in ensuring the security, and I guess that's the lovely word they like to use, of TikTok's U.S. user data and operations. Oracle is likely to take a minority ownership position in the new US-based entity. Oracle would be responsible for storing and managing all of TikTok's user data, addressing concerns about potential data access. While ByteDance, TikTok's partner company, may retain some ownership, Oracle will retain the most. Political context, potential deal is happening between US and China tensions. Looming over the deadline, it will be sold soon. Project Texas, the Oracle was set to host US user data on its server. So it's a user data miner. And it's just going to show us whatever it wants to show us. And it has complete, total control of what we're going to see.
So a new algorithm, basically, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it is going to be an algorithm that they want you to see.
Yeah, that's a problem. All right, thank you, Jesse. I'll tell you what, TikTok's only good because of its algorithm. Guinea Marie, you don't have to put the orange for Trump anymore, but I get it if you want to put the orange. That's funny too. Why did Trump get control of everyone? Totalitarianism. We're moving towards totalitarianism. A one world government. And in order for that to happen, this government has to fail or take control of all the other governments. You got the info? What do you want to know? I mean, I just want to know what Oracle was going to do, what role it played with TikTok. Why is people letting it happen? Because they're sheeple. They're a bunch of sheeple, okay? And they just believe whatever they're told by the TV. Their brains are rotted from TikTok, and they march in lockstep. They lick the boot. Look at what happened during COVID. How many people did you see fighting each other over masks that really didn't matter, didn't help anyone? Don't be a sheep, be a goat. Be a goat, buck the system. All right. So the NDA. Let's get into the NDA. How about lining up for the killer shot, right? The toilet paper war, right? People are, individuals can be smart. I mean, look at me, for instance, right? Look at you for watching the show. Individuals can be smart, but the people in a mass as a whole are stupid, and they can be guided very easily and manipulated very easily. Look at MAGA. Look at the far left. Look at, Antifa. They're both sides of sheep, just on opposite spectrum. They're low information, uneducated people that, and even the educated ones, they're just like spew regurgitated nonsense. Yes, all civilizations destroyed themselves. Exactly. I don't talk to anyone wearing a mask. Walk right past them. Yeah, me too. I mean, if you want to wear a mask, fine, whatever. I wear masks in public and people think it's because I'm COVID crazy. It's because I don't want to be recognized. I don't want people to notice me. I want to be able to be incognito. Okay. I live in a very small town and I stick out like a sore thumb. So there are times where I want to be able to be places without being noticed. I come from Beverly Hills. I'm now out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, you ever watch the Beverly Hillbillies, how they stuck out like a sore thumb in Beverly Hills? I'm the inverse of that. I'm the Beverly Hills guy in the middle of the hillbilly land. So I have to be incognito. Sometimes I let my hair grow out and I wear like older clothes and stuff, and I drive a beat up car just so that people don't recognize me and I can go places without having to be like, oh, that's you. Because mind you, like out here, I was in a band and all kinds of different stuff. People know me everywhere I go. Some people don't, but I can't go places without running into somebody that knows who I am. And sometimes I just don't want to be bothered. All right, so NDA. Speaking of COVID and wearing the masks and stuff, during COVID, it was a wonderful, wonderful time, wasn't it? Sunshine and rainbows. No, a lot of policies were enacted during COVID that are still implemented today and will never go away. All right, they will stay forever. A lot of times they use crises like this where they use it to implement rules and things that are for an agenda that leads towards the next thing, right? And that's what I believe that was all about, to be honest with you. I think it, obviously some part of it was real, some part of it was used, some part of it was fake. Yeah, they make extreme bills when no one's watching, or they use fear in order to get people to vote a certain way and do certain things. Guinea says, I got fired because I didn't want the jab. Yeah, I did too. I couldn't work for 2 years as an audio engineer. Could not work for 2 whole years. Mind you, I was in entertainment, right? Entertainment completely shut down. You heard sirens? Sure it's not on your end? I don't hear sirens. Did you guys hear sirens? I didn't hear sirens. It was through the mic. Interesting. Not everybody heard sirens. Are you not well? Are you hearing things? Did you take the jab and now you're hearing sirens? Anyway. Okay, maybe it was on my end. If more than one person heard it, then it was on my end. I didn't hear it. Must have been very subtle. Whatever it was, it had to be right next to the studio. Mind you, there is an airport here, so somebody could have been getting airlifted or something. So they use the landing strip and stuff out here for that. So that could be what you're hearing. Anyway, they enacted these policies and stuff, and it's a cascading effect. And don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life, 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the U.S., outside the U.S., the local discount will apply. Free meals applied as discount on first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. You know damn well ice caravans have been out here at night. I know. Careful what you're saying, because people will put together our location. I don't want anyone to know where we're at out here, because eventually they're going to know and they'll never stop showing up, and then we're going to have to hire more security and all that. So don't say too much about our location. The fact that they know that we're at an airport is enough. Now, There's a lot of private airports in California, so I think we're good. Yeah, I know. It could potentially be Ice Caravan. I am gonna lean more towards it's probably like what is it? EMS? Probably EMS. Could be ICE though. I'm leaning towards EMS. Anyway, back to COVID. They enacted all these things and they're pushing this agenda, right? And so this is an NDA. I'm hoping that by not saying specifics like the actual district or the actual names of the schools or things like that will give me some sort of legal shade. And I'm also thinking that because this show is small enough and it's just you guys, obviously it's going to be recorded and put out there eventually. They're going to be able to use it against me if they come after me. But here's the thing is I got elected to the school board out here in 2020. And that's another thing. You guys are going to be able to find my name and Google what freaking school board I was on and figure out my location. But I got elected to the school board in 2020. And that was because of what was going on. COVID was crazy, right? And I was like, somebody's got to do something about this. I ran for school board, and to my surprise, I got elected. Isn't that crazy? Like, I didn't even think I would get elected, but I was like, I got to try. And I won. And that was my first dipping of my toes into politics. I had been political before in my union, and so I had a bit of a background with it, but never actually civil. You tell people how to find you. I know, I'm bad. Eventually, I'm going to have to move. I'm going to be moving anyway. Eventually. I'll probably always keep this bit of land, though. What's school boarding for? Are you? I'm assuming you're in a different country. Sheffer boy. Yeah, so the school board makes rules. We do allocation of funds. We make the rules for the schools, the guidelines, the policies that the schools have to follow. We create those rules. And one of the things, and I'll tell you this right now. Politics is a very, very dirty game. And they have a way, especially as a politician, they have a way of getting to you. And this is why you'll see your favorite politician vote for things that they would never vote for and doing things that they would never normally do because it is a dirty game. And I could break it down to you how it works. But basically, what happened is they were going to enact this policy. And I knew that even if I voted against it, that it was going to get passed anyway. And in hindsight, I think that maybe if I had spoke up more and I had done something more, maybe more people were thinking like me. But remember what it was like in 2020, how people acted, and everyone was so bifurcated, and people were afraid to talk about things. People were afraid to say things. I was guilty of that fear. And after I did this, I felt so wrong, so dirty. And I'll tell you what, I will never, ever back down ever again. But I made the wrong choice. And I gave in on my morals and values for something that maybe I could have made a difference, maybe I couldn't have. But either way, I made my choice. But I knew that it was going to happen and it was going to get voted for because everyone else probably didn't want it. Sure, some of them did, but other people didn't want it as well, I'm sure, and maybe we could have stopped it, but everyone was afraid to speak out against anything. It was a very scary time, especially for politicians and people of stature like myself. And this is why I'm so strong now about my moral standing and my hill that I'll die upon, and why I've created the show and why I'm doing all this now. Partially it's out of guilt. I'll get to the policy. Give me a second here. But I voted for this. But let me tell you this. In me voting for this policy, I was able to make major changes that were good. I'm being careful. Okay. So I shouldn't have done what I did. And I regret it every day of my life. But at the same time, some good did come from it in the short term, but in the long term, I think a lot of very pure evil will come from it. I know Gen X, and I've always been like, I don't care what people think. But the thing is like, I knew that no one was going to listen to me. I knew that no one was going to go along with me. And so I saw it as an opportunity where I could take something that was going to make me lose and try to do something positive for kids. So I was actually able to take one of the worst schools in my district and turn it into one of the best schools because of this situation. I was able to get them funding. There was the administrators of the school that this was at. They were basically siphoning off the funds and stealing a lot of money from kids. And this school was decrepit. And I mean decrepit. It was bad. And it was mostly, children of color in this school. No one cared about them. Nobody wanted to give them a voice. And I was like, this is my opportunity. I was like, this policy is going to get it enacted anyway. Maybe I can take that as an opportunity to do something positive. So we were able to turn this school around. I'm not going to say too much more about it. But the people that were there that were stealing the money, they're gone now. We were able to basically rebuild the entire campus and playground, new desks, new whiteboards, new artwork and things in the classrooms. All the kids got backpacks and pencils and pens and stuff. And mind you, this was California. There was major budget cuts to school. We were able to bring back a lot of the after-school programs and different things to the school and actually make it a really good school. So something positive did come from it, but at what cost? So I'm sure the moment you've all been waiting for, what was the policy? How do I say this without going to prison? Oh, well, here it goes. So in California, and I'm sure it's more than California, but and more than just my district, it's probably all over the country and probably in other countries. And I would urge you to look into this and find out if you have children, what school they're going to, and if this policy exists. And you probably won't even be able to find it anyway because it's suppressed and you cannot talk about it. There's no record of it. It basically doesn't exist. But I'll tell you this for a fact that it is very true and it is real. Okay. And Big Baller had mentioned it earlier before. And I know for a fact because I voted for it. Okay? If you have kids in school, yet put them in private school for the love of God. For this reason and this reason alone, okay? You can... No, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Let me tell you. They can now, in any state of emergency, any type of emergency, all right? Office of Emergency Management to find bits and pieces, but not the whole truth. Yeah. So, in any kind of emergency, and mind you, we've been in a perpetual state of emergency. This country has. And every country has. They use that as a way to enact things. That's why the executive administration, that's why Donald Trump, the president, can make executive orders. Yes, emergency or disaster. Yes, okay. So they can enact executive orders, which are not laws, but they can do unconstitutional edict because of states of emergency, and they just deem anything as a state of emergency. Now they have an ICE account with 47 billion people wake up. Yes. And that's going to be part of it, Big Baller. The whole ICE thing is all part of it. And the whole Epstein thing with the trafficking is all part of it. All these things are linked together. Okay? And you have to put the dots together. But I want you to understand that there are people in Maui during the fires where the buses with the children disappeared. And they never found those children, and they never found those buses. And no one even talks about it anymore. Okay? And this was all enacted right before the Maui fires happened. The Maui fire incident was a beta test for what they're doing. Oh, you never even heard of that? That's crazy. Yes, they need the adrenochrome. You're very right. And something crazy about Hollywood. I don't know if the guy's in prison or not, but I knew where to get that stuff. Did I ever take any of it? No, but I know it exists. I've seen it. I've seen the people use it. It is a real thing. Our women are disappearing. Yes, the women are disappearing now too from the ICE people. You're selling your soul when taking it. Yeah, you know there's actually a contract you have to sell your soul. It's like a vampire's contract thing. You have to sell your soul in order, like on paper, in a contract with blood in order to purchase adrenochrome. And once you have that contract, you're allowed to continue to get it. Yeah, never get on the bus, guys. Never get on the bus. Be the bus. Be your own bus. Be self-sufficient. So the policy that they have now that's been enacted is this. In any state of emergency, they can legally become your child's guardian until such emergency is gone or until they relinquish it back to you. So they can take guardianship of your children and they can remove them from the school now. So before they weren't allowed to take them out of the school or anything. You know, you had custody of the children. They were just entrusted by the school. Now the school can take temporary guardianship of your children in a state of emergency, and they turn over that guardianship when they decide, not when you decide. And because they have guardianship, there's a list of things they can do. They basically become the parent and the children are now a ward of the state, and they can do whatever they want with them as though they're their parent. And they can actually force inoculate your children. So if this was during COVID, they could, in that state of emergency, had taken your children, removed them from the school to a facility, and forced them to be vaccinated. And they can do so much more. And they can remove your children and hold them from you and keep them from you until they decide. And they're also doing this through like CPS laws and things. So like if they feel like the parent is neglecting them or whatever, and you've seen these government people, they don't do what's in the best interest of the children. They make money off of this stuff. Not just in adrenochrome or in whatever. The judges and the lawyers and everything, they all make money off of this. Yes, CPS is trafficking children. And so if you have your kids in school, basically you're no longer their guardian in a state of emergency. And we're in one right now. It's just right now it's kind of under wraps, but we're always in a state of emergency. So yeah, but now, before it was like unspoken, now it's actual legal clarity where they are on paper the guardian of the children. And they can force the children to do whatever it is they tell them to do. And the parents can do nothing about it. You no longer have the guardianship. It would take a judge to step in and say, no, you are not the guardian, they are the guardian. And the judges are in the pockets of these people. So think about the kids in the Maui fire that just disappeared and never made it home. Those are someone's babies taken and kidnapped, and they're probably being harvested of their adrenochrome. Do you guys know how adrenochrome is harvested? I don't want to say too much, but I've seen things, okay? Have you ever seen Monsters, Inc.? How they scare the children in order to harvest their energy? That is how adrenochrome is created. The more terrorized and the more adrenochrome is the stress hormone. The more terrorized and afraid they are, the better the quality the adrenochrome is. Ice Cube speaks about in his own way is one of the rare few that have not chosen the wicked path. He has seen it all. Let me tell you, there are those who are influential, who have become influential, that have walked away. But anyone that is influential right now at the top has been a part of it at some time. Whether a cog in the system or a direct abuser of it. Yes, Monsters, Inc. So I'll tell you this right now. Ice Cube has, maybe he's seen the light and walked away from it. And I'll tell you what right now. At one point, I was a cog in the system. I didn't understand that I was. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was helping with the facilitation of these things. And once I realized that is when I got out. Before I knew things were happening and I said nothing and I did nothing and I kept my head down, okay? And then once I realized that I was attributing to it, I had to leave. DMX has spoken out about it as well and paid the price for it. The media saying it was natural causes, yeah. I will never run for election in anything. I don't want to be put in these situations. Yeah, but how else do we fight? How else do we fight? But we beat them at their own game. We become strong, we become wealthy, and we become powerful and influential without them. And that's why I'm doing this show. I'm gonna do it without him. They showed Steve Will Do It taking adrenochrome in a video. Is that for real? Jesse, can you fact check that? Did the Steve Will Do It take adrenochrome on video? Oz, let me ask you, please, does your wife and family know about this? Yes. Not my family, not my children, but my wife does. And I've told my wife, and I've told Jesse, and I've told them that this is the plan, and this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And everyone understands and is in agreement. And we are all making a sacrifice. That's why I chose the goat. The goat represents sacrifice. I know you guys gave me the goat because I used to baa like a goat, okay? But when I was like saying I wanted to choose a name and somebody jokingly said Ozthecryptogoat, I decided to pick the goat because the goat represents sacrifice. This is leaked footage of YouTuber Steve Will Do It injecting a $20,000 adrenochrome shot with the help of a professional nurse. Holy shit. The video is unsettling. Send it to me. I'm going to pull it up. No, well, yeah, we're on Twitch, right? You guys want to watch the video? I don't know. We'll save it for another live because we're kind of running low on time. But I believe you. I told you I know everything. We're going to talk more, man. I'll tell you what. Henry knows a lot about me. I told him a few things that you guys don't know about me. They can look it up. Yeah, look it up if you don't believe it. I believe it, though. And one day I will tell you everything about me. That is my goal, is to one day tell you everything about me, everything that I know, everything that I've gone through. I'll tell you what, I would be able to write a book that would be phenomenal. So inspiring. Oh my God, in Vegas, what did you say? I can't say it right now because I'm not ready to tell the world yet, but I did say a few things. But I'll tell you this, Henry has kept all of it to himself. Henry hasn't said anything. I love you, brother. I'm so proud of you for what you stand for and what you're doing 100%, brother. I'm with you to the end, no matter what happens. Thank you. I've heard that Kobe Bryant died because of things he was going to tell. Yep. Yep. And I'll be next. Put me on the list. The world needs to hear this stuff. Kobe Bryant was going to tell you everything that I'm about to tell you. All these people that were going to speak up and fight against this are going to tell you all these things that I'm going to tell you. You didn't know he died? Yeah, he died in a helicopter crash that was completely avoidable, no accident. It was not an accident. But I experienced these things firsthand. I saw them with my own two eyes. And I know they exist. I'm not just some YouTuber or Twitcher or TikToker up here saying things. I'm here for a purpose because I've seen things. And these things need to be shared, and they're being recorded. Everything is being backed up off the internet onto hard drives and solid state drives. so that this stuff will live on forever. That's my goal, is to make a difference, do something positive with my life. I've lived a wonderful, magnificent, terrible, and horrible life, all at the same time. I've been through more than any human being should ever bear, and I've experienced more than any human being probably ever has. I've seen the very top and I've seen the very bottom, and I have a lot to share with you because of that. And I'm grateful for it. I wouldn't change anything for the world. I tell my wife and Jesse this a lot about like some of the hardships that I went through. And I actually reminisce on some of them as good times because it shaped me into who I am today. I needed them to happen in order to be as strong as I am. Interesting. You're going to start seeing a lot more of that. Eventually, if everyone speaks up against this stuff, there can only be so many accidents at once. You know what I mean? There can only be so many accidents. And one day, we will win this war. One day we will fight this good fight, and one day we will win. But in order to win, we have to keep fighting. And that's why I built this platform. And I had to get to you with your wallets. And I'm glad. I want you all to become wealthy and rich. I want that for you. But I had to get your attention somehow, right? Because everything else I was doing wasn't working. I've been trying to do this for years now, and nothing seemed to work until finally one day I was like, you know what? I know how to get their attention. Make them rich. So I'll keep making you guys rich as long as you're willing to stand up and fight with me. So when you're hitting that like button, that's how we're fighting this battle. When you're watching the show consistently, when you're sending gifts, when you're sending donations, know that everything that you're doing is helping win the fight. Because that's what we're doing here, is we are fighting against evil. I know it seems like we're trading crypto. That's the disguise. That's all just a disguise. We will win this fight. We are fighting on the front lines of freedom, not just for ourselves as individuals, but for these children. That's why I'm so passionate about these donations coming in and giving them to the Tim Ballard Foundation. That's why I'm like, I want to give, like, because I'll tell you what right now, when you send gifts on TikTok, TikTok takes 60% of it. When you send gifts to me, I give 50% of it to a charity, to a good cause. If we take down the pedos, the world will change. I agree. And don't forget to subscribe to HelloFresh. Use my promo code for 10 free meals, free add-ons for life, 1 item per box with active subscription. If you're in the U.S., outside the U.S., the local discounts will apply. Free meals applied as discount on the first box. New subscribers only, varies by plan. And remember, signing up for HelloFresh is also supporting the show. Okay? You're also helping fight this cause by signing up for that, and you're getting something out of it. You know, when you buy the mugs, everyone thinks that, oh, I'm commercialized, and I'm, you know, because I got the mugs and I got the t-shirts and everything. All of that is to go to fight this fight and to spread more awareness. It's marketing. I understand marketing and how these things work, and it also brings validity to the show and allows it to grow more exponentially, and it also allows the new person from the outside looking in to see what we're doing and see us as more professional, more valid. Coming from a person that grew up in church and abused, all them pedos need to be unalived. Yeah, I want that shirt that they sell on TikTok that says, like, kill your local pedophile. I want one of those. Round up a posse. This is part of why I'm fighting towards getting rid of the police and letting the people govern themselves and police themselves, and bringing back the militias, because then we can hunt these fuckers down. We can do something about it. Yeah, tarred and feathered and worse. I say we give them the pineapple up the ass. Pineapples in the chat, everybody. Everybody spam the chat with pineapples right now. If you want to shove a pineapple up a pedo's ass and while they hang from a tree, or you want to torment Jesse, send the pineapples. Good night, Guinea Marie. Send in the pineapples. Is there a pineapple emoji? No, they would like it. Some of them would, that's for sure. We'll beat them with a pillowcase full of pineapples. How about that? Pineapples in the chat. I don't even know if they have that on here. I say we make them eat their privates. Some of them might be into that. That's the problem. You know what I say we do? I say we cut them off from their adrenochrome, chained to a wall, and watch them deteriorate quickly. You do realize that adrenochrome is like the most addictive drug out there, and that if you stop taking it, not only do you die, but you look like death very quickly. That's why it's only for the rich. You think the victim should decide their fate? Ooh, I like that. I like that one. The victims should decide their fate. Don't forget you're all eating them, Soylent Green. What do you mean by that? You got a list? What do you mean by that? You're eating them, Soylent Green. Jesse, can you look into that and fact check and figure out what he's talking about? I am so excited to meet you tomorrow, Big Baller. Jesse, look up Soylent Green. And this will be our last little topic before we end the live. I started a few minutes late today, so we'll go over a little bit. I'm interested. I want to know what that's all about. Is there a live tomorrow? Yes, but it's going to be probably early, or I don't know. Maybe not tomorrow, but I'll do one Wednesday. Soylent Green, is that a movie? I'm assuming it's a movie. But probably no live tomorrow because I have a meeting with Big Baller. I don't know what time I'm going to be able to get down there. No, it's not a movie. What is it, Big Baller? The Soylent Green. Can you explain a little more so we have more context on what to look for? It says Soylent Green is introduced as being made of plankton, but as the film unfolds, the main character discovers that it's manufactured from dead bodies. Is that what you're talking about? I kind of heard of something like that before. I'm excited to jump down rabbit holes with Big Baller. Hey, tomorrow when we meet up, message me tonight because I need details and everything. Because I'm probably not going to be able to get out of here until noon, and I'm out here by Vegas. So it's probably going to be like 4 or 5 hour drive for me. Processed remains of the dead, including those who died in assisted suicide clinics. Ew. And where are Soylent Greens at? Please tell me it's not in HelloFresh. Please tell me HelloFresh has no Soylent Greens in it. They've been saying that about a McDonald's for years. That's why it's so addictive. Human flesh is addicting. Oh my God. I'm never eating McDonald's ever again. Hey, Big Baller, make sure you message me after the live because I need to get details. I need to get details from you. I haven't had McDonald's in a very long time anyway, so. But I need details if I'm coming tomorrow. So if you want, we can talk on the phone over Discord. McDonald's is so shit. I don't know how people eat it. Yeah, why would you eat McDonald's if you could go to In-N-Out? Obviously, you guys don't know. You don't know the beauty of In-N-Out unless you live here in California. I know Big Baller knows about In-N-Out. I feel sorry for the rest of the world for not having In-N-Out. I truly grieve for your taste buds. All right. You have not lived until you've had In-N-Out. You've had it once. Nice. I'll tell you what, if I ever moved out of California, I would have to have a private jet so I could fly back and forth to get In-N-Out. Big Baller is a big guy who loves his food. I know. First thing you were like is you're like, hey, I'm buying you dinner, man. We're going out for a steak dinner. I was like, I like this guy. I'm feeling like prime rib. Hopefully they have prime rib or like ribeye, T-bone, something good. I'm expensive, bro. But you already said you're paying for dinner, so you're stuck with me. Luckily, I don't eat a lot though, so. Isn't Taylor Swift getting into politics? I heard something like that. Yeah, steakhouse, baby. Good steak. I'll tell you what, I am a meat connoisseur. I love me some steak. I'm excited, man. My wife was like, are you sure you want to go over there and meet this guy? And I was just like, yeah, I think it's going to be all right. It's 9:10, sir. All right, Jesse, go home. I'm going to end the live. You can leave, Jesse. Have a good night. Drive safe. See you all later. No live tomorrow. Maybe I will, like in the middle of the night or later on. I'm bringing my mobile studio equipment with me. So I will be doing the show while I'm on vacation down there, enjoying myself. Okay. So we'll have something to message me in Discord. All right. I'll be waiting for that message. I'll use the bathroom. I'll come right back and then we'll talk on Discord. All right. I'll see you all later. Jesse, drive safe. Have a good night. And don't forget, send donations. 50% goes to the Tim Ballard Foundation. All right. Love you guys. Have a good night. Season, but we're actually already in it. We've been in it. And things won't pump like people are expecting them to because the money is more spread out. It's not that it's more saturated, it's more the liquidity is more spread out across, it's like having a small cup of water and turning the faucet on and then shutting it off and it filling up the cup of water halfway up. And then now, instead of a cup of water, we have a swimming pool. And so we turn on the faucet and shut it off, and it's a giant swimming pool, and it looks like nothing really happened, but it did. What is an alt? An altcoin is anything other than Bitcoin, and a meme coin is a coin that only is like a collector's item, a store of value. It serves no purpose, like fart coin. That would be a meme coin, would be fart coin, hawk to a coin. Those are meme coins. Altcoins are like Ethereum, XRP, XLM, Cardano. You know, those are altcoins, but I consider the ISO 222 projects a classification of their own. They're not really altcoins, they're utility coins. So there is a new sector now of utility coins, and it won't be altcoins, it'll be utility coins that get that utility. That's why XRP pumped like it did when Bitcoin pumped. They pumped simultaneously. Everything's moving simultaneously in unison instead of one after the other. The cycle has changed. Why is Trump so big on Ethereum? What makes you think he's big on Ethereum? Short-term prediction is we're coming down to $2, $2.05. Yeah, he owns a lot of it, and obviously he's going to say things in good light of the things that they own because they want to use you as exit liquidity. I mean, look at what he did with Trump coin, guys. He put out Trump coin right before he got in and everything, and people literally thought that Trump coin was going to end up being the US digital currency. It was a meme coin, and it pumped, and you guys made him a lot of money. That's all it did. It was just a pump and dump. You know, you guys got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Ethereum and, you know, the crypto summit meeting that we saw, like a few weeks back, okay? Ethereum literally stated on stage in front of everyone in the entire world that they do not have the technology to power Ethereum on a global scale. No, I don't think it was the shakeout. It was the informing of those who understand the language that they speak that we were at the top of the cycle. Maybe buyback in July. Yeah. I think we'll get another run up, but it's not going to go up past $3. I think $2 will be the top. We'll probably run down as low as like 75 cents to $1, and then we'll probably pump up to $2, maybe $2.50, and then come back down. You know, there's a lot of very bullish things happening in the crypto world, and the most bullish things people are taking as nothing burgers, and the most nothing burgers people are taking as the most bullish news ever. It's quite crazy to me. I blame a lot of these social media pundits and influencers. That is not a bull flag. That is not a bull flag. This was a bull flag, okay? This was a pennant. Okay, this overall structure, I gotta take this away because this is not a bull flag, okay? What this is, guys, is a descending wedge, okay? Because at the $2 mark, we got a flat line. I think it's a little lower. But it's flat on the bottom. It's flat. This is bearish. That's why we dropped below it. But Moon Cheese popped us back up in, and then we'll probably break down even lower. And it's just working its way down. Censored by TikTok. Thank you for the 23 roses. And guys, don't forget, if you are on TikTok and you want to engage in the chat, guys, come on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. That's where we're doing the chat. So if you want to chat, you got to come over to Twitch. You're watching on both. Thank you. Appreciate it. How far down? All the way to the bottom. That's how far down. It's going to keep going down and bouncing up and going down and bouncing up. Ah, fine silver is censored. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I'm still learning everybody's new names. So glad to have you on both. But if you do want to engage in the chat, guys, please come over to Twitch. If you guys want to gift and help support the show, you can send donations. Click the link in the chat on Twitch, or you can send it directly to my Cash App or my Venmo. That's Aussie 122 33 504 on Cash App or Venmo. But guys, it could break out here, okay? It could break out. Maybe a little bit, maybe a lot. But I don't see anything indicating heavy upward movement yet. And if that sentiment changes, I'll be the first one to tell you. But as of right now, nothing's really changed. We're moving down. Quit FOMOing, okay? Relax, be calm. Let's wait for our new entry zone at like 155, 163. You know, we could come all the way down to like 160, double bottom and come back up. And then that would take us to 235, 240. You know? Let's just wait and see. But if we fall lower, you know, we could fall as low as 130. So if you're trying to catch 230 from 215 and it hits all the way down to 130, that is not a good move. Yeah, 231 is a brick. Exactly, guys. Look at this. This is how you know. See these heavy, thick candles right here, all in a line? That's right at 227, 230, okay? There's your resistance right there. It won't even make it to the top of this candle. Feels like it's being held up for one reason or another. I mean, that's because it already pumped. And it's headed back down. The fact that it's been as resilient as it is pretty crazy to me. Okay? It doesn't normally look like this. It should have come down already. Oh, it'll move below $2. Heck yeah, it will. If you think it's not going to go below $2, it's just this little itty bitty diamond pattern that's right here is that $2 move. There's a much bigger macro scale saying that it'll move even more. What's a coin that is still going to pump? I think they're all on their way down. Meme coins. Find a meme coin if you're looking for a quick pump. But I don't do meme coins. That's not the kind of trading that we do, guys. What we do is we wait for smart entry. We get in. We take our profits and we get out. Okay? And we wait for structure change. And then we can get back in. Do you think these bull runs will start to be stretched out longer and longer like this one has? Yeah, I think so. Or they'll be more often. I think they're going to be more often, and each time they pump, they'll hold a little bit of their value. Yeah, I think it'll be more often, but it'll, we'll pump up to $3 and we'll come back down to 75 cents, and then we'll pump up to $3.50 and then we'll come down to $1, and then we'll pump up to $5 and then we'll come down to $1.50 or $2. You know what I mean? That's how it's going to work, and it'll be more often. I'm not convinced that the news will make it pop more. No. I think the only thing that is far as news that we're going to get right now is going to be either fake news, which is small, tiny little pumps that are short-lived that fall off very quickly, or we'll get bad news. We pretty much tapped out on news right now, guys. We're tapped out on news. And remember, you buy the rumor. This is the rumor. You sell the news. Okay, the news will give us little candles and then a big sell-off. Little candle and a big sell-off. No, XRP is not being added to the SWIFT system. We just read that it's fake news. Man, the FOMO is real, guys. And the fact that people listen to nonsense, that is why I factor in the moon cheese, that there's a possibility we could go to 230. Okay, but that is all based off moon cheese and nothing else. What happened to inverted head and shoulders? It could still play out, but for now, we're going to come back down and we could be forming that shoulder. But I don't know. I think the inverted head and shoulders is a risky move to make a 15-cent change that could end up not even panning out. That's the FOMO just in here alone. Imagine everyone else. Yeah, I mean, I get it. And that's why I'm trying to take into consideration. Like, I was literally just watching another guy's TikTok video. And he's like, oh, yeah, we're going to go up to like 250 at least and then keep going from there. And I'm like, have you looked at the charts? He's like, yeah, I'm looking at them. They look good. I was like, look at the 1 hour chart. And he's like, I just looked at the 1 hour chart. It looks good. And he's only looking at this portion of the 1 hour chart. He's like, oh, yeah, that looks good. I'm like, zoom out, dude. That's a diamond top. How does that look good to you? They're just lying to people, guys. They're all lying to people, and the people that are willing to lie are being propped up. Okay? People like me are being suppressed. People that are willing to lie to people and tell them whatever they want to hear, they're being propped up. So that's why it's more important now than ever for you guys to support the show and keep it going, because we are combating every possible scenario of resistance to keep this show quiet. They will stop at nothing to keep this show quiet. And the reason why they will want to keep the show quiet is because you are their exit liquidity. They need you to keep FOMOing in so that they can make money off you. There's a guy in Asia saying the same as you. I was watching him yesterday. Yeah, people are just finally starting to say what I'm saying. Just finally, it's getting out. But I've been saying this for months, guys. Months. And I was saying it before the show started. Before I started doing the show, and I was on a guest on other people's shows. Like Mega Crypto, I was a guest on his show, and I pointed out the Head and Shoulders on the one day. And because, you know, he was selling moon cheese too, man. Everyone was. And I was like, somebody's got to know about this. You're the only one who tells the truth. Other people say we're bullish. Yeah. Everyone today, right now, because we got this pump up here, they're like, oh yeah, we're so bullish. This is a bull flag. This is not a bull flag. It's diamond top. It's clearly a diamond top. Like, it's the most textbook diamond top I've ever seen. And no one else is saying this. I'm literally the only person that I know that is looking at this in the 1 hour. I follow lots of other influencers that are, you know, on the same sentiment as me, and no one else has noticed this pattern. I don't get it. I don't understand why. And I think it's the bias. I think it's people want to believe, you know, craziness. But no one else has noticed this in the 1 hour pattern. Okay. And I posted, you know, the red alert on this hours and hours ago, guys. Earlier today. Mega didn't say this. Mega said this. Okay. Mega said that this is a diamond top. Okay. I said it was a Head and Shoulders. He said it was a diamond top. He did say that this is a diamond top, but no one is talking about this tiny diamond top right here. Okay. Credit should be given where credit's due. Mega did say the diamond top first. Okay. However, I told Mega that it was a Head and Shoulders weeks before that. But we have more than just a diamond top here. And I don't even think this is a diamond top, guys. This is not a diamond top. It's a descending wedge pattern, okay? It's this right here. It is not a diamond top, okay? But it is showing a diamond top as well. It's showing a Head and Shoulders as well. But it's a bear flag, okay? It might break it. I don't think so, because it came up here and touched, and now it's forming a diamond top right here. So nothing is indicating that it's going to break this. Okay? Credit should be given where credit's due. Diamond, this macro diamond top, that was Mega. Okay? What I'm talking about is in the 1 hour here, guys. This diamond top is different. No one is saying this right now. You will not find another creator on here saying that there's a diamond top forming right now in the 1 hour. Aren't descending wedges bullish? No, they're not. Descending wedge is not bullish. Everything is indicating to bearish. Everything. We have a diamond top. We have a Head and Shoulders. We have a descending wedge. We have a descending channel. Everything is pushing downward. Amplified, thank you for the 5 roses. Appreciate it. Okay? There is absolutely nothing saying that we're moving up right now, other than this possible inverted Head and Shoulders that could be forming right now. This could be, but that means it would come down again, which it will. But I think this is breaking structure. I don't use indicators like the MACD. That's why my price points are so accurate. I mean, we can use indicators if you want, but I think that they can be helpful for beginners, but I don't use them. And that's why I've been hitting the price points every single day, accurate to the cent, guys. Do I hold anything long term? Yeah, stable coins. Stable coins are an APY. And they're supposed to take that away. We can use indicators. I generally don't use them. Here's your EMA lines, I guess. Okay. EMA says we're coming back down to 195. Yeah. We're cooked. We've already dropped below everything. Everything is indicating downward movement. I don't know what the FOMO is all about. Like, I really just don't get it. And I blame social media. I blame social media. I blame these influencers and social media pundits. They're the problem, okay? And I'm not here to lie to them like they are here to lie to you. I'm here to show you what it's doing, and I'm here to show you that right now, in the 1 hour, we got a diamond top. You blame the people for being gullible? Yeah. But the problem is gullible people who buy in on moon cheese, okay? I call it moon cheese because they think that we're going to the moon, but it's just the cheese that's connected to the rat trap. Is 195 goodbye? Hell no. You know what a good buy is? 50 cents. That's a good buy. Do you hold Ethereum or BTC? I only hold USDC. What's happening with China and tariffs? Nothing good. Nothing good. I think China's at 145%. So let's look at the news, okay? Time for some news. Ray DeLeo is worried Trump's tariff war could spark something worse than a recession. Billionaire Ray DeLeo says President Donald Trump's tariff war has helped push America closer to recession, or perhaps even something worse. Right now, we are at a decision-making point, very close to a recession. The founder of Bridgewater Associates, one of the world's largest hedge funds, told NBC Meet the Press on Sunday, and I am worried about something worse than a recession if it isn't handled well. You know what I'm worried about? I'm worried about World War III. I'm kidding about the 50 cents. I think it's going to go more to like 75 cents or $1, but that's going to take time to get there. Neo, these things don't happen overnight. But I think we're going to, I think what they're hinting towards is for worse than a depression is they're hinting for depression. But I think the real sentiment is that we are on the brink of World War III, okay? This is a Cold War that is happening right now. Oh, yeah, we're already in it. We're just waiting for the hot war is what I'm talking about. Talking about a hot war. This trade war is what you see right before, World War III. Didn't expect you to catch that. I'm kidding about 50 cents, okay? Yeah, there's going to be entry points along the way down, but you know, any bull cycle is going to tell you that, you know, we're looking for that return back to the median. Okay? Most people are in denial. You should be in fear. We're headed towards capitulation. Okay? After capitulation is despair, where it drops even lower. That's where we could see 20 cents, 50 cents. Okay? And then head back up to like 75 cents. So if you think me saying 50 cents is crazy, look at the pattern. Okay? This is what always happens. Yeah, you buy at the bottom down here, guys. Those of you who are trying to buy right here, just stop. Oh, yeah, we're not there. Where do you think we are? We're definitely here. We had a takeoff. We had the first sell-off. We had media attention. We had enthusiasm. We had the public. People are greedy. People are delusional. People are saying it's the new paradigm. Everything's going to change. They're in denial. We have had a bull trap. We had the return to normal, and people are starting to get fearful because of tariffs. Where the hell do you think we are? You think we're in the bear trap? You've lost your fucking mind. Excuse my French, but god damn. Wake the fuck up. Every single one of these things has happened, okay? All the way to fear. We are literally headed for capitulation. And you're all fucking greedy, delusional, denial people who think that we're returning to normal and that it's a new paradigm. Every single fucking one of you. God, wake the fuck up. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little upset, but like, how delusional are you? I know it's okay to be wrong. Sorry, I lost my temper here, but y'all wake up, man. Every single one of these, the takeoff, the first sell-off, the bear trap, the media attention, the enthusiasm, the public, the greed, the delusion, the new paradigm, the denial, the return to normal, the bull trap, and the fear are all in everyone's mind right now. I know you listen to me, Guinea. Don't worry. This is for the people on TikTok that are freaking nonsense. Henry, thank you very much for the 10 GGs. Appreciate you. Guys, literally everyone is being greedy, being delusional, thinks that we're in a new paradigm, that everything is shifting, and they're afraid to be out of the market. They're in denial. They think that we're about to return to normal. You know, we've had bull trap after bull trap after bull trap. And people are now fearful because of tariffs and World War III and the trade war and everything, losing their 401k. We are in fear, guys. We've been in fear. And I've been telling you guys for months now that we are in fear. And now I'm telling you right now, we're headed towards capitulation. So I'm not going to tell you whether or not to sell all of it. What I'm telling you is to wake up and smell the moon cheese. You guys have to decide to do what you want to do. But I'm telling you right now, I already fucking sold my shit. Got the goat pissed off. Yeah. You pissed off the goat. And now I'm bucking. All right? Y'all chill out. Okay? Everyone is FOMOing to get in right now at 213, 215, and nothing is indicating upward movement. It's all social media. Stop being exit liquidity. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. Yeah, don't trust Twitter. Turn off the freaking news. and get your money out of the freaking market, guys, and figure out a better way to hedge your bets or your money anyway. I'm back. Do you still get gifts from TikTok? I do. I get gifts from TikTok. So if you guys want to send gifts, you can also send gifts on Twitch. They're called bits. There's like a little diamond that looks like Ethereum at the bottom. You can click that. Dollar cost averaging. Okay, y'all been watching too much Calvin Hill. Dollar cost averaging is for, first of all, like day trading, okay? Not long-term holding. Second of all, it's not for buying up here. Dollar cost averaging is for down here. Okay? For buying up these zones. This dude sold at the bottom is Mad Night? No, dude. I bought up here and I sold up here. Literally the two ghost eyes is where I sold. And I'm out of the market. It's so crazy. A week ago when we were dropping, y'all were like, everyone was like, oh yeah, this makes sense. And now it's fucking a day later and you guys are back on the freaking crazy train? I'm not going to look at TikTok. Do you think Donald Trump turns is so fooling us? Yeah, they're fooling us. Definitely. Why do you think he created the Donald Trump coin right before he got in office and did all that? People literally thought that they were going to use his meme coin as the US's new digital currency. And he knew people would do that. I'm definitely a liberal. Yeah. Listen to me. Okay. You guys don't know anything about me. You all make these crazy assumptions about who I am. Okay. You think that I just want to sit on the beach and drink Bud Light. Okay. You don't know. All I am is a guy that's trying to tell you the truth. Alt season is coming. No, we're in alt season. We just had the nastiest drop last week, and you want it to capitulate more? Yeah, I want it to go back to the bottom so I can buy in down here, guys. Duh. Who wants to buy up here? Even with ETFs, guys. Bitcoin dominance, none of that matters anymore because the liquidity is spread out. Oz is the goat of all goats, people. Hell yeah. Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. Why are people so in denial? Because it's part of the emotional phase of the crypto space. You know, it's so funny to me. Last week, everybody was like looking at my charts and saying, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we're totally going down. And then now it's a week later, they've already forgotten. They've already forgotten, and they think that it's going crazy. They forgot that quickly. Gino, thank you for the 2 roses. Maybe you'll be too late. Nah. Maybe I'll be too smart. I literally called this drop over a month ago. I've literally called the price points every single day. Every single day. If you're a subscriber, Gino, thank you for the corn. If you're a subscriber, I'm posting daily price points and I'm accurate every single day to the cent. To the cent, guys. Poway Rock says, been very accurate. Raiden says, sold all my XRP, put it in USDC. Yeah, and Weston says, that's the truth. Every single day, guys, I'm telling you exactly where the market is going. And I'm telling you what it's going to do in the next month. Haven't been wrong yet since I started the show. Haven't been wrong since before that either. It's so easy. It's so easy. I'm not saying I know it all. I'm just saying I've been right. I've been right. And what I'm telling you right now is we are in a diamond top. Yeah, use your head, guys. Seriously. If I feel like the sentiment is changing, I'll be the first one to admit that I'm wrong, and I will change the sentiment and I will jump into the market. I'm not saying I'm never wrong. I'm just saying I haven't been wrong. Everybody that watches my show has seen me call every move to the cent, guys. And I would have called the price point at 160, 161, but we'd make adjustments of 1 or 2 cents to make sure that those price points hit. Yeah, if you guys want to lose your money, I really don't care. I know, Henry. I know. I don't need to prove myself to anybody. I'm just trying to wake people up, guys. Trying to wake you guys up and help you out. And you guys want to come in here and call me a clown or whatever. It's fine. I really don't care. The goat has left the building. Yeah. If you guys don't want to listen to reason, you're not gonna. You're never gonna listen. And you're gonna keep watching guys like Calvin Hill. And Calvin Hill literally said that we were going to $7,000 on April 9th. What happened to that? What's up, Saketh? If you were wrong on something in the future, I've seen enough accurate to the sent information that it wouldn't lose any faith in you. Thank you. And, you know, that's the thing is, this is averaging, guys, okay? The idea is to be 80% or better, 70% or better correct, and then the average is in your favor. But I tend to be more correct than that because I use my own system, okay? And let me tell you something. The way you become profitable as a trader, you need 2 things, okay? 2 things to be a good trader, guys. Listen up, pay attention, okay? You only need 2 things to be a successful trader. One is a system that is 70 to 80% accurate, that works for you. Once you have your system in place, the only other thing you have to do is get your emotions under control and stick to the system. That's it. That's all you have to do. You need a system and you need to master your emotions. Oz has been 100% right since I started following him. Thank you, Rambo. And, you know, part of it is intuition, but also, you know, whatever your emotions, for me personally, whatever my emotions tell me to do, I do the opposite. You know, that's how I master my emotions. If I feel like I should be fearful to buy in, that's when I want to buy in. If I feel like I need to FOMO and hurry up and get in, that's when I stay out of it. So no pay attention. I freaking hate Calvin for this arrogance. Calvin's favorite word, pay attention to his lies. Exactly. Y'all need to listen up. Pay attention. I'm going to learn you something right now. Pay attention. Y'all are stupid. Give me your money. Forget the haters. Where can I follow your price points? So when you become a deluxe subscriber, you get to message me directly, and you get access to the daily price point videos that I post. I post these price points every single day. If I skip a day, that's because nothing's changed. Everything's the same. Hey, don't talk about Calvin like that. I'm doing the same thing with that Calvin does with his ebook. What am I doing? Yeah, just hit the subscribe button and click the deluxe subscription, and you can message me directly. It's the little star at the bottom, guys. There's a little star with a circle around it. You click that button and click subscribe. And with the deluxe subscription, you can message me directly and get those daily price point videos. And you can ask me questions. I can help coach you. But I will not be answering questions on Saturdays and Sundays anymore. It's like $10. It's $9.99 for the deluxe subscription. It definitely it pays for itself. Everyone that has that subscription has already paid for it by using the price points. Yes, it's every month. And the reason why it's not free, guys, okay, is it's a lot of work, okay? I'm literally reading the charts every day. I'm making the videos every day and posting them. I'm answering hundreds, sometimes thousands of questions every day that are paragraphs long, okay? I'm building a studio here. I've invested over $15,000 into this studio. So yeah, like I'm trying to break even at least. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Exactly. I'm trying to at least make it affordable, because it's not really about, gouging people for money. It's about, helping. Because people have literally offered me, they're like, how much? They're like, I'll give you $500 or $1,000 a month. Give me your phone number and be on call. And I'm not trying to do that. I need to have time for my life. 15 racks for a studio is bananas. Well, it's being built from literally pouring the concrete to building the walls, putting the roof on, soundproofing, double insulation. One Way Out, thank you. Thank you for the subscription. So yeah, I'm literally building a studio from the ground up. Like I went out into the yard and yanked out all the bushes and cleared the land so that they could pour the footings and do everything. I've invested way more into this studio and doing this show than I'm getting out, at least anytime soon. But I see potential. I see potential to help people, and I see potential for a good show here. I see that we can build something. Roger, thank you for subscribing. Don't talk to the Tom Brady of the crypto world like that. That's why I don't DM a lot. I don't want to clog up the DMs even more. I do appreciate that. So if you are DMing me, there's a few of you that I chat with, and that's because you are helping me with some of the studio building. You know who you are. But yeah, it literally thousands of messages flow in. There's a lot of people that think that because they follow me on TikTok that they're subscribed and that they get to message me. So on top of that, I have to cross-reference all the new messages to make sure that they've subscribed on top of it. It's nuts. Guys, get the subscription. Oz has answered my questions and never left me hanging. I'm sure he is swamped and always answers me. My questions are probably dumb questions, and I'm very green to this, and he takes time to help me and answer with patience. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I don't think any of your questions are dumb. And those of you who message me with your life story, I love that. Okay. I love hearing where you come from and what your situation is, because everyone is unique. And you guys tug at my heartstrings. Okay. You tug at my heartstrings and you keep me going, because some days I wake up and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do this, but I do it anyway. Okay. I do it anyway. And because you guys send me that inspiration, I keep going. Oh yeah, we're still going down, Heather. Henry, you got to become a subscriber if you want me to go over a different project, and you got to come over to Twitch. So if you guys want me to look at your other projects, you got to be a subscriber and you got to be on Twitch, because we will not be on TikTok live forever, okay? We will still be using TikTok for the daily price points and for the daily coaching and subscriptions, but we will be using Twitch for the live show. Oh, you're on Twitch? Perfect. All right. So you want to do link? I got you, bro. But you got to subscribe. By the way, I like Link, okay? Calvin Hill highly recommends Link, guys. But as of right now, Heather, this is for you. Heather, are you still there? In the 1 hour, we have a diamond top right now. Diamond top. I ask questions too, and I always get an answer. Yes. So yeah, Heather, in the short term, in the 1 hour, we have a diamond top that could send us into a head and shoulders pattern, which would basically break us out of the inverted head and shoulders pattern and keep us in the descending channel. Is Link a coin? I think it's more or less like a protocol or an oracle. Can you subscribe on Twitch? Yes. So the Twitch subscription is for the ads. So when you subscribe on Twitch, you don't have to see ads. And the subscribe on TikTok is so that you can get the daily price points. I know it's kind of like I'm doubling you guys up, but I have a whole staff I have to pay here, guys. I have a journalist and fact checker here that works on site. I have the stage crew building the stage and the set and the studio. I have an IT guy that runs all of the, social media platforms and different things. So it's a lot of work. I'm working my ass off, guys. I'm doing like 10 hours a day, or excuse me, 20 hours a day. Henry, thank you for subscribing. I got you. I want to subscribe, but I'm not experienced with this. Would you have patience and tell me what? Yeah, so all you got to do is down in the bottom left, there's a star with a circle around it. You're going to click that, and then you're going to scroll down and click deluxe subscription. 3 months. Oh, thank you, Henry. I appreciate it. Let's look at Link for Henry. Let's look at Link. Chain link. What would you like to know about Link? Oh, you didn't request Link? Who requested Link? Well, you guys get a freebie. Yeah. Link looks like it's on its way down to the end, and it may, you know, come down and do something like this and come back up. That's what's left for Link. Mantra's dead. Mantra's dead. Stay away from Mantra. And remember, guys, when you do donate, that goes directly to paying the staff here, guys. And we, Friday, 50% of all donations went to Save a Warrior. So we donated 50% of all those donations to the Save a Warrior Fund, guys. Does part of the subscription on Twitch go to you? Yeah, it's just like a, I think I get like 50%. I get more of my revenue from Twitch than I do from TikTok. TikTok takes like, I only make like 40%. And then on top of it, they hit me with like, I don't want to say the B word, but they give me like demerits or like detention. And I get in trouble for things I don't even do. And because of that, they take more. And now they're going to be taking subscriptions. Yeah, TikTok takes basically everything. They literally get me in trouble for things I don't do on purpose. I appeal them, and then they still don't grant me my appeal just so that they can take my money. And that's why we're leaving TikTok. And we will be going to Twitch. Okay? So that's why we're on two platforms. All right, more news. Let's take a moment to watch some news. Oh, wait, we can't do that. They'll yell at us.
As Carl said, perhaps a tariff reprieve, at least for some electronics. Let's go to the main of course, because it is not as it all would appear. And Megan, perhaps you can explain to us what may be yet to come when it comes to these potential exemptions getting rolled back.
Yes, there's a lot to unpack here, David. So the tariff exemptions that the White House had repeatedly vowed would not be coming, of course, showed up this weekend. A handful of consumer goods, mostly technology, as you guys said, and as you can see on your screen here, all now exempt from the 125% so-called reciprocal tariff on imports from China. They are, though, still subject to the 20% tariff imposed over fentanyl concerns earlier in the term. But administration officials have spent 2 days now essentially saying not to read too much into these exemptions. Here's Kevin Hassett talking to reporters this morning.
Pretty much everything's going to be covered. The question is which law applies. And so if it's something that has a national security effect on things, so if we buy it from some other country, then we might be unprepared in time of war if they were to turn off that thing, then that's going to be in a 232 bucket. But then we've got the reciprocal bucket, which is kind of most everything else.
So Hassett and other officials are doing a few things here. They are first trying to knock down any criticism that the president is backing down in his tariff fight by carving out these items. They're also highlighting that that 20% tariff still applies, and they are emphasizing that more tariffs on these goods may still be coming. Remember, guys, we've talked about this, but certain goods were always excluded from the reciprocal tariffs. Copper,
more
lumber,
tariffs are coming.
Pharmaceuticals, all on that list because the White House has long been looking at imposing national security tariffs under what's known as Section 232 on those items. Phones and computers were not initially on that list, but a White House official just this morning told me that they could now be lumped into the semiconductor investigation because phones and computers, of course, are downstream users of chips. Guys?
All right, Megan. So, yeah, do we have any sense as to where we stand then on phones or on servers or laptops, for example? And here the
phones
key
come
names
from
would be Apple
Taiwan,
and Dell
which
and
are
HP, all of which
they're
are up
based out of
today.
China, but
of
there
course,
shouldn't
there
be a problem
continue
with
to be real
phones.
questions as to what the ultimate tariffs will be on their products.
Absolutely. We're mostly in a holding pattern, a wait and see. When I spoke to this official, the sense that I got is that the White House is not looking at a separate investigation on those items. They would have to, for example, launch an investigation saying that iPhones are a threat to national security and then imposing tariffs specifically on iPhones or smartphones more broadly. That does not seem to be in the cards at this point. But what they are saying is that this broader 232 investigation, as it's called,
Buckle up,
into
because we're getting more
semiconductors,
tariffs.
could ultimately lump in some users of semiconductors, and that could include smartphones and laptops and other things that semiconductors are put into. It's not definite yet, but that's possible that that's an impact of that study. I'll also caution, though, that we're still a few steps away from this. The White House and the Commerce Department specifically will have to formally launch an investigation, notify Congress, likely have a public comment period, and then rule that they are imposing tariffs. So we're still a few steps away from that, but I will say I am told that even though the president has not signed an executive order formally launching that investigation yet, that the Commerce Department informally has sort of started the groundwork. So they could move quite quickly once that EO is signed.
Megan, I'm curious how we square some of these national security studies with the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which the administration has used to unleash that blanket 10% tariff. How are those two things different? Is there overlap? How do we think about the authority here?
That's a great question. The main thing to know is that IEPA, the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, as you just said, that had, before this term, never been used to impose tariffs before. So this is something different. The Section 232, as it's known, national security investigation, the reason that they would go through this process, and as I just said, it's several steps and it takes a lot longer, the reason they would do that is because this administration believes that would set these tariffs more in stone. The IEPA tariffs potentially could be negotiated away, they can be legally challenged, they could be removed by the next president quite easily. They believe that going through Section 232 gives them more permanence. That's why they would go that route.
Interesting. Megan, thank you so much. Megan Casella there.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo.
So yeah, the tariffs are going to suffocate us. Yeah. And I think it's one of those deals where it's like Trump is the husband driving the car, arguing with his wife, screaming at the top of his lungs that I will crash this car into a tree, so help me God. That's what's going on right now. Okay? He's headed full speed towards a giant oak tree right now in the car. So the question is it's a game of chicken. Who is going to chicken out first? I don't think it's going to be Donald Trump. So buckle up, guys. It's going to get rough, okay? Make sure you're wearing your seatbelt and the airbag is ready to deploy, guys, and you brace for impact. Will we hit the tree? Who knows? He may swerve at the last second. But that's pretty much where we're at, guys. Pretty much. So if you think that we're going to the moon and that tariffs are over, it's all been paused, you've been lied to. Oh, it's definitely intentional. It's called the race to the bottom, guys. Why do you think China is okay with the tariffs? They're just going to print more money. China's like, oh, we got a problem, we'll just print more money. And what they're doing is they're creating an existential economic crisis so that way they can transfer into this new banking institution. Guys, get ready. We are about to drop. It's coming. It is coming. I say give it another hour or two. When's XRP dropping to 150? That could take days, weeks. It could take time. You know, it could take... It depends. You know, we would have to get tariff news to waterfall like this, or it happens slowly. But eventually, I think we will see those numbers. I'm all set and ready to buy. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah. And, you know, even if we are racing to the bottom, there's still money to be made on the way down, because when it drops hard, like here and here, it price corrects. It always does. They always, look, they pump fake news. They pump fake news to get it back up. So there's always money to be made on the way down. Okay, guys? But you shouldn't be FOMOing into a $2 price point just to hit 220. It's risky. Yeah, I mean, buy more at 250. Or at 150. That's cool. But what I'm trying to tell you is that we're going much, much lower. So if you're dollar cost averaging all your way to the bottom, you're doing it wrong. Okay? Dollar cost averaging is for prices down here at the bottom. Okay? DCA is not for up here. Okay? Unless you're day trading and you're pulling all your profits out once it peaks. That's the only way it works. We will move all the way down to like the $1 zone, maybe even lower, and then we'll pump up again, but it's not going past $2 to $2.80. That'll be it. I have a large bag of trying to sell and rebuy below $1 would be a dream. You'll get below $1, trust me. Just be patient. Stop trying to hold your $3 bag all the way to the bottom and dollar cost average all the way to the dollar, or all the way to the bottom, because it's going to be a long time before it hits $3 again. What chart am I looking at? This is XRP. Mind you guys, let's look at, I think it's the 1 month. Look at this. Let's get rid of our ghost. Look at the 1 month is still a head and shoulders, baby. And yeah, we're up right now, but this was a red candle all the way down here, and the month is not closed. It is highly likely that this will close a big red candle here. Let's see, what's today's date? The 14th? Yeah, we've still got 2 more weeks, baby. This is a head and shoulders. Look at, there's your body, there's your shoulder, here's your head. All right, we are looking at a big red candle for right here. And if that changes, great. If that changes and this ends up being bullish, I could see us hitting $5. But as of right now, that is not the case. So keep that in mind, guys. What are your thoughts on ISO 222? Mid-July is the estimated date. ISO got pushed back to November 22nd. ISO has been pushed back to November 22nd. Yes, it will pump XRP, but it won't be the new paradigm. It won't be the change of everything that we know it. Okay? ISO 222 really has nothing to do with crypto. Just people think it does. If you want to talk about other projects, you got to become a subscriber. Yeah, ISO really has nothing to do with crypto. It's just there are some currencies that are ISO compliant. That does not mean that they're switching over to using the ISO means that they're switching over to cryptocurrency for everything. That does not mean that at all. ISO 222 is just the language that the computer speaks in the financial system. That is it. And so there are some coins that are compliant with that language. That is all. I have them that they punched in March. They pumped in March to July. You have what? What pumped in March to July? March 10th to July 14th. What are you talking about, Henry? Oh, they pushed? Yeah. So it was supposed to be March. Okay. Mind you, ISO 222, that compliance was put into effect in 2020, guys. And the deadline was supposed to be March of 2025. They pushed it back to July. Okay. And now they pushed it back to November 22nd. The Fed website says July now. What I read is November 22nd is the deadline. Their plan is to start using ISO by July, but the deadline is November 22nd. So yes, the Fed is saying that they want people to be compliant by July. However, the deadline is November 22nd. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. If you are watching on TikTok, don't forget we are on Twitch. Eventually, we will only be going live on Twitch, guys. So if you want a better quality show and you want better video and audio, jump on over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come check it out on Twitch. You're going to enjoy the show much, much better. How's everybody doing on the Twitch side? It's a little quiet over here. It's not pushed back to that date. Let me look that up. China is not either. They are prepared to stand on their own. According to my research, it's November 22nd. Here it is. AI says November 22nd, 2025 marks the end of the coexistence period for MT messaging types and MX messaging exchanges. Messages in the ISO 222 standard for cross-border payments. Says SWIFT, after this date, SWIFT will stop processing MT messages and all cross-border payments in instructions between financial institutions and must be in the MX format. This transition aims to modernize payment processes and provide a more structured and data-rich exchange of payment information. Yeah, it's scheduled to be. That's what I said. So they want it to be in July, but the deadline is November 22nd. They've had since 2020 to be on point with this, and they keep pushing it back. I don't see them doing it before the deadline. There may be some that go ISO before, but it's really not going to be in effect till the 22nd. '22nd is the deadline for ISO. Yeah, it's a messaging service. It does nothing. Well, and that's the show on TikTok, I guess. TikTok is gone. We are gone on TikTok, guys. No more TikTok for you. TikTok just shut us down. And this is why we're on Twitch, guys, because TikTok can shut down at any moment on us. So it's a good thing you're all here. Let's get into the news. Hopefully people move over. I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, but he warns of a heightened uncertainty from U.S. tariff policy. He is the basically governor of China. Tokyo by Reuters. Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Yuda said on Monday, global and domestic economic uncertainty has increased sharply due to U.S. tariff policy. U.S. tariffs will likely put downward pressure on global and Japanese economies through various channels. The BOJ of Guide Monetary Policy appropriately from the standpoint of sustainability, achieving its 2% inflation target while scrutinizing economic, price, and financial developments without any precautions, Yuta said. But that's basically it. So the Bank of Japan is, they're worried about tariffs too. Okay. The entire global market is affected by tariffs. And if you know anything about crypto, it is a global market, guys. It is a global market. But yeah, that's why we want to be here on Twitch, guys, because TikTok is very uncertain. It can be gone at any moment, just like now. So it's important for us to make sure that we're over here just in case for some reason TikTok does go away. We have a backup. With the ISO, will that affect XLM in pump or go down? I mean, ISO will affect everything that's ISO compliant in a good way. So XLM is ISO compliant. It will pump. Everything that's ISO compliant, when the ISO switch gets flipped, ISO coins are going to pump like crazy, and then they're going to find out that they're all just exit liquidity. They should have bought a long time ago or waited, and it'll pump. It'll be something, and then it'll come back down because ISO is irrelevant to cryptocurrency at this point in time. It will be relevant at one point because they're ISO compliant coins, but as of right now, it makes no difference. So it booted me, so I gotta make my little diamond top here again. Let's see if this is gonna play out. It's so dumb. I'm like, yeah, we have a diamond top in the 1 hour, and they're like, oh, Mega said that first. I'm like, Mega never said anything about a diamond top in the 1 hour. Just because Mega does not own the diamond top coin, okay? Mega said diamond top in the 1 day chart, okay? So there's our diamond top in the 1 hour, okay? And as you can see, it looks like we're getting towards the bottom here, and we should be breaking through this soon. Very, very soon. I feel bad for all the people who are on TikTok that are just wondering what happened. XRP's legal cliffhanger. Will Ripple drop a bombshell before April 16th? The courtroom drama between Ripple and the SEC might be approaching a shocking finale, and the crypto world is bracing for impact. Okay, mind you, they signed a 60-day continuance. Okay, so that means that they haven't come to any conclusion. Nothing has been settled. Everything is still up in the air. They can say whatever they want. Doesn't mean it's true. Until I see it in black and white, that's what it is. Okay? It's all speculation until it is what it is. Okay? And the only thing that's in black and white is that there is a 60-day continuance on the case. So that means 60 days from what, like 5 days ago. So 55 something days before the case is even brought back in court. And that doesn't even mean it'll be settled then. According to attorney Fred Rispoli, a prominent voice tracking the case, something big is guaranteed to happen on or before April 16th. No, it won't be before because they already signed 60 days. So it has to be within 60 days, which would be April 16th. Whether it's a major filing or a bombshell settlement, this could be the move that ends one of crypto's longest legal battles. Okay, I guess if they filed some type of paperwork, some type of evidence or something, then that would. Hello, Polly Boys. Are you from TikTok? If you're from TikTok, you got to shout out what your name is on TikTok so I know who you are. When's the 1 hour diamond top supposed to happen? How much do you think the price will fall? Polly Boys, who are you on TikTok? You're Juan? Oh, what's up, Juan? How's it going? And JT1221, who are you on TikTok? Just so you know, diamond pattern is breaking right now. It's happening right now. Okay? It is going down right now. It should be breaking within the hour, and then obviously it will take time for it to move down. But diamond top is breaking now. You're a new follower. Well, welcome, J1221. Or to JT. I'll just call you JT if you don't mind. Glad to have you. You would be our first new follower from Twitch. We switched over from TikTok to Twitch, and we're on Twitch now because the banning on TikTok is so crazy. We get banned constantly, so we had to find a safe haven for the show. Glad to have you. And yes, I am Oz the Crypto Goat. I can't do the goat anymore. I used to baw like the goat thing, but ever since I got strep throat, I haven't been able to do it since. My throat's still healing. But yeah, guys, we are in a diamond top as of right now. And don't forget, guys, if you want to support the show, we don't really make any money doing this show. I'm building a new studio. I've got about 15,000 invested. So if you want to donate to the show, you can click the Steam elements there, or you can send directly to Cash App or Venmo. Any support is much appreciated. So we are a new show here on Twitch, so we don't really make much. Should I sell now and buy back when the diamond top happens? That's a good question. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I will show you this, and then you can make that decision for yourself. So understand that this pattern right here is also a diamond top. Okay, it's also a head and shoulders. It's also a descending wedge, but more, I'm leaning towards more of the descending wedge, but all of them are very bearish patterns. And basically this is where we're at. We're in this descending channel as well. Something like that. So more than likely, we came up here, we touched the top of our resistance line, and now we've formed a diamond top, and we're going to be headed back down, which means we'll probably hit somewhere around